Thank you, Mom. She holds me by the shoulders and says, I got that last goal on camera for your dad, and he's going to be ecstatic. You were pure brilliance. Her energy for the game is throwing me off. I don't expect my parents at my games. I know they're proud of me, but they've never been super fans, and I've come to terms with that. But this exuberance is confusing. Until I catch her looking over my shoulder, where her smile grows even wider if possible. Hey, Lincoln, how are you? Ah, there's where all her excitement is coming from. Should have known it had nothing to do with the game and everything to do with the guy cheering for me in the stands. Hey, Mrs. Mayhem, I hear him say, his voice a little shaky. We're both thinking the same thing. Our moms are never going to let us live this down. Not that we're a thing per se. We're friends. But still, what my mom just witnessed is probably not the same type of friendship she has with her guy pals. I don't know if what I have with Lincoln is very common for anyone, to be honest. You did a wonderful job with your body paint. Your mom agrees. I sent her a pic when I spotted you. Yup, this just confirms everything I was thinking. She's happy to see Lincoln. She doesn't care that we just won the conference, which is really shitty, and now I'm in a bad mood. If I didn't know any better, I'd think my mom only made the drive to spy on me. I wouldn't put it past her. Oh, great. Thanks for sending that. Lincoln turns to me, and I see annoyance in his eyes already. I'll catch you later, Indy. I wave awkwardly. See ya. Turning back to my mom, she pulls me by the shoulder and says, How about we go out to dinner? Looks like we have a lot to talk about. So, what's going on with you and Lincoln? Wow. I check my phone for the time. I'm shocked it took you this long to ask, I say, reaching for my water while Scarlett next to me does the same. I dragged Scarlett along with me to dinner with my mom for 2 reasons. 1, her parents live in Idaho, so they couldn't make it to the game, and 2, I was hoping that my mom wouldn't ask about Lincoln with Scarlett present. Man, did I underestimate her. I waited until we ordered our food. Thought that would be respectful enough. By the way, cute place. Why haven't we been here before? My mom asks, looking around the Italian restaurant Lincoln brings me to for calzones. Lincoln introduced it to us, Scarlett says unapologetically as she sips her water. I think we can all agree bringing along the best friend was a bad idea. Oh, is that right? My mom taps her finger on the table. Do you care to explain what's happening? Last time I talked to you on the phone about Lincoln, you said you haven't seen him around campus. Then I hear from Laura, while doing her hair, that you guys are partners in class. That came as quite the shock, but I let the slip up on your end, forgetting to tell me, slide because I figured you'd eventually talk to me. But then I see you guys humping in the stands. We were not humping, Mom. Jesus, he was just congratulating me. Your legs were wrapped around his waist. Scarlett picks up a piece of fresh bread from the table and says, That's damning evidence. Will you shut up? I say, unless you want me to start talking about Hutton. Hutton and I are way too complicated to unravel over a cozy dinner. That will take weeks, Scarlett answers, literally giving 0 fucks. Seriously, bringing her was a terrible idea. Well, my mom pushes, causing me to lean back in the dark red leather booth, feeling defeated. And to think I'd felt such a high an hour ago. Whatever I say you're not going to believe. Try me, she says, folding her hands together as if she's in a boardroom questioning one of her employees. Fine, we're just friends. My mom laughs out loud and shakes her head. Oh, Indy. See? I told you, you weren't going to believe me. That was not a just friends hug. Just friends hug from the side. They don't leap into each other's arms and press pelvises together. There was no pelvis pressing. At least no intentional pelvis pressing. Believe me, I've thought about it. Chiming in, Scarlett says, "For what it's worth, Mrs. Mayhem, whenever I ask her what's going on with Lincoln, the response from both of them is always that they're friends. I just think they're close friends." Okay, maybe bringing Scarlett wasn't that bad of an idea. I think they're bordering the line of intimacy, though. They totally want to bone. The air screams it whenever they're around each other. Scarlett adds, "Scratch that. It was a bad idea. We are not intimate. We just lean on each other." "Have you had sex?" my mom asks point blank, shocking the hell out of me. "God, Mom, that's none of your business." She gives me a pointed look, and I want to chuck a piece of bread at her head. She's not letting up, so I say, "If you must know, no, we have not. We haven't seen each other naked. We haven't touched private parts, and guess what? We haven't even kissed." I pick up a piece of bread as well and take a bite out of it. Out of comfort, as friends, he holds my hand occasionally, but that's it. We hang out, and I've been helping him build up his leg endurance. I don't mention the showers we've taken together. Technically together since we're showering at the same time and in the same room. So there's really nothing going on between you two. I shake my head. Just a really good friendship. One that I cherish and one I'd appreciate if you didn't go blabbing to Laura about. I don't want to freak him out. My mom chews on that for a second and then says, "Let me ask you this. Have you two been dating other people?" Indy started seeing a football player named Deacon, Lincoln's housemate actually, but that was a tiny blip and once again, nothing happened. Scarlett says, mouthful of bread. "Hey, Scarlett, why don't you just focus on eating bread, huh?" She shrugs and smiles. Remind me to put a personal ad out tomorrow for a new roommate. "Why didn't things work out with Deacon?" my mom asks, probably categorizing all this information so she can tell it to all the girls at the salon when she returns to work. "Because, just like I told you at the beginning of summer, I don't want to date anyone. It's too much stress. I like being able to come and go as I please and not have to worry about anyone else while I'm focusing on my schoolwork and soccer." "But soccer is over now, so you can start dating." "It's not over, Mom. We still have the national championship to fight for, which means practices are going to become much more intense. Why can't you respect the fact that I don't want to be with anyone right now? You're so caught up in soccer. There's more to life than kicking a ball around. And I'm worried," she says, moving her finger around on the table. "Worried about what?" I ask, feeling exhausted and annoyed. "That you're leading Lincoln on. Mom, please, the guy—" "Laura's concerned too. She mentioned it when I was doing her hair." "What?" I ask, my cheeks starting to burn with embarrassment. "What did she say? What did Lincoln say to her?" "He didn't say much, but she said he wouldn't stop talking about you, and when she asked him why not ask you out, she said he commented about you not wanting to date anyone. She came to me as a concerned mother, wanting to make sure that you weren't leading him on only to break his heart." "I would never," I say, but my mind starts to wander. I'm not leading him on, am I? He's the one who takes my hand, the one who invites me to spend the night. If anyone is leading anyone on, it's him, right? I bite my bottom lip, trying to give this serious thought. Or is it me? Wait, no one is leading anyone on. We're friends. We're not leading each other on, Mom. We've talked many times about our friendship and how much we cherish it. Uh-huh. She crosses one leg over the other as she shifts in her booth. So, if he started seeing someone, you'd be okay with that? Because I'm bound and determined to prove my mom wrong, I say, yes, of course. Hell, I'll even hook him up with someone. Maybe I'll do just that tonight at the party. Bad idea. Scarlett mumbles next to me, but I ignore her. Yep, that's how much I know we're just friends. I'll find him a girl tonight, prove you both wrong. You don't need to prove me wrong, sweetie. I think you're trying to prove yourself wrong. No, Mom. Unlike you, I refuse to live a lie. At that, she narrows her eyes at me, shocked and probably worrying I'll share her secret with Scarlett. But why bother? It's rare that I think about my mom and dad's marriage. I can mostly ignore it given I live hours away from them. Though with Mom in front of me, reality stares me in the face. Scarlett and Mom know nothing of the pain I carry. They don't know what they're talking about. Yes, I have strong feelings for Lincoln, but they're because I truly cherish him as a person. My person. And I want the best for him. So why wouldn't I hook him up with someone? Sounds like the perfect way to let everyone know again that we're just friends. Why are you doing this? Scarlett asks as I search the party, looking through the throngs of people, seeing if I spot any single girls I can introduce Lincoln to. I'm not doing anything. Yes, you are. When you get your stubborn mindset on something, you don't stop until you complete the task. You're only going to end up hurting Lincoln and yourself. How is finding someone he can hook up with hurting him? I spot a gaggle of freshman soccer players and assess them. Maybe Jasmine? Not quite sold on her yet. Hey. Scarlett pulls on my shoulder so I'm facing her. You know I'm all about denial. Hell, I'm practically the conductor of the denial train. But if you suggest to Lincoln that he wants to hook up with a different girl, you're going to hurt him. You're being ridiculous. He likes you, Indy, she says louder, pulling my attention away from searching. He doesn't like me like that. If he did... My voice fades and I look away. If he did what, Indy? I chew on the side of my cheek, my hands twisting in front of me, angry that we're having this conversation at the baseball loft where anyone could hear us if the music died down for a second. Never mind, it doesn't matter. It does so matter if you're about to hurt the one person who's been by your side since the beginning of the school year. Do you honestly think you just finished your best regular season of your career only because of all the hard work you put in? Yes, there's something to say about the extra hours, but credit should also go to Lincoln. He's kept you calm, relaxed. You've actually had fun this season rather than being the stress ball you usually are, and there's a reason for that. Are you just going to ruin that because you're too afraid to make a move? He doesn't like me like that, Scarlett, I say more angrily. If he did, then we would have already kissed by now. Trust me, he's had his opportunities, okay? He sees me as a friend and that's fine. His mom had it wrong. I'm not leading him on. He's had opportunities to kiss you. When? She asks, her voice soft, her hand going to mine. It doesn't matter. All that matters is he didn't take them. And yes, I may be comfortable with him and maybe I lean on him a little too much. But that doesn't mean I shouldn't hook him up with someone he might actually want. Scarlett shakes her head. I don't know, Indy. I really think this is a big mistake. Well, you have your opinion and I have mine. With that, I walk away and into the center of the party, still debating if Jasmine would be a good fit. I know she'd love the opportunity to know Lincoln. I heard her proclaim that to the locker room before people knew Lincoln and I were good friends. But would he... There you are. Strong arms wrap around my midsection as a pair of lips kiss the side of my head. How was dinner with your mom? Lincoln turns me around in his arms and my heart leaps out of my chest, right between us, from the mere sight of him. Freshly showered, rid of all his body paint, he's dressed in a simple navy blue long-sleeved t-shirt with the sleeves pushed up to his elbows. His hair is styled in that artful, messy way like he just had epic sex, and he's wearing a pair of jeans that hug his thighs and hips to perfection. Easily the most attractive guy in the loft. Dinner was fine. His brow pinches together. What's wrong? Nothing. I shake my head. It doesn't look like nothing. What did your mom say to you? Nothing to worry about. From the corner of my eye, I see Jasmine heading in our direction. When did I start not worrying about what's going on in your life? You matter to me, so I want to know why you have that look in your eyes like you're unsure if you want to cry or not. I'm fine, Lincoln, I say as my chest grows tight and emotions bubble up my throat. Why am I getting emotional? I shouldn't be getting emotional. There's nothing to be emotional about. Get it together, Indy. Turning just in time to grab Jasmine, I take her by the arm and say, "Come here, I want to introduce you to someone." "What?" Jasmine says, caught off guard. Ignoring her surprise, I bring her in front of Lincoln, who immediately frowns at me. "Jasmine, I want to introduce you to Lincoln. Lincoln, this is Jasmine, a freshman on the soccer team. She has a crush on you, and I think you two would hit it off." "Oh my God, Indy, what are you doing?" she asks, horrified. "Shh," I whisper into her ear. "Be cool, I'm hooking you up." Because he's a nice guy, Lincoln waves. Albeit unnaturally, but he still waves. "Hey, Jasmine." Then he peeks around Jasmine, who has 2 inches on me with her heels, and he says, "Can I have a word with you, Indy?" "Maybe later." I push Jasmine closer to Lincoln. "You two get to know each other. I'm going to get a drink. Mingle." I wiggle my fingers. "Talk to you later." I spin on my heels, my pulse skyrocketing, and my face heating to lava levels as I try to locate the drinks. Kitchen. They'd be in the kitchen. Beer is not going to do it for me. I need to go for the classic jungle juice that the boys are known for. I take a red cup from the stack and fill it to the top from the giant water cooler on the kitchen island, manned by 2 freshman baseball players. If anything, the guys are extra safe about spiking of drinks, especially when they mix it themselves. Drink in hand, I turn back around looking for someone, anyone to talk to. Brandon from the basketball team. Perfect. He'll do. We've had a few general education classes together. "Hey, Brandon," I say, walking up to him. "Indy, hey, amazing fucking win today. Congrats." "Thank you. Were you there?" "Hell yeah. Got hooked attending your games after opening day. They're intense. I swear my ass cheeks clench every time the ball gets close to the goal." I chuckle and he winces. Too much information? I shake my head. "No, it's good to know we can make your butt cheeks clench." "Offense and defense," he adds with a cheeky grin. "It's not like basketball, where you can turn around and quickly make up for that lost point. Getting the ball remotely close to the goal is a feat on its own. And then a goal. Hell, it makes sense why there's such a celebration after each one. But hey, you guys didn't take your shirts off like that Brandy girl in the Olympics. Yeah, not all soccer players rip their shirts off to celebrate. Shame. I was kind of hoping for a show." He chuckles, and so do I. "How's your season going? I haven't been able to catch any games yet," I say. "Our schedules make it hard to support each other. I get it. But it's going pretty well. We got a transfer this year from Finland, and holy shit, the guy is good. Tall, scary as shit, deep voice. He's a monster in center, but he might bring us some of the attention the baseball team gets. Speaking of which, Brandon nods behind me, and I turn just in time to see a very angry-looking Lincoln walking toward me. Uh-oh. Doesn't seem like Jasmine sold herself well. Indy, a word? He says in a clipped tone. And because I'm stubborn, like Scarlett pointed out, I say, "Don't be rude, Lincoln. I'm talking with Brandon." Reading the room, or the friendship, Brandon clears his throat and says, I actually should take a piss. I've been holding it for a bit. I'll catch you later, Indy. Okay, sure. Bye, Brandon. Not even before he's out of earshot, Lincoln spins me around to face him and says, "What the fuck is going on?" Nothing. I've never seen Lincoln this angry before. Bullshit, Indy. When did we start lying to each other? I'm not lying. I'm just trying to make sure we have fun. I don't know about you, but I came here to have fun with you, no one else. I look to the side, trying to come up with something, anything to get the subject off me. When was the last time you had sex? What? He asks, leaning back as if I slapped him. What the hell are you talking about? Sex, Lincoln. It's when you stick your dick. I know what sex is, he says, taking a step forward so I take a step back, running up against the wall next to the kitchen. Crap. Nowhere else to go. Why are you asking me that? It's a simple question, Lincoln. Why won't you answer it? It's not that I'm avoiding the question, Indy, but I'm just wondering where this is coming from. You know, if you can't answer it, then there is no point. Since before I met you, he says, his hand falling against the wall, right above my head, his other hand gripping my waist, pinning me in place. I haven't had sex since the summer. Is that what you want to hear? I... His intense brown eyes bore down on me, his eyebrows sharp and menacing. I can taste his irritation on the tip of my tongue with how close he is, and I'm conscious that Scarlett was right. This was a mistake. When was the last time you had sex? He asks, his voice coming out hoarse. I don't remember, I answer honestly. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, where the fuck is this coming from? When I look away, he grips my chin and forces me to look at him. Letting out a short breath that seems to keep stopping in my throat, I say, Jasmine's a nice girl. Jesus fuck, he shouts, pushing off the wall and turning away from me. The people around us all stop and watch Lincoln as he pierces both hands through his hair, while I stand there nervously, trying to figure out how to stop these unfamiliar feelings from pumping through my veins, making me want to throw up and flee. The tension in his shoulders is palpable, his anger straining all the way to the tips of his fingers that are digging into his hair. No matter what, this conversation is not going to end well. So instead of pushing it any further, I decide to end it and walk away. The only exit is past him, so I take a deep breath and maneuver around him quickly. I make it through, but his voice booms through the loft, calling out to me. I don't stop. I keep going all the way to the stairs that lead to the first floor, taking them two at a time, and just as I reach the street, I hear the pounding of Lincoln's feet behind me. My place isn't that far away, a few blocks, so I walk it, thankful that I'm wearing cute blue Keds rather than heels like every other girl in the loft. Indy, stop, he calls out. I don't. I keep walking, picking up my pace, but it's no match for Lincoln's long stride. Before I know it, he's standing in front of me, looking distraught and irritated. Fucking stop, he says, catching his breath. Lincoln, please let me by. Not until you talk to me. Jesus, Indy, What the fuck happened in between hugging me in the stands and the party? Does it have to do with going out to dinner with your mom? Nothing happened, I shout, so sick of being asked 20 questions. Nothing happened. Then why the fuck are you trying to hook me up with your teammate? Because why? He shouts. Anger and fear come together at a crossroads in my brain. Fear of admitting that I want Lincoln, more than just as a friend, and anger that my mom pushed me to this point. Everything was fine between us. Everything was comfortable. Now, because of my stupid head, things are muddled and they don't feel right. Because don't you want to fuck someone? Don't you want to stop babysitting me and maybe, I don't know, go back to having sex? What in the actual fuck? He says, gripping his hair. Why do you care so much about my damn sex life? You were a sexual person before I came along. I don't want to be cramping your style. You're serious? He asks, a crinkle in his brow. Yes, I answer, even though I honestly have no idea what I'm saying. Unbelievable, he says with annoyance and then pushes past me, his shoulder bumping into mine. But he doesn't make it but 3 steps before he's turning around, his voice rising. Did it ever occur to you that I like the way things are? That I don't need some random pussy to make me happy? That my life is actually pretty chill exactly as it is? Yes? No? I want to believe him. And before seeing my mom today, I probably would have. But she's right. I knew who Lincoln Castle was before I met him. He wasn't a man whore chasing a different girl every night. But look at him. Women want him. He's not oblivious to that. And due to the amount of time he spent with me, he hasn't had much time to hook up. God, he's even suggested that I make it hard for him. And surely, like any other red-blooded male, he's needed to deal with that. Wouldn't he resent me for that? Won't he tire of spending time with me soon anyway? And then what? And then he'll go back to how it was for him. I was just... Just what, Indy? Letting your mom get in your head? What did she tell you? Did she express my mom's concerns? Is that what she told you? I open my mouth to answer him, but what do I say? He nods slowly, his neck straining with anger. I see. So your mom tells you that my mom was concerned about you leading me on, right? I'm not, I say, wanting to state that for the record. Yeah, I'm reading that loud and clear, Indy. You're not leading me on. You're fucking pushing me away. He shakes his head and says, I'll see you around. Wait, Lincoln, let's talk about this, I say out of desperation, realizing how fucked up my head is and how I should have just stayed home rather than prove a stupid point. Nah, I'm good. Maybe I'll go look for some pussy like you desperately want me to. Hands shoved into his pockets, he walks away. And all I can think as I take in his retreating back is how astronomically stupid I am. The worst thing about having your friend in class with you is facing them when you're fighting. Normally, my Sunday after a home game has been spent lounging all day in Lincoln's bed, taking naps, eating takeout, watching movies, and playing games. It's become a ritual, and then we wake up early the next morning and train. Well, there was no Sunday ritual. I spent all Sunday in my own bed, crying on and off, and ignoring every text from Scarlett after I didn't let her into my room. For our Monday training session this morning, I showed up and waited outside the stadium, hoping he'd come, but he didn't. He was a no-show, and that hurt more than anything. because I know how dedicated he is to obtaining his goal. He must really hate me. Which leads me to class. It's a 50-50 chance that he doesn't show up, and I'm leaning more toward he's going to be a no-show. So when I see him come through the classroom door, I'm surprised. I'm even more surprised when he bypasses our usual row and goes up front to sit with Rusty, who gives him a high five. Ouch. Told you not to fucking try to hook him up, Scarlett says, taking a seat next to me. She normally sits with Rusty because of needing to focus on what the professor is saying, but she must see how pathetic I look and spared me the embarrassment of sitting by myself. Can you not, right now? I ask. Listen, I gave you your space yesterday, but we leave for Thanksgiving break soon. Do you really want to go back home, knowing he's only 20 minutes away, but not be able to see him? I didn't even think about that. Fuck. I bury my head in my hands and Scarlett rubs my back as I hold back the threatening tears. Not in class. Not here. Not where he can see me. Leaning in close, Scarlett says, if you're this upset about what happened Saturday night, doesn't that tell you something? Sarcastically, I say, yeah, never open my mouth about anything. I'm serious, Indy. You need to figure out your priorities, because there are people who want to be a part of your life, who really care about you, but you push them away. I think it's time you start letting them in. I know, I say quietly, my throat growing so tight that it's painful. I can't talk about it anymore. Okay, I understand. She rubs my back, and when the professor walks in, I try to focus on anything but Lincoln sitting in front of me. But it's useless, because I stare at him, noticing how his broad shoulders fill out his hoodie for the entire class, how his hat sits perfectly backwards on his head, how he shifts from side to side every so often, getting comfortable. I miss the brush of his shoulder against mine. By the time class is over, I'm a complete mess on the verge of a breakdown, but desperate to talk to him. I quickly pack up and book it out of the class to wait for him. When he appears, my breath catches as nerves rip through me, causing my legs to shake. He starts to walk past me when I call out to him, Lincoln, wait. He stops, and so does Rusty. Not turning to look at me, Lincoln says, go on. I'll catch you later, man. Okay. Rusty glances at me, gives me a sad smile, and then walks away, leaving me alone with Lincoln. When he turns around, he says, what, Indy? Are you looking to see if I fucked a girl this weekend? My lip trembles, and the realization that he could have had sex makes me so physically ill, I can't spit out my words. He grips the straps of his backpack and rocks back on his heels. I didn't. I thought about it, just to appease you, but I didn't. The smallest amount of tension leaves my shoulders, but not enough to make me feel better. I swallow hard. That's not why I wanted to talk to you. He pulls out his phone and looks at the time. You have about 5 minutes. I have to meet with my coach. God, he's so mad. There's normally a sparkle in his eyes when we're together, a smile tilting his lips, a lightness about him that makes it so easy to joke around with him. But when he's like this, angry, irritated, hurt, I don't know what to do. I've never seen this kind of anger in him. What do I say? How do I fix this? Because fuck, I need to fix this. I can't lose him. I can't lose my best friend. I'm sorry about Saturday. I wasn't, you know, on second thought, I really don't have time for this. He takes a step back, and my heart sinks into a cold darkness as my veins freeze over. Scratching the side of his cheek, he says, "Brandon did ask if you were okay. I gave him your number. You know, in case you want to fuck him. What are friends for, right, Indy?" "Lincoln." He takes another step back. "I thought I knew what you wanted, but I guess I was wrong. I was wrong about a lot of things. But the stunt you pulled on Saturday, instead of coming to talk to me, it was fucked up. I know, and that's why I'm trying to apologize." "A little too late, Indy." Another step away. "I'll see you around." "Lincoln, please," I call out, but he's already too far away. Tears stream down my face, but I quickly wipe them away as I walk in the opposite direction, toward the event center, where I plan on running on the treadmill until my legs can't take anymore. What have I done? What the fuck have I done?
Chapter 14. Lincoln. So I gave you all of yesterday to sulk, but today is another day and the sulking is done, Mom says, coming up to me with some of her homemade cookies. She sets the plate in front of me and then sits next to me on the couch. It's 9 in the morning. Too early for cookies. "It's never too early for cookies," she says, "especially when you're on break." She leans over, picks up a cookie, and hands it to me. On a sigh, I take a bite and lean my head against the couch. "Are you going to tell me what put you in this mood?" "I don't know. Are you going to gossip about it to your hairstylist?" She winces, and instant regret flashes over her face. "Does this have to do with Indy?" "What do you think, Mom?" "Laura, where are all the cookies?" Mama calls from the kitchen. "In here," Mom says. Then, for some reason, she says to me, "When you're gone, we eat cookies at all hours of the day. Especially when you have to look at hairy balls slapping against a rather loose vagina," Mama says, bringing a plate over and putting 2 cookies on it for herself. "I thought you were done with the porn site," I say, thankful for the reprieve. Mama smiles as if she won the jackpot. "Scored another one. It was all rather exciting when they contacted us." There's something seriously wrong with my moms. "Congratulations, I guess." Mama pauses and studies me for a few breaths, and then she takes a seat across from us. "He has a crinkle in his brow, Laura." "Yes, I know." "Why is there a crinkle in our baby boy's brow?" "There shouldn't be a crinkle. It's Thanksgiving break. I'm making crock-pot chicken like you love, and extra loaves of cranberry nut bread so you can take them back to school with you. There should be joy in this house. Lots and lots of joy. No crinkles." "Michelle, he's upset at Indy." "I'm upset at you and Indy," I correct her, flopping back on the couch. Mama holds her hands up and stands. "This is on you, Laura. I told you not to meddle. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to go stare at large cocks." I'm completely unfazed at this point. When Mama leaves, Mom turns toward me and takes my hand in hers. "What happened?" Not that I really want to talk about this with my mom, since she's the one who said too much to Indy's mom in the first place, but it's also eating away at me. I feel like I don't have a choice if I want to enjoy Thanksgiving and not sulk during the few days that I'm here. Leaning my head to the side, I look my mom in the eyes and say, "I like her." She purses her lips, trying not to smile. "Okay." She's pained, holding back her glee, and I don't allow her to let it out. It's her punishment. And things are weird with us. We've talked about being friends, and we've grown this strong relationship, something I've never felt before. It almost feels like a stronger friendship than what I have with Hartley and Asher. I go to her for everything, and every Sunday we hang out, doing stupid shit like playing games and watching movies. It's our day to relax since we both have Sundays off. At least, for now we do.
That sounds nice.
It was. Everything was good. I pressed my hand to my forehead, still trying to figure out what was going through Indy's mind. Indy had her conference championship, and of course, the boys and I went down to cheer the team on. She was incredible out there, Mom. Mesmerizing. Light on her feet, quick with the ball. She scored the winning goal. And after the awards and celebration, she came up into the stands and gave me a hug. It was so natural for her to jump into my arms and have her wrapped around me. And then her mom cut in. Beth was there. Yeah, Indy didn't think she was going to be there. It got increasingly awkward after that. Indy tensed up, and that night, at the baseball loft where we were celebrating the conference win, Indy was a completely different person. I had to find her first, and when I did, she tried to hook me up with a freshman on her team. My mom winces and looks down at her hands. It was as if going to dinner with her mom flipped a switch. We haven't been physical with each other. The closest we've ever gotten to something is holding hands. I don't mention the cuddling in bed because that feels weird to confess. I thought maybe we were just taking things really slow, moving toward that direction of crossing the line into relationship territory. Do you want to cross that line? I did, I say on an exhausted breath. I didn't want a relationship. I didn't want to start anything serious, but the more I got to know her and hang out with her, the more attached I've become. I scratched my head feeling slightly embarrassed. I was going to kiss her the other night, see if it was an okay next step, but then she tried to set me up with someone else and went off to talk to a guy on the basketball team. Oh, I'm sorry. And I don't want this to sound rude, but what does Indy's indecision have to do with me? What you told Beth about leading me on, all that bullshit. Beth told Indy and I think it freaked her out. I didn't even recognize her. Then she was asking me about the last time I had sex and telling me I needed to get laid. Oh, jeez. My mom bites her bottom lip. There's something she wants to say but isn't. What, Mom? She shakes her head. It's not my business to say, and if I do talk about it, it would only be adding to the gossip I shouldn't be spreading. What are you talking about? Is it about Indy? She shakes her head. It's about Indy's parents. She squeezes my hand. I'd cut her some slack. Try and talk to her. I really don't want to talk to her right now. Lies? My mom pokes my side. She's the one who hurt me, Mom. I understand that, but sometimes the person who does the hurting is actually the one hurting inside. She might be feeling too broken to try and fix things between you two. She might not really know where to start, and as I know you well, you may not be willing to listen. Fuck. I didn't. I wasn't willing to listen. My chest grows tight from the thought of Indy holding something in that could be hurting her. If she's hurting about something, she should have told me. Probably. But she could also be in denial. It's up to you, Link, but I'd reach out, especially right now when she's back home. She probably needs a friend more than ever. Mom pats my leg and stands, leaving me there to stew in my own thoughts. Is she broken? Am I really that unobservant that I haven't noticed she's hiding something painful? I think back to our interactions, and the only thing that stands out to me is how desperate she is to be cuddled at night, how she wants me to hold her close and not let go. Does that have anything to do with what my mom is talking about? The idea that Indy could be hurting, that maybe I've missed something, burns terribly. She's not very open about her deeper feelings, although I suspect she shares everything she wants shared with Scarlett. But there have been moments I've wondered if she's happy. I haven't seen the angry girl from our initial interactions for a while, but that doesn't mean she's been okay. And that means I need to push my pain aside and listen to what's going on for Indy. I also need to be honest with myself. The truth? I hate that Indy attempted to push me into the arms of another girl when all I want is her. I know what I have to do. Just hope it won't backfire stupidly. Nerves. That's what I feel as I stand outside Indy's home, which is ridiculous. It took me a few wrong turns in her neighborhood to remember where she lived, but I finally made it. However, all the wrong turns made me increasingly nervous about what I'm going to say to her. Hell, it took me all day to set aside my anger and to gain enough courage to make the 20-minute drive. Well, and to push for my mom out the door with a plate of more freshly baked cookies. She apologized for talking about my personal life, something she swore she wouldn't do again, unless it was with Mama. After the apology, she told me to talk to Indy. Here I am, at her doorstep, still unsure about everything. But when the door opens and Indy appears wearing one of my Brentwood baseball hoodies with puffy and red eyes, that anger disappears as my heart lurches. "Lincoln," she says in surprise, and then quickly wipes at her eyes. What are you doing here?" Oh, shit. This is not my Indy, my strong, iron-willed girl. This Indy is pained, vulnerable, miserable. Fuck, what is going on? Whatever it is, I will shoulder this pain with her, because that's what I should have been doing already. Put your shoes on. You're coming with me. "Lincoln, I don't know if that's—" I'm not taking no for an answer. Shoes. Now, Indy. She wavers for a second before reaching behind the door and slipping on a pair of Uggs. She pulls her phone out of the pocket of the hoodie and says, "Let me text my mom real quick." When she's done, I head down her driveway to my Jeep, where I open the door for her. After she gets in, I shut the door and steady my breathing. Soon, with the roar of the engine, I'm taking off down the street to a nearby park that I realize I've been to multiple times. It feels so weird knowing that Indy grew up only 20 minutes away from me, and yet we've never run into each other. I park my Jeep so we're overlooking a small lake, then step up onto the tailgate. "Are you coming?" She's slow-moving as she makes her way to the back of my car. Hopping up, our shoulders brush as she sets her hands in her lap, her head turned down. We sit there, silently, the wind lightly kicking up the water off the lake, sloshing it against the rocky sides. Thankfully, it's not too cold tonight given it's fall in Michigan. The perfect night, actually. Unsure how to start this conversation, I stare at the lake, which reminds me of something growing up. I used to play on the field behind the lake. It became a pitcher's embarrassment and a hitter's dream. Since the fence lined up against the lake, you never wanted to give up a home run because you would see the plop of the ball in the water. I was solidly the only pitcher who didn't get the dreaded plop, until Hector Valdez stepped up to the plate in 8th grade. Dude looked like a college kid. I hung a curveball right over the plate. He cocked his bat back, and the ball sailed far into the lake, making for a huge splash. Hell, it was embarrassing. After the game, I went to the lake and fished out the ball. Kept it for a really long time to remind me to never hang another curveball again. "Have you?" she asks, her voice shaky, weak. Of course, but it was a good reminder that I'm never too good, and there is always room for improvement. "Yeah, I get that." I turn toward her, and with my fingers I move her chin so she's forced to look at me. Her lip trembles, her eyes water, and then she breaks down. "Lincoln, I'm sorry," she cries into her hands. "I'm so sorry." I scoot further into the trunk, thankful for the headspace, and pull her onto my lap so she's straddling me. Her head goes straight to my chest as sobs rack her body. I run my hand up and down her back, trying to calm her body. It takes a few minutes, but she finally calms down and only has tears falling from her eyes. "I don't know what I was thinking. I was just overwhelmed and being stupid. I never should have insulted you the way I did. It was uncalled for, and I was battling my own demons and projected them onto you. I never should have done that. I'm so sorry, Lincoln. Please, forgive me. Shh, I say softly into her ear as she grips my shirt, holding tightly. God, it feels good to have her in my arms again. You matter so much to me, Lincoln. She looks me in the eyes, tears filled in hers. You're my person. I grip her cheek and wipe away her tears with my thumb. You're my person too, Indy. Please tell me I didn't fuck this up, that we can still be friends, that we can still hang out and go back to normal where Sundays are our days and Mondays we awkwardly shower together after a hard leg workout, where you sit next to me in class and share coffee. She grips me tighter. I need to know everything is going to be okay. Of course it's going to be okay. What doesn't make sense is why she's so desperate for that. What she did really wasn't that dire. I was just pissed and probably overreacted. So why has it affected her so badly? Why? I ask softly. Why is that so important to you? She leans back, her eyes searching mine. Because I miss you, Lincoln. It's been so painful not having you. I shake my head. No. I want the real reason. That is the real reason. She stares at me, confused. I'm frustrated. I want to ask her about her parents, but I also don't want to piss her off even more when it comes to her mom. The only reason I know something was wrong would be because of the mom grapevine, and I don't want to succumb to that again. Do you not want things to go back to normal? She asks, her voice shaky, ready to break, the worry in her eyes slicing right through me. I do, I answer, then see her shoulders relax. But I also want to be real with each other. There's something that's bothering you, something that happened after your game, and you're not telling me about it. I think that's the real reason I got so mad. I mean, yeah, sure, it felt like a slap to the face that you were trying to hook me up with someone. But it was the change in your personality that caught me off guard. And instead of talking to me and telling me what was going on, you pushed me away. I tip her chin up and ask, "What's going on, Indy?" When she doesn't answer, I lean my head back and let out a sigh. Hell, Mayhem, if you can't fucking talk to me about the important stuff, then what are we really doing here? Her head bends forward, and I watch as she plays with the fabric of my shirt. I don't think she's going to say anything, but she quietly says, I haven't told anyone. Scarlett doesn't even know. She looks up at me. More tears fill her eyes, and she finally says, I found out that both my parents were cheating on each other during the summer. Oh, fuck. Indy. I grip her hip tightly. I'm so sorry. Tears cascade down her cheeks and onto my shirt. I try to swipe them all away, but they're too fast. I caught my dad with another woman first. Saw them together holding hands and kissing in a parking lot. I've never wanted to throw up so quickly in my life. It took me 5 days to gain the courage to tell my mom, and when I did, she said she knew, and that she was seeing someone herself. What the fuck? Yeah, apparently they're together because my mom needs the health insurance for my dad's plant. She has a thyroid problem and her medicine is vital. They've been seeing other people for a while and just put on a show of being a family when I'm home. But it explains why my dad has checked out. She shakes her head. It really fucked with my head. I don't understand why they wouldn't work on it, but instead just accept it was over and agree to date other people. It's embarrassing. Hell, Indy, that is so fucked up. I wish you'd told me sooner. She shakes her head. I think I've been in denial. She swipes some more tears angrily. I want to ask my dad why when he checked out of life with Mom, he checked out of life with me too. Why I'm held at arm's length even though I'm his flesh and blood. I hate that. And sometimes I think I hate him too. Shit. I'm not surprised. I'm so sorry. It's just hypocritical, you know? My mom trying to hook me up all summer made me more bitter, which is why I was so angry when I met you. As if all I was worth was a setup. I mean, who is she to insert herself into my love life when she's completely botched her own? How can she endorse a solid relationship when she's living with a man she's married to on paper only? Yeah, it's fucked. I get why you were so angry now. I'd be the same if my moms did something like that. Talking to her the other night, watching her smug smile about how right she was about us, it made me angry. I wanted to prove her wrong. And there it is. And it was stupid because the one person I should be keeping close, I pushed away. Her hands travel up my chest. I'm sorry, Lincoln. Please, tell me we're going to be okay. Her eyes are pleading, begging, looking for reassurance. And I can't deny her any longer. I want things back to normal just as much as she does. Hell, I want more. But I don't know how to cross that bridge, not yet at least. And definitely not now with how emotional she is. Smoothing my hands up and down her sides, I say, everything is going to be okay, Mayhem. She sucks in a shaky breath and asks, Really? I nod. Really. And then she crashes into my arms, her head to my shoulder, her arms wrapped around me. I grip her even tighter as she sobs into my arms. I'm sorry, Lincoln. I really am. You don't need to apologize, babe. But nothing, Indy. It's not as big a deal as I made it out to be. I was hurt, and I lashed out. Everything is going to be okay. I promise. We sit like that, in my Jeep, cookies uneaten, her holding on to me, curling into me, using me as a lifeline while I soak in every second of it. If I know two things, it's that my mom is a wise woman, and I care so much for this girl that even if I tried, I wouldn't be able to stay away for long. Indy is, no doubt in my mind, long term. Someone I'm always going to need in my life, even if it's only friendship. Indy, I'm going to throw up. Lincoln, why? Where are you? Indy, in my car in your driveway, contemplating throwing up in my passenger seat or driving away? Lincoln, how about neither, but instead you come inside the house? Indy, your moms are going to hate me. Lincoln, or they will love you. Come knock on the door. Indy, I can't move. Lincoln, you're going to make me come get you, aren't you? Indy, I'm in a fragile state. My parents want their respective lovers for dessert. Struggling here, Castle. Lincoln, be right there, babe. I slip on my moccasins, the same present my moms get me every year. I don't really like them, but I wear them anyway. I don't have the heart to tell my moms that I'm not a slippers kind of guy. Pretty sure it would break their generous hearts with the number of pairs they bought me. And don't worry, I have a pair for when I'm home and a pair for when I'm at college. They've got me covered. I open the front door and am blasted by a gust of fall wind, leaves from the ground kicking up and swirling around my feet as I jog toward Indy's red Mazda. I spot her staring at the steering wheel, still looking a little different than I'm used to, more reserved, and that's when I see how hard it is for her to be home. And she's told no one. Her downcast appearance reminds me of when I first met her. Angry, over life. But once she was back at school, away from the drama of her parents, she thrived, and I got to know the beautiful and cool girl that she is. I'm hoping I can bring that girl back. I open her car door and squat down to her eye level. I hold out my hand and smile at her. She takes it and gets out of the car, but before we walk back to the house, I pull her into a hug and she wraps her arms around me, her head falling to my chest. I cup the back of her head and press a kiss to her smooth hair, which is straight and styled over her shoulders. When I pull away, I take in her outfit and smile to myself. She dressed up. Black skinny jeans, a maroon sweater that clings to her tits in all the right ways, gold earrings, and black ankle boots. You look good, Mayhem. And you smell good, too. Jokingly, I tip her chin. You get all fancy for me? She rolls her eyes. You wish. This is for your moms. She leans back into her car, giving me a perfect view of her ass, and she pulls out a pie. French silk. Made it myself. Dressed up and brings dessert. Damn, Mayhem, you might just kill me. Stop it. She playfully swats my stomach. Chuckling, I grab her by the shoulders and walk her to my front door. Before we go in the house, I bend down and whisper, Thanks for coming over. She looks up at me, her appreciative gaze heading straight to my heart. No, Lincoln. Thank you for inviting me. It means more to me than you know. You're always invited to our home, I say, and press one more kiss to the top of her head, because I need the contact. I need her to know that everything's okay, that we're working back toward our normal. I open the door and instantly were greeted by moaning and skin slapping. Michelle, not on Thanksgiving. I just thought of something and wanted to see if it works. Indy will be here any minute. Turn off the porn. Jesus fuck, help me. Through a clenched jaw, I call out through the house, Indy's here. Oh my God, Michelle, turn it off. The sounds grow louder and Indy buries her head in my chest, laughing. That's not the off button, that's the volume. Stop touching things, you're making it worse. The sounds cease, and I hear a collective sigh from both moms, who appear from the den, awkward smiles on their faces. I turn to Indy and say, My moms were hired to update a popular porn website. It's not that they enjoy watching porn on Thanksgiving, it's not a family tradition or anything like that. Technically, it's our second porn site, Mama says, leaning in with her finger pointed to the sky, adding in her correction. Mom pulls her back and says, She doesn't need to know the details. Smiling brightly, Mom steps forward and takes Indy into a hug. It's great to see you again, Indy. You look lovely. Thank you, Mrs. Castle. Call me Laura, and this is my wife, Michelle. Mama holds her hand out for a shake, because she's not much of a hugger, and Indy takes her hand, giving it a gentle shake. Michelle, it's very nice to meet you. Congrats on your second porn site job. Must be thrilling. Why, thank you. And yes, it keeps us on our toes, that's for sure. And I'm pretty sure it's ruined porn for Lincoln, which is great. Can you not, I ask, already considering this a bad idea? I hand Indy's pie to Mom and say, Indy made us a pie. French silk. Michelle, do you remember the last time we had French silk pie? It was in Cancun. She wiggles her brows and I die a slow death inside. Hey, I snap, grabbing their attention. What did we talk about? Don't be perverted wretches with company over. Indy laughs next to me, and when I look at her, she clamps her hand over her mouth, her eyes full of apology. Ah, yes, I do recall Lincoln requesting that, but I guess I was too busy staring at your mom's butt to remember, Mama says, taking the pie from Mom and walking toward the kitchen. Mom follows her closely behind, and I lean against the door, my head pressed to the wood. Whatever happens tonight, please don't hold it against me. Indy pats my back. I can't make any promises. Who the heck is Kanye West? Mama asks, tossing her cards on the table. Indy snickers next to me, and I gently say, Mama, it's Kanye West. What? She throws her hands up. This is absurd. How am I supposed to know these people? Maybe stop watching men's balls flinging around and look into some pop culture, Mom says, gathering our Cards Against Humanity cards and sticking them back in the box. This coming from the lady who didn't know what a queef was, Mama says. You know very well it's a vagina fart. I press my fingers to my brow and say, can we tamp it down on the vagina farts, please? It's a natural thing, and I think society needs to embrace it, not shame it, Mama says, looking far too dignified while talking about flatus from a lady's nether regions. And yes, the only reason I know the word flatus and nether regions is because of the craziness my moms call education. Or we just don't talk about vagina farts with your son and his friend. Mom winks at me. Then I wouldn't be able to see that sweet blush on your cheeks. Standing from the table, I hold my hand out to Indy and say, we need some fresh air. On a laugh, she takes my hand and I walk her to the sliding glass door that leads to the back porch. I snatch a blanket off the couch and then guide her outside, shutting the door behind us. Thankfully, we have a partition that grants us some privacy from prying eyes and a porch swing that's perfect to gather some peace from all the vagina fart and Kane West ridiculousness. I sit on the cushioned swing and steady it, so Indy can sit as well. Instead of facing toward the trees, she faces me and drapes her legs over mine. I cover us both with the blanket and then rest one arm on the back of the swing, the other on top of her leg. Comfortable? I ask her. Extremely. I feel her gaze on me, and then she chuckles. What? She reaches out and runs her thumb over my jaw. It's really cute seeing you with your moms. I kind of like this embarrassed Lincoln, and the best part is, you're never rude or disrespectful to them as you deal with their antics. I mean, yeah, they get on my nerves, but they also gave me a life I never would have had without them. My birth mom was a drug addict, and my birth father wasn't any better. They gave me up at birth, and my moms were called asking if they wanted a newborn baby with a drug addiction. She clutches her chest and sits taller. Oh my God, you were born with an addiction? I nod slowly. Yeah, my birth mom used her entire pregnancy. It's a shock I'm as strong and healthy as I am. But it was hard on my moms. I had a diva moment when I was in middle school and told my moms I wanted to live with my birth parents. No, you didn't. I nod. Unfortunately, and regrettably, I did. They drove me to my mom's parents' house and told them to take me to my birth parents. I didn't think they were serious until my grandparents packed me up in the car and started driving to Detroit. That's where I heard the story of my birth, the pain my moms went through to get me healthy. I cried and begged them to take me back to my mom's. They said they'd only take me back if I spent the rest of my life appreciating the sacrifices they made to raise me. From then on, I put up with whatever they threw my way, even if it's my mom trying to set me up. Indy chuckles. Well, it all worked out. It did. I look out toward the trees. They gave me a great childhood, and things might be slightly different than the quote-unquote normal family, but we have love and appreciation for each other, and that's all that matters. Indy's hand goes to my hair, and she plays with the short strands. The normal isn't all that great. My mom put together the traditional Thanksgiving dinner, and we sat at the table eating, silent, unsure what to say to each other. I would have much rather come over here, had chicken from the crock pot, and roasted potatoes while talking about the porn your mama is watching. Technically not watching, working on. I boop her nose and she smiles. Big difference, Mayhem. Either way, it's the love you guys exude for each other that's making this Thanksgiving so much better. So, thank you for inviting me over. You're always welcome here, Indy. I would say you're always invited to my house, but I fear you'd run into one of my parents' lovers. Yeah. I move my hand over my jaw. That's got to be awkward. You could say that, but I don't want to talk about them. What do you want to talk about then? Anything. Are you going to come back to training sessions on Mondays? I don't know. Are you going to try to hook me up with Jasmine again? She chuckles. No, I learned my lesson. And Brandon, are you, you know, getting to know him? Her eyes pop up to mine. No. Why, do you want me to get to know him? You can do what you want, Indy, I say, growing serious. But I want you to know I'm content with what we have right now. And what is that, exactly? I move my hand to her hair where I play with the silky strands, biding my time to figure out the answer. What is it exactly that we have? Even though we say it's a friendship, I know it runs deeper than that. There are feelings involved, feelings it seems neither one of us wants to admit to, but we rely heavily on when it comes to one another. Is this the moment where I cross that line? All night, watching her with my moms, it felt so real, so right. Joking around, playing games, having a pie-eating contest. I was the winner, naturally, of who could eat the most, although Indy gave me a run for my money. She fits in perfectly, but there's so much ahead of us that I don't know how to navigate. Like, what happens when I'm drafted? She wants to go pro, so what happens when we're both pursuing our dreams and potentially on opposite sides of the country? Our schedules not matching up. It could only lead to heartache, but not having her in my life isn't an option either. Letting out a long breath, I roll my head to the side and say, hell if I know, Indy, but I like you a lot, and I don't want you out of my life. It's a lame answer, but I'm having a hard time expressing myself. Why do you care if Brandon's interested in me? She asks, and it almost seems like she holds her breath as she says it. She's coming in hot with the questions tonight. I drag my hand over my mouth and try to find the right words, hoping and praying she's feeling the same way, that I'm not in this alone. Turning toward her, I decide to go with honesty, because when we're honest, we're closest. Complete. Because I don't want you hanging out with any other guys the way you hang out with me. She smiles and plays with the 3 buttons on my sweater. You want me all to yourself, Castle? Is that a problem? She shakes her head. I want you all to myself, too. It's as if a dam just broke in my body. Relief floods through me. She wants the same thing as me. I'm not in this alone when it comes to these crazy, confusing feelings. Yeah? I ask, moving my hand to the back of her neck. She nods. Yeah. She licks her lips and briefly looks at mine. I've seen this look before. It was once, when we were in my Jeep. She wet her lips, leaned in, and I swear she wanted me to kiss her, but I was too much of a chicken shit to close the space between us. Tonight, though? Fuck, tonight I don't think I can hold back. Not after everything we've been through over the last few days. Not after seeing her interact with my moms, laughing and joking with them. And not after her claiming me for herself. It feels right. Like our relationship has been building to this moment. The tension stretching like a rubber band until we're both at snapping point, buzzing, ready for the next step. I'm ready for the next step. So fucking ready. Gently, I pull her closer by the back of her neck and cock my head to the side, going in for the perfect angle. The space between us diminishes, and just before I lay my lips on hers, I hear a sharp intake of air before her soft, perfect lips meld against mine. It's just a light press at first. I don't move quickly because I want to be able to gauge her reaction in case this isn't what she wanted. But when her hands fall to the side of my head and she intensifies the kiss, I know this is exactly what she wants. Thank fuck. I pull her in closer until she's sitting on my lap. I tilt my head back so she has a good angle and I let her take over my mouth. With slow, languid kisses, her lips feel like puffy clouds, soft and plush as they move over mine. When I first met her, her lips grabbed my attention. They intrigued me immediately, and now that she's kissing me, I know I had good reason to stare at them. She's making me lose all thought as they open over my mouth. We both groan when our tongues clash against each other. I bury my hands into her thick hair, controlling the direction her head goes with my fingers, tilting her to the right, moving her back to the left. Desperation claws at me, eating away at my veins as I try to claim her. The months we've known each other all spilling out onto the deck swing. The tension, the pent-up frustration, all the times I've wanted to touch her more than just a friend would. Her kisses are slow, drugging, irresistible, whereas mine feel urgent with a hint of desperation. I grip her tighter and she moves in closer, her breasts brushing up against my chest, and before I know what to do with myself, her hips start rocking over mine. Oh, fuck. Are you two done with the... Indy shoots off me so fast she nearly flies off the swing. Sorry, didn't realize you two were making out, Mama says. Leave it to Mama to point out the obvious. God, so awkward. I don't think your mom was aware that you're make-out type of friends. Leaning back inside the screen door, Mama shouts, Did you know they made out, Laura? What? I hear the shrill cry of my mom's voice and the pounding of her feet as she comes to the sliding glass door. I bury my head in my hands. You caught them making out? Yep, right there on the swing scene of the crime. Tongue? Mom asks. Too dark to tell. Raising her voice, she says, Link, was there tongue? I glance at a mortified Indy and keep my eyes on her when I answer, There was a small amount of tongue. Her eyes widen and then she buries her head in my shoulder. I put my arm around her and hold her close. Oh my God, there was tongue, Mom says, announcing it loud enough for the neighbors to hear. They were tonguing, Mama says, while clapping her hands to a typical baseball chant. They were tonguing. And this is why I can't have people over, I say to Indy as my moms cheer obnoxiously to the side. Lincoln. Did you make it back to your place? Indy. Yep, Scarlett and I just went shopping. Her parents gave her a $200 gift card for Target, and we spent it all on food and Nerf guns. Lincoln. Nerf guns, really? Indy. Her idea, not mine. We got a Target and we're sitting on the couch, seeing who has the better aim. Lincoln. Kind of jealous. Indy. If I didn't promise Scarlett some best friend time, I'd invite you over, but you know, vaginas only. Lincoln. I think for the first time in my life, I wish I had a vagina. Indy. Things I don't want to know. Lincoln. LOL. Are we still on for tomorrow morning? Indy. Yeah, get ready because I'm going to kick your ass for missing our last session. Lincoln. Wouldn't expect anything else. Have fun with Scarlett. I'll talk to you later. Bye, babe. Indy. Bye, Castle. I set my phone down and push both hands through my hair, just as Hartley walks into the living room. He flops down on the couch next to me, a light smile on his face. Uh-oh. I know that smile. It's the same smile I have on my face, the cornball smile only a girl can put on a guy's face. How was your Thanksgiving break? I ask. Eventful? It was fine. You're a fucking liar, I say, causing him to laugh. Did something happen with Alice? Maybe, but we don't need to talk about that. What I want to know is why you had a goofy grin on your face. Did you make up with Indy? Not wanting to push Hartley because he's always been protective of his relationship with Alice, I say, yeah, we're good. How good? He lifts a brow in my direction. We kissed. Oh shit, really? Hartley reaches out and rubs his palm over my nipples. My dude, getting it done. Can you not? He frowns. When have you ever not wanted me to rub your nipples? All the time. I push him away and laugh. We kissed on the deck swing. My mom's caught us, which in turn ended the night. and I haven't seen her since. Ouch. Have you spoken with her? Yeah, we're going to meet up tomorrow for a leg day again. Okay. So how are you going to greet her? Are you going to puck her up? I pick up the remote and flip through some channels mindlessly. I haven't really thought about it, actually. I don't want to assume she's going to want a kiss, but I also don't want to disappoint her. Ah, the conundrum of a complicated relationship. Fun, isn't it? I get the feeling Hartley's talking about himself as well. Yeah, I think I need to have a conversation with her because I don't know where this is going. And we have such different paths moving forward that I don't want to hurt her. Or have her hurt me. You do have a sensitive heart. He pulls on his shorts, covering his legs more. Maybe skip out on the kiss, give her a high five, and then say we need to talk. Oh, because that seems like a brilliant idea on how to make her second-guess everything that happened. I never said I gave good advice. He steals the remote from me and says, Cake Wars is on, dude. What's wrong with you? How could I be so daft?
Chapter 15. Indy. I put my car in park and hop out. Knowing I'm running a minute late, I jog down to the side entrance of the stadium where Lincoln's leaning against the wall, phone in front of him. When he spots me, a gorgeous smile falls across his lips. Hey, Mayhem, you're late. A minute. I was wearing spandex that kept falling down and didn't feel like mooning you, so I changed. I would have been okay with the mooning. Of course you would have, I say, pushing at him, only for his arms to capture me against his chest. I thought about this moment all weekend. The next time I saw him, what he would do. Would he go back to the friendship zone? Would he kiss me on the side of the head, or would he kiss me on the lips? Now that I'm in his arms, staring up at him, my mind flashes to the swing on his back porch, his lips on mine, the way he felt so strong and confident beneath me, as if he's the foundation I'm building a new and exciting life on. The kiss was sweet at first, as flashes of light sparked behind my eyes. I was enamored with how slow he took it. But then, when his fingers dug into me, the desperation flowing through his fingertips, I was more than enamored. I was addicted. I like his moms a lot. Felt jealous that Lincoln has such amazing parents. But when they caught us, essentially pulling Lincoln's lips away from mine, I wanted to die a slow, tragic death. And then all weekend, all I could think about was having his lips on me again. What? I ask, resting my chin on his chest. Did you miss me this weekend? Not even a little, I answer, lying through my teeth. I was glad to have the reprieve, actually, since you tried to suck my soul out of me with that kiss. His head falls back as he laughs. You were the one who started to dry hump me. Please. I was just trying to get comfortable. Oh, okay. Keep saying that to yourself, he says, tilting my chin up and placing the softest, lightest kiss on my lips. When he pulls away, his smile is just as wide as mine. Time to work out, Mayhem. Hope you're ready, I say, pulling away. He snatches my hand in his and walks me through the stadium to the weight room where we set up. I add a few different drills, turn on the music, strip down to my sports bra and spandex, and clap my hands. Warm up, Castle. His eyes travel down my body, then back up. His tongue wets his lips. Why do I feel like we broke a seal with that kiss? And things just got a lot more interesting. Why are you always staring? I ask from across the showers. Not staring, just making sure you wash everything. That's being a good friend. I'm aware of how to wash my body. He shakes his head. No, you're doing it all wrong. Let me come over there and show you. I point at him, soap falling in foamy suds down to the tiles. You stay right where you are, Castle. Don't even think about coming over here. Your loss. Be stinky. Not my problem. You're fun to be around today, I say sarcastically as I rinse my hair, preparing for conditioner. I come prepared now. I still use their body soap, but I bring my own shampoo and conditioner so my hair doesn't take ages to comb out after. Thanks, babe. That wasn't a compliment. Too bad. He chuckles. The delicious sound vibrates off the tiles. I took it as one. His shower flips off and I see him grab for his towel. Sure you don't need any help? I have 2 spare hands now. He's drying his body, and it has to be one of the most erotic things I've ever seen, especially when his hair is spiked in all different directions after drying it. Not happening, Castle. Now go change. You owe me breakfast. Since when? Since I'm getting you to 95. I rinse the conditioner out and hear him mumble something under his breath before he walks away. I finish up in the shower, dry off, and head to one of the bathroom stalls where I change into a clean pair of underwear and matching black bra. I flip my head upside down, put the towel around my hair, and clinch it in a turban. Not caring that Lincoln sees me in my bra and underwear, I gather my things and head into the locker room and run straight into Coach Disick. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ, he says, slapping his hands over his face. Castle! My throat immediately closes up and humiliation washes over me. Oh, dear Christ, Lincoln's coach saw me in my underwear. In black matching underwear. A thong! He saw me in a thong! Lincoln runs over and his face falls flat when he sees me standing in front of his coach holding my clothes to my chest, a horrified expression on my face. Oh, shit. Sorry, coach. Get her out of here. Yeah, sorry, coach. He's stumbling over his words. We weren't doing anything, in case you were wondering. We didn't have sex or anything. God, stop talking, Lincoln. We showered together, but in separate stalls. I haven't seen her naked. We kissed once, and my mom's caught us, but that's it. Nothing you need to worry about. No semen in the locker room. I know how you hate that. Shut the fuck up, Castle, and get her out of here before anyone else sees her. Coach Disick steps aside and, of course, Lincoln can't manage to shut up. She's been helping me with my leg strength. It's all business in the weight room. I might stare at her butt when she squats, but it's all business. Lincoln, I mumble. I don't care what you stare at. Just don't let me see her again. Okay, sure, yeah. Just so you know, we're here every Monday, so try to avoid this time. Piping up, because I see a beady vein in Coach Disick's forehead popping, I say, I won't be in here again, Coach. I'm sorry. He waves his hand at me and peeks through his fingers for a second. I thought that was you, Mayhem. He clenches his teeth and turns away, lowering his hand but with his back to me. If you can get this kid to 95, I don't care if you use the bathroom in my office. He starts to walk away and then says, Nice goal to win the conference, by the way. Then he takes off, leaving Lincoln and me alone. Once the door shuts, I melt to the floor and cover my mouth as a laugh escapes me. Oh my God. I think I might have just died from humiliation. Coach Disick saw me in my bra and underwear. Pretty sure he's more humiliated. Lincoln pulls me to my feet and rests his hands on my hips. Be happy it was Disick and not one of my teammates, because they'd never let us live it down. Disick, on the other hand, he'll forget all about this and then randomly on a Tuesday ask how my trainings are going with you. Guarantee it. So he's okay with you guys having girls in the locker room? I wouldn't say that, but he's used to it by now. You know, because of the legend. How could I forget the legend? I roll my eyes and go to my bag where my clothes are. Does he believe in it? Not sure. Lincoln comes up next to me and starts getting dressed himself. But if you want, we could test it out and tell him if it works. I pause, one leg in my pants, the other out when I look up at a grinning Lincoln. You're so lame. Worth a try, he chuckles. Now, what do you want for breakfast? Egg scramble from Lakeview, have an everything bagel with butter fruit salad and a coffee. Is that all? He asks. Watch it. I might get a cinnamon bun. Hope your meal card is ready to be lit up. You're lucky I like you, Mayhem. I slip my shirt over my turban head and say, pretty sure you're the lucky one, Castle. Indy. I have a confession that I really don't want to confess. Lincoln. You have me intrigued. Lay it on me. Indy. Promise you won't make fun of me. Lincoln. No. Indy. Aren't you charming? Lincoln. I try to be. Indy. You know what? I think I'm good on the confession. Lincoln. Oh, no, you don't. You have to tell me now. Indy. I don't have to do anything. Lincoln. You're so goddamn stubborn. It's infuriating. Indy. And yet you still hang out with me. Lincoln. I'm addicted to the challenges you present. What can I say? Indy. Are you talking about how I beat you at Mario Kart again this past weekend? Lincoln. And other things. Indy. Still nursing your wounds? Lincoln. A little. I let Hartley lick them the other day. His tongue has magical healing powers. Indy. Strangely enough, I can picture it, and I can't tell if I'm more disturbed by the image it provokes or if I'm disturbed that I have a vivid enough imagination to see it clearly in my head. Lincoln. I think both are disturbing. Indy. And here I was going to confess something to you. Never mind. Lincoln. Stop stalling and just tell me. Indy. Fine. Are you ready? Lincoln. All ears. Indy. Deep breath. I'm sore from our workout yesterday. Lincoln. You're what? Lincoln. Wiggles finger in ear. Lincoln. Did you just say you're sore? Indy. Yep. Should have never said anything. Lincoln. Shouts from megaphone. Everyone, Indy Mayhem, the cockiest workout partner I've ever known, has admitted to being sore. Split the heavens, because I think I might have just died a happy death. Indy. You could not be more annoying. Lincoln. I don't know what you expected. You know I love to gloat about the Almighty's weaknesses. Indy. Maybe I was looking for understanding, some fellowship from our workout. Maybe you were sore too, and I was trying to help you feel better. Lincoln. I'm good, babe. But your concern is sweet. Indy. Once again, I'm annoyed. Are you annoyed now? Lincoln asks, standing in front of my bedroom door, holding a bag from Frankie Donuts and another bag from the local pharmacy. Do you really think donuts are the way to my heart? Yes, he says on a laugh, walking into my room and shutting the door behind him. It's a Tuesday, you know. Well aware of the days of the week. He sets his things down and hands me the bag. We don't normally see each other on Tuesdays. Well, I don't think we'll melt if we stray from routine. I think we're okay. I pick out a strawberry lemonade donut. You're sassy today. Ignoring me, he motions to my body. What's sore? Why? I ask suspiciously. He digs into his bag and pulls out some massage oil. From the mere sight of the pink and white bottle, my body grows blissfully happy with excitement. I swallow hard, the donut feeling like a brick as it travels down to my stomach. Hamstrings. Okay, lie down, I'll get to work. Get to work as in massage me? Yup, thought that was a given. Go on. Are you serious? No, I'm joking. He gives me a get real look. Of course I'm serious. Now lie down on your stomach before I change my mind. Okay, I say cautiously. Should I take off my pants? That would make things easier. Such a smartass, I mutter, pushing my pants down, revealing a green pair of boy shorts that barely cover my butt. Don't get frisky. Pfft, I have better things to do than get frisky. I have muscles to massage with these large man hands of mine. I'm about to finish my donut and lie down when I pause, my hand halfway to my mouth. Why did you say that? Say what? My eyes narrow. Large man hands. That specific term. He smirks and I already know before he answers. Scarlett and I had a great conversation earlier today when I ran into her at the event center. I'm going to murder her. I pop the rest of my donut in my mouth and charge toward my door, but Lincoln stops me. No need to earn yourself jail time. She didn't say much, other than you really like my hands and think they're sexy. I finish chewing, swallow, and say, well, lucky for her, information can travel both ways. Just wait until I see Hutton next. Ruthless, he chuckles. Now lie on your stomach. Muttering under my breath about Scarlett, I lie down and rest my hands under my head. We should invite Hutton over for dinner. Really shock the shit out of Scarlett. Or you and I can order in and hang out on our own. Or that, I say just as I feel oil drip onto my legs. My body stiffens from the cold, but then quickly relaxes when I feel Lincoln's hands flatten against my aching muscles and smoothly glide up and down. Oh, God, that feels good. I moan, unable to help myself. His hands pause and he shifts on the bed. If you could not moan, that would be appreciated. Chuckling, I say, sorry, but it feels so good after my hammies have been so tight. Well, I didn't think this through very well because I'm staring at your ass, massaging your legs, listening to you moan. I glance over my shoulder and see how bright Lincoln's cheeks already are. Getting turned on, Castle? No, he chokes out. I just smile and lay my head back down. I would say you don't have to do this, but now I'm thinking this is better payment than breakfast after training. His hands slip up my legs, just below my butt, and then go back down. He starts with what I believe to be closed fists, moving them up and down, and then switches to rotating his thumbs over my sensitive muscles, starting on the outer part of my legs and moving inward and up. His thumbs travel slowly, methodically, and soon I'm lost in the feeling of his sexy hands caressing me, kneading me. They reach the crease of my ass where my legs connect, and he digs a little deeper. Ah, I say on a long moan, my ass moving against his fingers. He doesn't say anything, just coughs and then moves back down my legs. My skin heats up, the back of my neck growing sweaty as he digs his fingers up my inner thighs. And when he travels along the base of my ass to just below my hip, my entire body breaks out in a sweat. A wave of arousal pulses between my legs. God, I'm turned on. So turned on that I'm hot in my sweatshirt. Hold on, I say, feeling breathless. I remove my sweatshirt, leaving me in my sports bra and boy shorts, the cold air tingling against my scorching skin. Do you want me to do your back too? I want you to do me. Legs are fine. I was just getting hot. Okay. Reaching for my phone, I say, mind if I play music? That's cool, he answers. So I press my favorite playlist, and the first song to come on is Fallen by Jessica Mowboy. It's the perfect tempo, the perfect mood for what's happening. There's only one light on in my room, my desk lamp, so it's not very bright. and my mattress and comforter combination has me losing myself in comfort, as well as the feel of his hands, creating a relaxing mood. "Have I ever told you what a great ass you have?" Lincoln says, his voice sultry, gliding over me like a cool fan, chilling my heated skin. "No," I say, feeling sleepy. "Well, it's a great ass." His fingers travel to right below my cheeks, cutting into the sensitive spot, kneading and pressing, and my arousal kicks up another notch. My clit starts to throb. And just when I don't think I can take it anymore, his hands travel back down again. I groan and grip the comforter below me tightly. His fingers travel to the backs of my knees, kneading softly, and then my inner thigh, where he smooths his thumbs over them at a snail's pace. Unconsciously, my butt lifts off the mattress as the pressure between my legs builds to a heavy pulse. I spread my legs wider, and his fingers go higher this time, so high that I swear they almost touch my underwear. "Oh, God," I groan, moving my head to the side and taking a deep breath. My nipples harden as he travels back down. I'm seconds away from begging him to touch me, to move his hands up higher, to relieve the pressure. "Jesus, mayhem," he whispers, moving his hands back up again until they're at the highest point of my inner thighs. I move my ass so his hands connect with my covered pussy and I moan, doing it again. "Indy," he says breathlessly. "Touch me. Please touch me." "Babe, this wasn't my intention." "I don't care," I say, moving my ass again. Hell. His hands pause, and I wait on bated breath, hoping and praying he crosses this next line with me. It almost feels like he's not going to. And then I feel the lightest touch along my ass. He moves down, lower and lower. "Motherfucker, Indy," he says as his fingers connect with my pussy. "You're soaked. Please stroke me." I reach down to the waistband of my underwear and lower them over my ass. "Remove these." "Are you sure?" he asks, hesitant. "More than sure." Slowly, he removes my underwear, and that's when I spread even wider, and I lift my ass ever so slightly, giving him a better angle. Fuck, Indy, this is so hot. His thumb passes over my crease, and then it rubs against my aching and throbbing clit. When he connects with it, my head buries into the mattress and I let out a long moan. It's been so long since I've had someone touch me here, since I've been this turned on, and I can feel myself unraveling quickly. His thumb continues to apply pressure to my clit as his fingers splay out over my backside, and I ride his thumb, using my hips to apply pressure where I need it. "In me. I want your fingers in me." He drags some of my arousal back and then slips his fingers inside me. "Oh, fuck. That's perfect. Oh, Christ, Lincoln, I love your hands. I fucking love them." I move my hips, making him pulse in and out of me, his thumb staying on my clit. I breathe heavily into the comforter as my veins tingle. The passion I have for this man starts to mount, climbing and climbing, sensations pulling me in every which way. Pleasure burns through me. My stomach bottoms out. My clit shudders. And as I pulse one more time against him, my orgasm tips over the edge. Liquid fire rips through me, causing me to scream into the comforter as I come. "Ride it out, babe," he says, continuing to move his thumb over my clit, sending aftershocks of pleasure through me until I can't take it anymore and still. Breathing heavily, I keep my head plastered to the bed as I fall from my orgasmic high. Oh my God, Lincoln. He chuckles and smooths his hand over my ass and up to my lower back and then back down. Feel good, Mayhem? Amazing. I can't remember the last time I came that hard. Gradually, I sit up, the massage oil slippery against my legs. A shower is in order. I stand from the bed and move right in front of him. I watch as his hungry eyes travel the length of my body. Why not give him an even better show? I reach to my sports bra and peel it off, tossing it to the ground. Lincoln's eyes widen and then turn into molten lava when I climb onto his lap. His hands immediately go to my waist where he holds me in place, just in the right spot where I can feel how incredibly hard he is. My hands fall to his chest, and then I move them to the hem of his shirt and peel it up and over his head. Perfection. He's absolute perfection. I roam my hands over his sculpted shoulders and down to his pecs. I seriously love your body so much, Lincoln. It's such a turn-on, and I know I'm never going to get enough of it. Same, Mayhem, he says, his hands floating to my breasts. Jesus, you're so hot. His thumb drags over my nipples, and I suck in a sharp breath right before he brings one of my breasts to his mouth and sucks on it. Yes, I sigh, tilting my head back, urging him to take charge. My hands slip into his hair and I tug as his mouth, teeth, and tongue work together over my breasts. I've wanted this for so long, to move past friendship with Lincoln and become more intimate. I've wanted it so bad that when he's at his own place and I'm dying with need, I masturbate to his image in the shower, wet and sculpted. So perfect. His lips travel up my chest to my collarbone and then neck. I feel him suck and bite for a few seconds, but I don't even care if he leaves a mark. I hope he does. So when I walk around tomorrow, people will know. I don't just hold Lincoln's hand around campus, but he's actually mine. I rub my bottom against his erection, and after the first pass, his mouth pauses on my skin and he stills my hips. I can't handle you dry humping me, babe. He peels away to look me in the eyes, and I see desperation, desire, and need for so much more. Smiling, I get off him and take his hand in mine, pulling him up from the bed. Thankfully, Scarlett and I each have ensuite bathrooms in our townhome, so I walk Lincoln to my connecting bathroom and switch on the shower. While the water heats up, I turn my attention back to Lincoln and glance at his sweatpants covered in oil with a rather large bulge pressing against the fabric. I have sweatpants of yours I've borrowed that you can wear. Babe, that is the last thing on my mind right now. Chuckling, I take a step forward and play with the waistband of his sweats and briefs. What's on your mind? You. All of you.
Chapter 16. Lincoln. Sweatpants? Clothing? What? Is she insane? All the blood has rushed to my dick. I can only think of two things. The way her pussy clenched around my fingers, contracting and convulsing, and her naked body. How I got so lucky, I'll never know. But I'm not going to waste this opportunity talking about dirtied sweatpants. Her hands explore, and the feel of her palms over my skin is an erotic sensation adding to the heat building at the base of my spine. They link behind my neck, and she stands on her toes to reach me, so I pick her up and set her on the counter, where I spread her legs and squat in front of her. "Lincoln?" She gasps, right before I press my tongue against her clit. Her right leg snaps up to the counter for stability. "You taste fucking amazing." I swipe at her, loving the sultry sounds falling past her lips, the way her hand seems to always tangle in my hair, and the tension in her legs, while her pelvis moves toward my mouth. I love that. I love that she takes what she wants. She doesn't wait for me to do the work, but she works with me to bring her to completion. "The water," she says on a heavy breath. "Don't want to waste it." I hate that she's right. I give her a few more swipes, building her almost to orgasm, but then I pull away, reluctantly. She gasps out loud and her eyes fly open, just in time to catch me stripping down to nothing. Her mouth falls open when I grip my erect cock and stroke it. Her eyes attached to my hands, watching me tug and pull. Pre-cum falls past the tip and I use that for lubrication, dragging my hand over it and then back down. Her eyes gleam with lust. She steps down from the counter and goes to the shower where she opens the glass door. It's a larger shower than I expected, but I'm grateful for the space as I step in, and she pulls me under the spray of water. Without a word, she picks up the soap and runs it over my chest. "Fuck," I mutter, loving the feel of her hands roaming my body, across my abs, and then back up to my pecs where she pinches my nipple, pulling a deep groan from me. "God, Lincoln," she says quietly, putting the soap down and using the residual suds in her hands to spread down to my cock. My stomach hollows out in anticipation, and the first touch of her hand to my dick has me nearly shooting out of my own skin. "So big," she says. "I love how big you are." Feels weird to say thank you, so I don't say anything. I try to steady my legs as she plays with my cock. At first, she's gentle, almost like she's giving it a massage, using her fingers to twist around the tip and then gently fall down the underside of the shaft to my balls, where she lightly rolls them in her hand. It's torture, her feather-like touch. Not what I need. And I'm about to say something when she moves so the water rinses the soap off me. Her hand goes to my chest, pushing me against the cold tile, and then she drops to her knees and grabs my cock, pulling it into her mouth. "Fucking hell," I say, my voice vibrating off the tiled walls. "Oh, shit, Indy, that feels so good." She presses her hands against my thighs, opens her mouth even wider, and before I know it, she's taking me deep, swallowing every time I'm at the hilt. Stars burst in the back of my eyes as she continues to suck me in and out of her mouth, her head bobbing, her wet hair clinging to her, her eyes steady on mine. It's sexy as fuck, taking the experience to a whole other level, a level I've never been to before. I feel useless as I lean against the tiles, my palms against the hard surface, unable to do anything but let this beautiful and amazing woman deep throat me in her shower. She dips down and then pulls all the way off. I want to cry from the loss of her warm mouth, but then she takes in the tip, sucking hard as her hand pumps me. "Oh, shit, babe," I say, feeling my legs giving out as a tingling sensation climbs up them, traveling to my knees, pulling in every which way, merging to my groin where all the blood in my body pools. She sucks hard, and then flicks her tongue, sucks, and flicks, sucks, and flicks. "Babe, Indy, I'm going to come," I croak, my voice strained as I hold back as my orgasm is seconds away. And that's when she grips me again and takes me all the way to the back of her throat. Pleasure, white, hot euphoria explodes through me, ripping me apart. My cock convulses and twitches in her mouth. Holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ, I mutter, attempting to catch my breath. That was the first time I felt like I was going to black out during a blowjob or even during sex. She places kiss after kiss up my body, and when she's fully standing, she kisses my jaw and quietly says, "Wash my hair for me?" I pull her into a hug, loving her soft body against mine, her breasts against my chest, her hard nipples indicating she's turned on. From sucking me off. Fuck me. Wash hair? I gasp, because what she just did was extraordinary. Of course. Just give me a second. She chuckles against my chest and snuggles in closer as I try to float back down from what I can only describe as heaven. We should get food, Indy says, cuddled into me on her bed. We should, I say, my hand on her backside lifting my shirt, which she seems to love wearing and toying with her soft skin. After I caught my breath, I finished the job I started on the counter, lifting one of her legs onto my shoulder and eating her out until she was screaming. Fucking phenomenal. Once I'd washed her hair, we finished up, coming out to a text message on Indy's phone. Scarlett, so you guys just had sex? Indy and I chuckled, then she texts back. Indy, just oral. Scarlett, if that was just oral, please make sure I'm out of the house when you two actually do it, because damn, girl. Scarlett's response made me laugh and yearn for what's to come. We then got dressed. I wore a pair of my sweats Indy had borrowed in the past, and Indy threw on my Brentwood baseball shirt and a pair of boy shorts. We crashed on her bed, and that's where we've been ever since. Want me to order something to be delivered? I ask her. She sighs. I really don't want to move. I'm so comfortable. I can get it. She shakes her head. I don't want you to move either. You're what makes this comfortable. Chuckling, I reach for her phone and pull up the text message from Scarlett. Indy, if we order food and get you something too, will you bring it to our room? She texts back right away. Scarlett, postcoital paralysis, I get it. Order me a small cheese pizza and we're cool. I show Indy the screen and she smiles against my chest. I then pick up my phone and order pizza through a delivery app, soon returning my hands to Indy's skin, reveling in how it feels under my palms. You are such a smart man. I have my moments. I stick my hand under the waistband of her underwear and keep it there, loving that I can hold her without worrying if I'm crossing a line. This is going to sound incredibly cheesy, she says, her voice sleepy, content. But I've never come when a guy has had his fingers inside me. But I knew just from how you were massaging my legs that you could do it. She kisses my chest. It felt so good, Link, like earth-shattering good. I swear I can still feel your fingers inside me. Are you trying to turn me on? If so, you're doing a good job, I say, feeling my dick start to stir. Just being honest. It was different for me and startling, but amazing, too. I kiss the top of her head. I like it when you're honest. I stroke her hair and say, to tell you the truth, I've never had an orgasm that's taken over my entire body. It's always been a release, but having you deep throat me like that. Damn, Indy. I fucking saw stars. You're not just saying that? I shake my head even though her head is rested against my chest. No, I wouldn't lie to you. What you did in the shower was fucking unbelievable. Her fingers caress my chest. So I guess that would make us compatible. I laugh and squeeze her to me. I would say more than compatible. She's silent for a second, and I can practically hear her mind spinning with questions. So, not to get super clingy on you, but what does this mean? She sits up and turns so she's facing me, and then lies across my chest. I move my hand up her thigh, wanting to keep the connection. Are you asking if we're exclusive? We better be, she says on a nervous laugh. Reassuring her, I squeeze her thigh and say, We are, babe. That's not what I was asking, though. Her finger draws lazy circles on my chest. I know this is crazy, and it's like, okay, we just gave each other oral, so slow down, Indy. But we're going in different directions, you know? Ah, you're freaking out about the future. Aren't you? She asks, nibbling on her bottom lip. Babe, I'm still trying to remember my name after what you just did to me. I'm being serious, Lincoln. So am I. I chuckle and then let out a long breath and push my hand through my hair. Okay, so we like each other. That's obvious from the way you can't seem to stop staring at me. I should have known you were going to make this difficult, she says with a roll of her eyes. Always, especially when it comes to teasing you. I give her leg a shake. You're going pro after you graduate, and if all goes well, I'm drafted after the end of my season this year, which, yes, makes things difficult. Very difficult, she says, looking at my chest and then peeking up. But I don't think I can stop touching you and wanting you at this point. Same. She purses her lips to the side and says, I have an idea, but I don't want you to get mad about it. I won't get mad. We're having a mature conversation. We're being open and honest right now. It would be stupid for me to get mad. Okay. She takes a deep breath and then says, I like you a lot, Link. More than I think I should given my goals for the year, but I can't seem to stay away. Me neither, babe. But I know the likelihood of us staying together after you leave is very slim, especially once I hopefully go pro. Yeah. I sigh, gripping the short strands in my hair. That realization sucks. Hurts. So, I guess I'm suggesting we stay friends. I lean up on my elbows. Friends after what just happened? She presses her hand against my chest, soothing me. Friends with benefits. Before I can say anything, she quickly adds, You're my best friend besides Scarlett, and I can't imagine not hanging out with you for the rest of the year, or touching you, and kissing you. I don't want to get my heart involved, though. Keep things casual and fun. No expectations. And what do you propose happens when I get drafted? I ask, feeling wary about her idea. We'll figure that out when we get there. But I think we should just, hang and... Fuck? I ask with a lift of my brow and a chuckle. I mean, yeah. She looks at me nervously, as if she's unsure what I'm going to say. So that means no dates? She shakes her head. No dates. Just continue to hang and do what we do best, with the added benefit of touching private parts. I do like that added benefit. The idea works for me, as it gives me the opportunity to still be around her, but also touch her in ways I've wanted to for so long. I'd like to take her on dates, because that's what she deserves, but I can understand her hesitation. Who knows what spring will bring? Why add on the stress of a relationship? Friends with benefits could really work. So, what do you say? She asks, her nerves making her that much more irresistible. Fuck buddies? Exclusive fuck buddies, I add, and her smile grows as she cups my face and brings her lips to mine. I fall back in her bed, helping her lie on top of me as we kiss. Yeah, I could really get used to this. You boys ready? I ask, bounding down the stairs of my house, feeling lighter on my feet than normal. Why? Indie mayhem. After our declaration of choosing to be fuck buddies, we ate pizza, and then she gave me one hell of a hand job that I can still feel 4 days later, pulling at all the muscles in my groin. She then proceeded to stick my hand down her underwear, and I most definitely obliged. I'll tell you right now, watching Indy come has got to be the sexiest thing I've ever seen. Her mouth falls open, her nipples pucker, and her legs part as her pelvis shifts up and down, searching out every last moment of pleasure. And she's so fucking open about her body. She's not shy, she doesn't care that I watch her walk around naked, and she has no problem pulling my pants down to take what she wants, giving what she wants. It's fucking hot. She's hot. And I'm one happy man. Hartley's sitting on the couch, tossing a football in the air. When I hit the bottom step, he tosses the ball at me and I catch it with one hand, then run toward Rusty, who nearly tackles me to the floor. "Nothing gets through this brick house," Rusty says as I attempt to catch my balance but fall to my ass instead. Hutton laughs his ass off and says, "I wish I caught that on video. The Great Lincoln Castle taken down would have gotten me at least 2,000 more followers on TikTok." "Dude, are you really on TikTok?" Asher asks, coming into the room while holding a bowl of cereal. I haven't seen him around in a while, nor has he been very vocal lately. It's concerning, but I'm not about to press him, because when Asher is ready to talk, he will talk. "Hell yeah, I'm on TikTok. Scar and I did a dance together yesterday." The room falls silent as we all stare at Hutton. Scar? Dancing? Something has happened to our man-whore friend. "What?" Hutton looks around. "Am I not allowed to have fun?" "You just referred to Scarlett as Scar, and you're doing dances with her on TikTok? Sorry if we're a little shocked." He just shrugs. "It is what it is." "And what is it, exactly?" Hartley asks. "My life, so keep the hell out of it." Deacon comes down the stairs and starts clapping his hands. "Today's the day, boys. We win this, we go to the bowl." "In the bag," Hutton says casually. "Nebraska has no idea what kind of freight train is coming for them." "Don't be too cocky," Hartley says. "We show the work on the field." "Dude, we got this," Hutton says, standing and going to the kitchen where I hear him root around in the pantry. Rusty walks up to Hartley and pats him on the shoulder. "We do, man. Stop worrying. We got this." "Worrying?" I ask, plopping down on the couch. I toss the ball back to Hartley and ask, "When have you ever been worried?" He looks back at the kitchen and then leans in toward me. "Not worried, just nervous. My dad and Jake Taylor are coming to the game today. They have field passes." "Ah, and you want to impress." "Who doesn't want to impress their parents?" "True. It feels like additional adrenaline rushes through me when my moms are in the stands." "Exactly, but it isn't just my dad." He tosses the ball in the air and I make the connection. Alice's dad will be there. "Does he know about you guys?" He shakes his head. "He doesn't, and I'm not sure he'd be cool with it either." Harley rubs his hand over his face. "They want to go out to dinner after. I'm not going to be cool about it, especially if we lose." "Hey." I take the ball from him and then lightly toss it back. He catches it and finds the seams. "Focus on the game, and the rest will come to you. But the most important thing is blocking out your personal life and pushing the ball down the field." "Yeah, I know you're right." He sighs and then says, "So, Scarlett told Hutton about your orgasm fest the other day with Indy." Hartley grins and I'm instantly annoyed. Of course Hutton wouldn't keep his mouth shut. "What's going on there? You dating?" "No," I answer. "Just having fun." "Just having fun." He nods and tosses the ball, catching it himself. "Okay, because that seems like a good idea." "It is," I answer. "We're both in a spot where we can't get into anything serious, so we're just going to have fun. Hang out. And if she happens to sit on my dick, then so be it. Hartley chuckles to himself and then says, "Sounds like a recipe for disaster." "How so?" He gives me a very good side eye. "Come on, you really think you're not going to grow feelings for the girl? I've already noticed a change in you. Convince yourself all you want, but when the time comes to part, it's going to be a lot more painful than you think. Aren't you a ray of sunshine today?" I stand from the couch and Hartley blocks my path. "Sorry, man. Just stressed." "I know." I give him a fist pump. "You're going to be awesome. You're not an All-American for no reason. Focus on seeing the field and then concentrate on everything else after that." He nods, so I take off toward the kitchen where the rest of the guys have congregated. There's an air in the house. Playoff air. The boys are buzzing, testosterone is flowing, and I can feel great things are in the works. "I seriously feel like I'm going to throw up," Indy says next to me. "I'm never this nervous during my own games, so why am I a lunatic now?" I lift my ball cap and push my hand through my hair, feeling as uneasy as the rest of the crowd around us. 15 seconds left to play. Brentwood is down by 4 points. We need a touchdown. Hartley has been magic on the field all day, but he threw one interception while being tackled that has put them behind. "Yeah, I'm nervous too," I say, hopping up and down. My boys are all around us. Scarlett is next to Indy, and the buzz of the game has us all shaken up. The boys take the field and Hartley gets into position, pointing out defensive moves to look for. His deep grunt is heard around the stadium. The ball is snapped, he falls into the pocket, the lineman giving him time to find Hutton, who's cutting down the right side of the field. Everyone in the crowd holds their breath as Hartley falls back and throws the ball. It sails in the air. Indy grabs my arm, and Hutton's arm reaches to catch the ball. He pulls it into his chest and makes a run for the end zone. The crowd erupts. Nebraska's hot on his heels, but the man is a machine. He kicks up the speed, escaping a tackle and diving into the end zone before being taken down. The refs hold up their arms for a touchdown, and the stadium bursts into cheers. Indy and Scarlett jump up and down together as both my hands go to my head. Fuck, that was phenomenal. The boys celebrate on the field while the stands shake with excitement. They're going to the Governor's Bowl, 3rd year in a row. "Oh my God, I'm going to bang him so hard tonight," Scarlett announces to us as she claps. There's no doubt in my mind that's going to happen. "This calls for a party," I say. "We need to celebrate." Hartley's nowhere to be found, but we can't hold off any longer. I lift my red cup to the air and say, "To the boys who represented today." They lift their cups as well. "Kick some ass at the Governors." They all cheer and most of them drain their cups, then head to the keg for a refill. We kept the party small. It's just the football team, baseball team, and people's significant others/fuck buddies. Just enough to celebrate, but not too many where you can't move in the house. I hop off the counter and go straight to Indy, where I grip her around the waist and spin her around. She laughs and grips my shirt to keep herself steady. I lean down and press a kiss to her lips that she quickly returns while holding on to my cheeks. If people didn't know we were together before, they know now. I hear a few people call out my name in celebration, and I just wave at them while I keep my lips on Indy's, who opens her mouth, inviting me in. I groan against her mouth and slip my tongue inside. I find a wall and back her up against it. Her hands fall to the loops of my jeans and she tugs on them while I press my hands against the wall behind her, keeping my mouth fused with hers. Sweet and titillating, she tastes so fucking good, like strawberries and beer. We didn't drink at the game like everyone else, and we only had one beer at the party. I think it's because we're both aware of what's going to happen tonight, and we want to be alert when it does. I haven't seen her all week other than in class, as our schedules have clashed, so when I picked her and Scarlett up for the game, I was more than ready to take her back to my bedroom. Now, It's all I want to do. I pull away and lean closer to her ear where I whisper, "Want to go upstairs?" "Can you?" she asks, looking up at me with those stunning eyes of hers. "I can do whatever the hell I want." She smiles and then nods. Taking my hand in hers, we walk through the living room to the stairs and straight back to my bedroom. I close the door behind me with my foot, and then lean against it, taking her in. She wore a Brentwood U-shirt and a pair of skinny jeans. Her hair is straight, and, well, fuck. She's stunning. Nodding at her, I say, "Strip for me, babe." "Just like that? You think I'm going to listen to your demands?" she asks, sticking her hands in her back pockets, pushing her breasts out even more. "Yeah, I do." She chuckles and kicks off her shoes. I do the same. "I don't know. I think I need to be convinced how much you want me." I glance at my crotch and say, "Come feel me, and you'll figure it out quickly." "No. Tell me something. Every admission will grant you a piece of clothing." She wants to play a game. I'm down, especially if it means she's stripping. "Okay. The first time I ever met you at Boondoggles, I couldn't stop staring at the way your tits bounced when you celebrated a victory." A sly smile spreads across her face. "I saw you checking me out." She strips her shirt off, leaving her in a pink lacy bra. I drag my hand over my mouth. "Wear that just for me?" "Maybe. Now tell me something else." "The first night you slept over, I desperately wanted to slip my hand under your shirt. Anything. To feel your skin. I was fucking burning for you like I am right now." Satisfied with that answer, she pushes her pants down, revealing a matching thong. Clothes pushed away, she saunters over to me and drags her hand up my shirt, taking it off. I stand there, enjoying her hands roaming the contours of my chest right before they fall to my jeans. She undoes them and pushes them all the way to the floor where I step out of them, leaving me in just my boxer briefs. She moves her hand to my groin and cups me in her palm. A sweet moan bubbles up and out of her throat as she falls to her knees and peels my briefs down. Leaning against the door, I suck in a sharp breath when she cups my balls and brings her lips to them, where she presses a light kiss, her mouth just a whisper on me. My dick twitches above her with every touch of her mouth, begging to be taken in. Her tongue peeks out and draws a long line up the underside of my cock, and then she stands and brings me to the bed where she makes me sit. I lean back on my elbows, staring at her gorgeous body. My dick wants inside her, urgently. Turning around, she shows me her sweet ass, the globes so perfect that I want to bite into each of them. She spreads my legs, grips my knees, and starts working her ass over my cock. "Oh, fuck, babe, are you trying to kill me?" "No, just waiting for more evidence." "Is my cock not evidence enough?" "I want to hear it from your lips." My length falls between her two warm globes, and I suck in a sharp breath to keep myself from losing it. Fuck. "Our first training," I groan out, my voice pained. "When you were squatting in your bike shorts, I couldn't stop staring at your ass and the way your tits were practically spilling out of your sports bra." She reaches behind her and unhooks her bra, dropping it to the floor. I sit up and look over her shoulder at her fantastic tits. I grip them, letting the weight of them float in my hands. Her head falls back on my shoulder as I massage her breasts, bringing my fingers to the points and rolling her nipples. "Yes," she whispers, moving her hips over mine relentlessly. "One more, Lincoln. Tell me one more thing." "Sit on top of me and I'll tell you." She gets up, so I lie on the bed where she straddles my lap and continues to move over me, her hand on my abdomen as she rocks. Like a goddamn goddess, she floats over me, reminding me with every pass of her hips how lucky I am to have her in my life, to be the guy she chose. Christ, the way she rubs against me, it feels so good, so fucking good. But there's only one way to make it that much better. Reaching up, I take her breast in my hand, roll it around in my palm and say, "Remember the first time we showered in the locker room? After you left to get dressed in the bathroom stall, I jacked off in the shower." She pauses, her eyes falling to mine. "Seriously?" I nod, biting my bottom lip. "Yeah, babe. It was too much for me. The entire workout and then you naked only 10 feet away, seeing the water cascade down your body. I was so goddamn hard there was no way I would have been able to walk out of there without doing something about it." She gets off my lap, shimmies out of her thong and then climbs back on, but stays on all fours, taunting me. "I've masturbated to thoughts of you in the shower often. You're not the only one who was turned on during that time." That's fucking hot. Fingers or vibrator? Fingers. Scarlett is the one with the toys, not me. Babe, I flip her onto her back. I want to see you do that sometime. Get myself off? I nod, bringing my mouth to her neck. Yeah, I think it would be such a turn on, but not tonight. Tonight, I need you for myself. My mouth reaches her jaw. All of you. I need that too. Her hands fall to my back, down to my ass. She presses me down on her so my dick glides over her spread legs. Hell, Indy. I breathe against her skin. I have a feeling I'm going to embarrass myself. Don't worry. I'm right there with you. She takes one of my hands and brings it between her legs and against her slick center. I'm throbbing, needing release. I need you to ease the pressure. I go to move down her body with my mouth, but she stops me. No, I need you inside me. Please tell me you have condoms. I do, I say, reaching into my nightstand and pulling one out. Once I'm sheathed, I lie back down on top, and she spreads her legs even wider. Are you sure about this? I ask, knowing this is the final line to cross when it comes to our relationship, becoming full-fledged fuck buddies. Positive, she says, reaching down and positioning my cock at her entrance. There's no turning back now. I slowly ease into her, her feral moans spurring me to keep going until I'm fully inserted. I still, catching my breath as I try to focus on what I'm doing, but that feels next to impossible. She feels so tight and warm around me. I swear if there wasn't a condom between us, I'd have come just from penetrating her, from the look of absolute satisfaction on her face when I sank into her. So perfect, she says. You feel so perfect in me. Her legs wrap around my waist, and she connects her hands with mine, bringing them above her head. Instead of moving my hips right away, I bring my lips to her heated skin and play with her nipples, lapping at them, pulling on them just enough with my teeth to extract a hiss from her, and sucking on them so her chest lifts off the bed. Yes, Lincoln. God, you're so good at this. Trailing kisses back to her neck, I glide my tongue over her collarbone and then run my nose along the column of her neck. Her hips start to move as she groans into my ear when I kiss her jaw. I don't give in to her eagerness. I trail my lips all the way to her mouth and then lift up a few inches. Her eyes open, those mossy green beauties full of lust, and then I crash my mouth into hers as I pulse my hips. I capture her moan in my mouth and run my tongue along her lips, parting them so our tongues can meet. Her lips are warm and sweet, contradicting the desperation of her tongue. Her legs dig into my back, trying to help control the pace of my thrusts, but I hold strong as her hands grip mine tighter. Her head pulls away and she lets out a long breath. "Oh my God, Lincoln, please. I need more. You have me on the edge." "Good," I say, bringing my mouth back to hers, drinking in her sweetness and living out the moment, prolonging it as much as, "Oh, fucking hell," I say, my head falling to her shoulder. "Do you like that?" she asks, contracting her pussy around my aching cock. "Indy, don't." "Don't do what? Do that?" she asks as I pulse into her. "Jesus, fuck," I hiss. My balls tighten, my mind starts to fade as everything around us begins to blacken. "Indy, I won't last." "Good. Make me come." She releases my hands and reaches between us where she presses on her clit. I feel her pussy contract around me and I can't help it. My hips spike forward faster, harder. I move her hand and replace it with mine, making circles over her clit. Her torso stiffens, her cries get louder, and her hands go to the back of my neck as an anchor while I pump into her over and over again until I can't feel anything else but the sensations pulling into my groin. "Babe, Oh, God," she yells as she spasms beneath me, her pussy contracting so tight I feel like I can't move. It's my undoing. My body stiffens and unbridled heat rips through me as my cock swells inside Indy. Once again, euphoria hits me so hard I black out as my cock spills inside of her. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Aftershocks hit both of us, spasms keeping us under the spell of our pleasure. I collapse on top of her and roll us both to the side so we can catch our breaths. Our foreheads connect, and when we finally open our eyes, our gazes meeting. We laugh at the same time. Then I capture her lips. I find her breast and squeeze it while I make out with her, feeling so fucking happy, so fucking grateful. After a brief makeout session, I pull away and whisper, "Christ, Indy, that was the best I've ever had." I don't mind making the admission because it's true. This girl just rocked my world upside down. I'm in a post-sex daze. Numbers running into letters, not knowing where I am, who I am, what I'm doing kind of daze. "I don't think I've ever come that hard," she says softly, caressing my cheek. "I think you ruined me for the rest of my life." "At least we had fun doing it," I say, wrapping my arms around her and encouraging her to rest on my chest. We lie there for I don't know how long, but after what feels like hours, Indy climbs back on top of me and takes what she wants. We have sex 3 more times, and each time, I keep wondering how it can keep getting better. I've had sex with a lot of girls. Single guy, adrenaline, willing participants, but nothing compares to sex with Indy. Nothing. The sexual compatibility, the welcome intensity, God, even the laughter. She's sexy, confident, and brilliant. Absolutely mind-fucking-blowing. And she's all mine. "Woo, looking good in there, Castle," Knight, our shortstop, says, peering into the bullpen. "He's pumping the shit out of my glove," Lewis, my catcher, adds, standing from his squatted position. "I think you could hit it today, man." I shake my head. "Nah, I don't think I'm ready." "I think you are," Disick says, coming up next to me with a radar gun in hand. He stands behind me and nods toward Lewis. "Let's see if those workouts have been working," Disick says with a slight frown. Not sure if the guy knows how to smile, but I can't really focus on that at the moment. The man who has trained me for the last 2 years, who believed in me when I was 18, that man believes I can throw 95. Fuck. Retrieving the ball from Lewis, I rub it between my palms, my glove tucked under my arm, and then get settled into my position on the mound. I can only hope I don't let Dizzy down. Believe in yourself, Castle. You've worked fucking hard for this. Get it done. I hold my glove up, look down at the catcher, lift my leg, and bound off the mound, my chest leading first and then my arm following through. The ball sails down the chute and straight into Lewis's glove with a snap. I turn to Dizzy with hope. He doesn't look at me. Doesn't even flinch. Again. Hope disappears. I wasn't ready. I get the ball back and repeat the pitch. Dizzy makes me repeat it 8 more times. After the 10th pitch, he lowers the radar gun, hands it to our equipment manager, and then just stands there, arms crossed, staring at me. I try not to shift under his strong gaze, waiting for him to talk. You've been training? Yes, sir. Upping my weights in the weight room and then working with Indie Mayhem on leg endurance and strength. He grips his jaw and nods. It's been working. You just threw 9 out of 10 pitches, hitting 95. What? I ask, surprise taking over. Are you serious? He nods. Yes. Keep it up, Castle. And then he takes off. Holy fuck. The sound of Lewis's gear bounding toward me has me bracing for impact as he congratulates me. Shit. I did it. I hit fucking 95, which means one thing. I'm that much closer to the major leagues. And there's only one person to thank. Because she believed in me too. I contemplate whether going to celebrate with Indy is okay, given the women's soccer team was eliminated from the championships this past weekend. But hell, I need to see her, so I go barreling up her steps and knock on the door. It takes her a few minutes, but when she opens the door, I scoop her up in my arms, spin her around, and push her against the door as I close it. My lips land on hers and my hand, the one that's not holding a bag of Frankie donuts, grips the back of her head. I dive into her mouth with my tongue and press my pelvis into her, just as I hear a throat clear behind us. I still wince and turn around to find her mom sitting on the couch. Fuck. When I release Indy, her face doesn't read angry, just content. Sorry about that, Mrs. Mayhem, I say, straightening my shirt and awkwardly handing Indy the bag of donuts. Just making a donut delivery. Well, I've never seen a donut delivery like that, nor have I ever seen friends greet each other in such a friendly way. Indy sighs next to me and says, I was just about to tell my mom that we're seeing each other, but you beat me to it. Nothing like making an entrance, I say, feeling incredibly awkward. I scratch the back of my neck and say, You know, I can come back another time. No, stay, we can chat, Mrs. Mayhem says, but Indy grips my hand, holding me in place. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm sure Lincoln has a bunch of finals to study for. Oh, yeah, sure, I do, I answer, even though I don't have finals in any of my classes, just final papers. But I'm pretty good at picking up the tone of the room. Just wanted to drop those donuts off. Such a shame. Maybe we can catch up another time? Yeah, that would be great. I wave at Mrs. Mayhem and then reach for the door. Thankfully, Indy says, I'm just going to walk him out. Take your time. Hand in hand, Indy walks me to my Jeep where we both stop at the driver's door. I'm sorry, she says, looking up at me. My mom surprised me and said she needs to talk to me. I have no idea what she's going to say, but I'm sure it can't be great if she drove here on a weeknight. No need to apologize, babe. I tilt her chin up and press a chaste kiss across her lips. I'll just talk to you later. I reach for my car door when she stops me. Wait, why did you come over? It's not a big deal. I'll tell you later. She stops me again. Lincoln, you brought donuts. Frankie donuts, which means it is a big deal. Tell me. I'll probably need whatever news you have to help me get through this conversation with my mom. I feel bad about my timing, but I know she won't let me get away without spilling the beans. So I grip both of her hands and say, I hit 95 today, babe. 9 times. "Oh my God!" she shrieks as she hops up into my arms, her legs going around my waist. "Are you serious?" I nod. "Yeah, Dizzy clocked me. I was feeling pretty good today. Lewis said he could tell I'd added some steam to my pitches, so Dizzy came up to me with a radar gun. At first, I didn't think I hit it because he kept making me repeat the pitch, but when he finally handed the radar gun away and told me I did it, hell, I had to tell you. You were the first person I wanted to tell, Mayhem," I say, bringing my forehead to hers. She grips both of my cheeks. "I'm so proud of you, Lincoln. That's amazing." "Do you know what this means?" "What?" she asks, a huge smile pulling at the corners of her mouth. "Because I hit 95, that means we get to have sex in the locker room now." "Wait, what?" she asks, a little crinkle to her nose. "When did we ever agree to that?" "I agreed to it. In my head." "And you think that counts?" "It does in my book." I wiggle my eyebrows and she smooths her hand over my face, laughing. "Keep dreaming, Castle." She lowers her mouth and lightly presses a kiss to my lips. "I'm really proud of you. This made my night, so thank you for telling me and thank you for the donuts." "Just a small thank you for helping me. Seriously, babe. I'm so grateful for your help." "Don't forget it when you're an all-star pitcher in the big leagues." "Never," I answer while kissing her again. After a few passes of our mouths, she asks, "Depending on when my mom leaves, do you think I could come over?" "Yeah. You never have to ask, babe. Come over whenever you want." "Okay. Thanks." She presses another kiss to my lips and then hops off my waist. "I'll call you." I give her one more kiss and then head back home, content to wait for her call. A call she never makes.
Chapter 17. Indy. When I shut the door, my mom doesn't take very long to question me about Lincoln. Honestly, I had no intention of talking about him. But when he showed up, I didn't want my mom to make a big deal of things with Lincoln there. So I told her. And thankfully, she didn't. But now we're alone, and I know her curiosity will need to be answered. "And you told me you were just friends." Her voice is teasing, and I know she's trying to joke with me, but it's coming off as more annoying than anything. Things progressed. I take a seat on the couch, leaving the donuts on the coffee table. "Is Lincoln your boyfriend?" "No." I shake my head quickly. "Just having fun." Her brow crinkles. "As in just sex?" "You know, I think you hardly have any room to judge given the fact that you're married and apparently have a boyfriend." She leans back, hands clasped in front of her. I guess I deserved that. A wave of guilt washes through me, and I'm about to apologize when she says, "And that's a good segue into why I came to talk to you." "Okay," I say, pulling a throw pillow into my chest, nerves itching up the back of my spine. "As you know, your dad and I are seeing different people. Well, things have progressed for your father, and he's fallen in love." "With another woman?" I ask, feeling so sick to my stomach about the whole thing that it's hard to listen to my mom talk about it. "Yes, with his mistress. He respects me and cares for me enough that he's waiting to file for divorce until I can figure out health insurance." "Divorce?" I swallow hard. "Yes, honey, divorce. Your father is quite happy with Rochelle." "And what about you?" "Well, Joe and I seem to be getting along just fine." Joe. He has a name. They both have a name. It still feels so unreal that my parents have not only been sneaking around with other people, but they're so accepting of it that they're going to divorce. When did it start? Who cheated first? When did they both feel it would be okay to ignore every vow they ever took, to keep their daughter in the dark? And who the hell else knows that I'll have to face the next time I'm back home? Whatever happened to true love? Does it not exist? They used to be so happy, weren't they? What happened to until death do us part? And where the hell is my father? Where has he been in this? No calls, no texts, no conversation when I was home. Is he so happy with his darling Rachel, or whatever the hell her name is, that he can't bother to be here, to reach out, to reassure me that no matter what happens with him and Mom, that he'll always be there for me? But why would he do that when he never has been? How long has it been since he hugged me and told me he loves me? Okay. I swallow hard. I will not cry in front of my mother, a woman who doesn't have any remorse in her eyes, a woman who looks deliriously happy, maybe a little like I felt with Lincoln. Before now. Is that why you're here? Because you're telling me about your fling? It isn't just a fling, sweetie. Joe and I are getting serious. Another reason why I'm here. She sets her hands on her lap and says, Joe's moving in. What? I ask, blinking a few times. Moving into our house? She nods. With Dad. She laughs and shakes her head. Oh no, honey. He already moved out. Found a very nice apartment that he and Rochelle are sharing. I helped him pick it out. What? I press my hand to my forehead. All this information starting to swirl around in confusion. Then I think back on my house when I was there. In a word, it was sparse. When, Mom? When did he move out? And for a moment, she looks sheepish. It doesn't matter when. She laughs. Laughs. Fuck. But your father and I are happy and... No, Mom, it does matter. Were you and Dad just playing happy families who scuttled off to their booty calls on Thanksgiving when their daughter came to see them? For what purpose? Why not tell me the truth then? It feels like my blood is boiling. I don't think I've ever been this enraged. Indy, you're blowing this out of proportion. It doesn't... When? When did you help Dad, your husband, pick out a new apartment to share with his girlfriend? When did you decide your boyfriend should move into our home? Not just my boyfriend, but my boyfriend and his daughter. My heart stops. Literally stops. Daughter? Yes, she's the sweetest little thing. Priscilla is her name, and she's 10. Loves Barbies, something you never enjoyed, and she loves playing beauty salon with me. Where is she going to stay? I ask, my heart sinking with every confession. Well, that's the thing. Since the house is only a 2-bedroom, it makes things quite difficult. Since you're here in college and wanting to stay over breaks, I was hoping that Priscilla could have your room. My jaw hits the floor. She has got to be kidding me. You want Priscilla to sleep in my room? Well, not just sleep there, honey, but live there. I was going to pack up all your trophies and medals and paint the walls pink, because Priscilla just loves pink. We picked out a comforter at Target the other day. It's so adorable. But before we move forward, I wanted to make sure it's going to be okay with you. Okay with me. That I'll never see my own room again. I won't have a home anymore. It seems like you've already moved me out, Mom, I say, a bitter bite to my voice. She goes to take my hand, but I move away. Indy, I'm not moving you out. I'm just utilizing a room that's not being used. The only way I can afford the mortgage is if Joe moves in, as he's going to pay half. But Joe can't move in unless Priscilla comes with him. I see. I look away, my eyes burning. There is no place for tears, and I won't let her see any either. It's bad enough that my parents are seeing other people and apparently have already spoken about divorce. But to take away my childhood room from me and replace me with a girl by the name of Priscilla, a girl who loves Barbies and is everything I was not growing up. It's too much. Honey, you didn't want to come home this past summer. I had to force you. You're growing up. Do you expect me to keep your room as a shrine forever? No, I say, steadying my voice even though it's wavering. It's fine, Mom. I take a deep breath, put on a good face, and then stand from the couch. Do what you want with my room. It's not like I'm returning anyway. Well, we still want you to come home for Christmas, sweetie. You can split time between the house and your dad's new place. It has an indoor pool. Fancy, right? It takes everything in me not to rear back and kick my mom in the shin. An indoor pool? That's what she thinks will make everything better. A goddamn indoor pool? Unbelievable. Yeah, fancy. I move away and say, I'm sorry to just bolt, but I do have finals to study for. Of course, of course. She stands as well. I'm sorry I crashed in on you, but I thought it would be better to tell you this in person. She comes up to me and clasps my hands. Thank you for being so terrific. Priscilla is going to just love your room. Great. She places a kiss on my cheek and then cups it. You're a good daughter. Oh, and sorry about your loss. But hey, now you can focus on supporting Lincoln and his journey to the big leagues. And there it is, the final kick to the crotch. The underlying tension between me and my mom. She's never supported my pursuit of soccer, wishing I was more like her, happy to settle with a man, even though it doesn't last a lifetime, apparently. Oh, and it's good to know that at least I'm replaceable. This time around, Mom has the girly girl daughter she's always wanted. Yes, well, we'll see what happens this spring. So glad I introduced you two. She presses another kiss to my cheek as steam flies out my ears. Love you, sweetie. I'll send you pictures when we're done making the transformation of your room. Can't wait. She claps her hands, gives me a hug, and then takes off, leaving me alone in my living room with a broken heart, with tears falling down my face. Today, I found out I was replaceable and forgettable. Lincoln. Hey, babe, are you headed over? Wasn't sure if I should get dinner for us. Lincoln. Just checking in. Everything okay? Lincoln. Indy. Growing concerned. Scarlett's here and we're ordering pizza. Are you coming over? Lincoln. Indy. Babe. Can I have a heads up that you're okay, please? Scarlett. Girl, your dude is freaking out. Can you text him back? Scarlett. Okay, so you're ignoring both of us. I'll be over in a few. Indy. Don't. I just want to be alone. Have fun with Hutton. Tell Link I'll talk to him later. My feet pound against the tread of the treadmill. Sweat drips down my chest and off my face, and my mind is focused on the speed number in front of me. Nothing else. Double digits. I have to get to double digits. I move the dial up another notch. 9.5. I stay there. My legs are flying and my lungs are exhausting themselves as I cross the 40-minute mark. 1 more minute. Hit 10. I ramp up the treadmill to speed 10 and feel the tension in my legs as they fly so fast that it doesn't feel like I'm touching the tread, just flying in place. My eyes focus on the countdown. 30 more seconds. My pulse skyrockets. My lungs search for air. My legs feel like noodles. 10 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I slow the treadmill to a jog and then a walk, putting my hands on top of my head as I attempt to catch my breath. The burn's a satisfying sensation. Until I look up to find Lincoln standing at the edge of the treadmill, a not-so-happy look on his face. "Jesus!" I mutter, startled. I grip the handles of the treadmill. I slow it down to barely a walk and try to speak over my racing heart. "What are you doing?" "It's been 4 days, Indy." I move my hands back to over my head and look away. Haven't been counting. He walks around to the buttons and stops the treadmill. "Brian says you're running 2 a days in here, beating your body up. What the hell is going on?" "Training. You should know what that is, Lincoln." He shakes his head and says, "No, you're not pulling this bullshit on me." He takes me by the arm and hustles me out of the training room and into a private corridor near the locker rooms. "Talk now. For being fuck buddies, you're being awfully possessive," I say, knowing it's not the right thing to say, but also not appreciating his abrasiveness. "I'm being a concerned friend, Indy. Did you forget that part?" Ugh, I hate that he's right. I lean against the wall and say, "Can we not do this here?" "This is the only way to get you." "I mean, can I take a shower and then you come over?" Will you let me in?" I nod. "Yes." "Promise?" "Promise." "Okay." He lets out an exhausted breath. "I'll bring food. That work?" "Yeah." I push off the wall to walk by him, but not before saying, "We have a lot to talk about." "I hope all good." I shrug. "We'll see." "Indy." He calls after me as I walk away. I don't like the sound of that. The door to my bedroom clicks shut and Lincoln stands in front of it, a small pizza in one hand, drinks in the other. I've been dreading this conversation ever since he pulled me off the treadmill. I've been dreading it because it still hurts to talk about what my mom told me. Stings, actually. Burns. Like I'm being ripped apart. And I still haven't heard from my dad. Without saying a word, Lincoln sets everything down on my desk and then sits in front of me on my bed. He tilts my chin up and says, "Listen right now. I'm here because I care about you. Because you're my best friend. Because when I sense that you're not in a good headspace, I want to make sure you're going to be okay. Do you understand that?" I nod, tears already starting to well in my eyes. I'm not here to be lied to be tossed around as if what we have doesn't matter, and I'm sure as hell not here to be ignored. So, you're going to tell me what happened between you and your mom, and then we're going to eat some pizza. Got it? I nod and take a deep breath as the first wave of tears hits me. I wipe them away and then pull my knees into my chest. I'm sorry about distancing myself. It's been a tough pill to swallow, and I haven't wanted to talk about it. Even with Scarlett, despite her pushing. I can understand that. But I'm here now, and bottling it up isn't going to help. So tell me what's going on. Can I ask you something first? Anything, he says, scooting farther on my bed and leaning against the wall while his long legs stretch out in front of me. You and me. This is just fun, right? I want to make sure this isn't going anywhere for you, that we're just playing it cool. His brow pinches together. That's what we talked about. Okay, because this can't go anywhere for me. It has to stay the way it is. Friends. I'm not emotionally available for anything else. And I never will be. Where's this coming from? Just promise me, Link, I say, a tear spilling over my cheek. Promise it will stay where it is. Relationships are fucked up. Marriage is a joke, something I don't ever see myself participating in. Did something happen with your parents? Link, promise me, I say, needing to hear the words from his lips. He looks down at his hands, and I see him swallow hard before he looks back up at me, an intensity in his eyes I've never seen. Promise, he chokes out. Thank you. Relief washes through me, and the tightening in my lungs starts to ease. I scoot back so my shoulder is touching his and we're sitting side by side. His hand falls to my knee. What happened, Indy? My parents are getting a divorce, and I know you probably saw that coming, but I don't know. I thought their situation was a phase. But my dad got an apartment that my mom helps him pick out. He's living with his girlfriend and, my mom's boyfriend is moving in. Shit, Indy, I'm with his daughter. Lincoln pauses and then says, Oh. My mom came down here to tell me her happy news. That Dad and she were happy. Oh, and to ask me if Priscilla, that's her name, could have my room, after they'd picked out her new comforter and the new color for the walls. Have, as in take it over. My mom's packing up all my shit, painting the room pink, and gaining the perfect princess daughter she's always wanted. Don't worry, though. I have you to support like the good little woman I am. So, my mom thinks I'm taken care of. Wait, what? I sigh in frustration. It's been a thing with me and my mom. She always thought soccer was something fun for me to do, has never taken it seriously. Even when I signed my letter of intent, receiving a full ride. She never got it. Always told me there's more than soccer. She can't see that I'm also getting a degree at Brentwood that would bring employment once I graduate. If I don't go pro. She ignores that. As if I'll never be able to be whole on my own or support myself. And I'm guessing that's why she spent the whole summer trying to hook me up. Hook me up. When she's the one who can't even stay faithful in a committed relationship. A marriage. She's such a hypocrite. Indy, it takes two people for a marriage not to work. Are you defending her? I snap, facing him. No. He recovers quickly. No, I'm not. I don't know why I said that. Because I'm just as mad at my dad. He's the one who checked out. He hasn't even tried to have a solid relationship with me. At least my mom attempts to connect, even if it's for a shitty reason. A billowing heat rises in my chest as anger starts to crest. What do they expect me to do? Come home for winter break and act like everything's okay? My mom said I could split time between the two places. But where the fuck am I supposed to sleep? On the couch? When some girl I don't even know takes my bed? Another tear slips down my face. They're both starting new lives. Without me. Indy, he says on a sigh and tries to pull me onto his lap. No. Okay, Lincoln, I don't want to be comforted. I want... My lip trembles, and my mind freezes on me. I want an escape. I want out of my head. I don't want to think anymore. I need to check out. I sit up on my knees and pull my shirt over my head, revealing my bare chest. Lincoln's eyes go wide, and when I reach for him to lie down, he puts his hand out, holding me in place. Indy, I'm not going to have sex with you right now. Not when you're so upset. I don't need you to baby me, Lincoln. I need you to fuck me. And I'm not going to fuck you when you're not in a good headspace. We don't use each other like that. Covering my breasts, I say, then just leave. I point to the door, emotions bubbling up so fast that I can't control the torrent of tears taking over. I'm not going anywhere, he says, pulling me down on the bed with him, curling me into his chest. I resisted at first, But when he rubs my back soothingly, I melt into his side and cry. I cry hard. I finally let months of resentment pour out of me, and Lincoln holds me the entire time, never moving, only pulling me in tighter as sobs rack my body. He kisses the top of my head when I finally calm down. You matter. You realize that, Indy? You matter to a lot of people, and the empty feelings you have right now, feeling like you're being replaced, like you don't matter, aren't true. Do you hear me? When I don't say anything, he squeezes me tighter, his voice growing rough. You fucking matter, Indy. I nod, unable to stop the onslaught of tears. You fucking matter, he repeats. I don't know how long we lie there until we both drift off to sleep, forgetting about the pizza and anything else that's happening in the world. It's just me and Lincoln, my rock.
Chapter 18. Lincoln. January. Buzzing and fucking horny as hell, I sprint up Indy's staircase and throw her door open only to find her completely naked and spread out on her bed. Jesus, I mutter, tearing my shirt off and tossing it to the floor. She giggles and says, "Shut the door." I kick it closed and then quickly strip down to nothing. I reach into the back pocket of my jeans and pull out an accordion of condoms that nearly touch the floor. She laughs even harder. "Miss me?" she asks. "Like you can't even believe," I say, flinging myself on her bed and tackling her. My lips find hers, and I'm reminded why I've been so goddamn thirsty for this girl ever since Christmas Eve. Her mouth is magic. Her body is fire. And her touch is an addiction to me, something I crave every goddamn second of the day. After Indy told me what was going on with her shitty parents, things were awkward between us for a few days. I felt her pulling away, but I didn't let that happen. I couldn't. Not when she was feeling so broken. Not after she made me make that promise. Because that promise felt like the finale to what we were doing, and I didn't like that at all. It didn't feel good. Didn't settle well. So I kept pushing, making sure she didn't hide in a hole, and eventually, the gray clouds looming over her cleared, and I started to see my girl again. Well, a slightly more cynical Indy. She spent most of her winter break at school. Scarlett stayed with her until a few days before Christmas, and then she flew out to see her parents. I had to go home right after finals were over because it was my last Christmas before the draft, and my moms wanted time with me, something Indy understood completely. I was missing her like crazy during the break, so when she showed up at my doorstep on Christmas Eve with her present, I was more than ecstatic. And her present, a mind-blowing blowjob in my Jeep. I got home in a daze, pretty sure my moms knew exactly what had gone down. Indy spent Christmas with her mom, slept on the couch like she thought she would, then went to her dad's, didn't use the indoor pool, and then drove back to school. I hated knowing that she was there alone, but she said she was good. She trained and worked on her footwork. When I got back to campus today, I was nervous to see where her head was at, but when she told me to get my ass over to her apartment, I went. And finding her on her bed, a smile on her face, the happy Indy I've grown to know shining back at me, I've never felt more relieved in my life. "God, you taste good," I say, moving my lips down her neck to her collarbone. "Condom, now," she mutters. I tear one off the sleeve and then quickly sheathe myself. Then she's up on all fours, sticking her ass in the air. "Christ," I mutter, gripping her hips and moving behind her. "Are you ready, babe?" I move my fingers over her arousal and feel how slick she is. Oh, fuck, she's ready. Yes, Lincoln, please, she begs. I position my cock at her entrance and push forward, slamming into her. We both let out a loud groan as I fill her up. Is Scarlett here? I ask, pained. No. Scream all you want. I chuckle and start moving in and out of her using her hips as a guide. God, I miss this, I say. The way your pussy clenches around my cock so perfectly, so good, Indy. I thrust harder and am already feeling the tickle of my orgasm up the backs of my legs. Indy moves her hand between her legs, and even though I like to do the work for her, if this is what she needs, she's that ready. Fuck. She can get to do whatever she wants. I love that about her. How does that feel? I ask her. Amazing. Oh my God, so good. Her hands fall to the bed where she braces herself. Oh, Jesus, Link, I'm almost there, right there. Me too, I say, my heavy breath making it hard to talk. Shit, this was fast. Faster than expected. I lean over her back and grab one of her tits as I continue to slam into her. With skillful fingers, I roll her nipple and pinch it, extracting a sharp hiss from her and causing her pussy to contract around my cock. Fuck yes, I grunt, doing it again and again until she's panting and crying out my name, her orgasm ripping through her as mine tightens and sends me into another world. I'm still behind her, my cock twitching inside her. Too good, I mumble. Way too fucking good. She chuckles and then collapses to the bed. I take care of my condom and then climb back in her bed where I bring her on top of my chest so I can look at her. Face red, eyes sated. She looks freshly fucked, and it's the prettiest sight I've ever seen. I push a few stray hairs behind her ear and say, "Glad to have your boy toy back?" She laughs out loud and then brings her hand to my crotch where she gives it a squeeze. I shudder under her, not prepared and also fucking sensitive. I would say so. She places both of her hands on my chest and stares down at me. Did your moms cry saying goodbye? They always do, I answer, feeling weird talking about my parents when I know things are rocky for Indy. But she seems unfazed, and honestly, I don't know if I should be relieved or worried. Sadness can be a tricky thing. You can think someone is completely okay on the outside, but on the inside, they're lonelier than ever. I'm nervous that Indy might be headed in that direction. But from the fresh look in her eyes right now, I can probably think otherwise. How are you feeling? I ask her, rubbing her back. Good. She smiles. I've been volunteering at the public library in the children's section all break. Really? How come you didn't tell me? She shrugs. I'm telling you now. Okay, I say hesitantly. What did you do? Everything from putting away books, checking out, setting up different displays, and my favorite was story and craft time. It felt like I was preparing my own classroom. Great experience, and I really enjoyed working with the kids, even if some of them had snot hanging out of their nose. Ew. Really? I ask. Oh, Lincoln, so much snot. And you could tell the parents with one kid against the parents with multiple kids. What do you mean? Brimming with joy, something I haven't seen from her in a while, she says, one kid parents have all these devices with them, like special tissues called boogie wipes, specific for kids' runny noses. They take one out, wipe the nose, and then everyone is sanitized. And what about the other parents? Her smile grows wider. Multiple kid parents are the ones who see the snot dripping, call the kid over while holding another kid in their arms like a sack of dog food, and then wipe the snotty kid's nose with their own clothing. They shove them back into play so they can deal with the sack of potatoes. A laugh bubbles out of me. Seriously? She nods. Also, one kid parents have their hair done, look presentable, and like dignified members of society. She shakes her head, growing serious. Multiple kid parents, she clutches her heart. They're sprung from the depths of hell, raggedy monsters stomping around the earth, repeating the same thing over and over again. Don't touch that, don't touch that, don't touch that, while Cheerios cling to their hair and a toddler's finger is shoved up their nose. I laugh even louder. So what I'm hearing from you is that you're never going to be a multiple kid parent. Or a parent at all. She shakes her head. I like kids, but after this break I realized one thing. It's nice to give them back to their rightful owners. Plus, kids mean marriage, and I think we both know I'm never getting married. Ah, so she's not fully better. She pats my chest. I'm starving, let's get some food. And just like that, she hops off me and goes to her dresser where she grabs some clothes and heads to the bathroom. I stare at the ceiling, placing both my hands behind my head, trying to figure out how much I push her. Technically, she's happy right now. She's fine. So why bother trying to peel back a scab that she's trying to heal? March. Indy, it's so great to see you, Mom says, pulling Indy into a hug. It's great to see you too. Mama puts out her hand for a shake and says, I really appreciated your chanting. It was colorful. Indy snorts next to me. I may have gotten carried away. You were good up until the point where you told Indiana to eat shit after I struck out the side, I say. Personally, I thought it was deserving, Mama says, as we all walk into the restaurant. I pitched one hell of a game today. Coach said I was consistently hitting 95, and it showed. The batters were having a hard-ass time keeping up with me. Ended up with a shutout and another win under my belt. After the game, Disick pulled me to the side and said if I stay consistent with my spin rate and speed, there's no doubt I'll be in the top of the draft class and on my way to Double A in the summer. Hell, it's crazy to think that in a few short months I could be training with an actual professional team. I know it's going to be tough. The pay is going to be shit in the minors, but it's all going to be worth it in the long run, because I'll be living a dream. We're seated by the host, who gives me a fist bump before handing me a menu. Heard you pitched a hell of a game, the guy says. Can't wait to see where you're drafted to by the end of the season. Thanks, man, I say. And yeah, I'm puffing my chest out as I answer him because of the gaggle of important women surrounding me. I really appreciate that. He walks away and both my moms look at me with a knowing smile. What? I say, setting my menu down. Indy pokes my side and says, Ooh, someone's famous. Shut up. I laugh, but it doesn't stop them. We should get your fanboy back, have you sign a few things for him, Mom says. Can you stop? He was being nice. You know he's going to tell all his buddies about seeing you in here, eating a giant burger, taking that meat down like a man, Mama teases. I look between the three ladies as they all laugh. Are you guys done? Care to be mature about this? Not really, Indy says. This is more fun. She's right, Mom adds. Plus, we bought you, so we can tease you however you want. What did I say about you saying you bought me? I say with a smile. We did, Mama says, jabbing her finger to the table. The lawyers didn't pay for themselves. Indy laughs next to me. The sound's so goddamn throaty and perfect. Oh, that's great. Did all three of you decide to gang up on me during the game? Oh, no, Indy says, petting my head. Are your sensitive man feelings getting hurt? Yes, I say, a huff to my voice. Yes, they are, and I'd appreciate it if you all would stroke my ego and make me feel important. We'll leave the stroking to Indy, Mom says on a smirk. Jesus. I cut my forehead with my hand. I can tell this was a bad idea. Indy picks up her menu and says, No, I think this was a great idea. Dinner with the moms doesn't get much better than this. By the way, how's the porn site, Michelle? You were having a hard time with getting the moaning sound to work when there was a purchase over winter break? Finally cracked the code? Lighting up, Mama says, Oh yes, we added an extra long moan for purchases over $100. The incentive of longer moans was very well received by the owner. We're in public, I say through clenched teeth. a public where people know me. Oh, look at him, Mom says, pointing at my face. He's getting red. All 3 pairs of eyes land on me, so I lift my menu, blocking their view. Indy pulls it down and studies me. And his cheeks are getting blotchy. That means extra angry, Mom says. Blotchy could lead to an outburst. Wouldn't that be fun? I'd be down for an outburst. We haven't been put in our place by Lincoln in a while. We're due. Mama smiles delightfully. Overdue, Mom adds. I've never seen an outburst, Indy joins in. How could we push him to that moment? Keep doing what you're doing, I say, staring at the menu. I'll get there really fast. Everyone chuckles, and under the table, Indy's hand clamps down on my thigh where she gives it a reassuring squeeze. I look at her, and she gives me a soft smile, one that confirms she's just teasing me. It's a tender smile that smooths down my anxiety. It makes me feel like everything's going to be okay. Oh, geez, look at those 2, Mom says, clutching her heart. You are too cute together. I still can't believe you're happily having all the bedtime relations because of my meddling. How much do you tell your moms? Indy asks. Apparently too much. Eyes wide, trying to express my feelings through my facial expressions, I say, how about we don't talk about what's going on between me and Indy and maybe focus on something else? I came up with a party tab for the porn site, Mama says, breaking the moment. It gives you the opportunity to join an online orgy. The idea earned us a giant bonus. She nods, then returns to looking at her menu. Pretty neat, if you ask me. Indy chuckles again next to me as I mutter under my breath. Why? Why do my lesbian moms have to be porn website developers? And why is there absolutely no filter even when we're in public? Just why? May. 6 teal cups are held high in the air as Hartley says, to another fucking amazing year. To the heartache, the bruises, the sweat, and the relationships we found along the way. All the boys clink their cups, and then we take back the shot of whatever Hutton concocted. Burning liquid slides down my throat, and we all start coughing at the same time, besides Hutton, who's smiling like a jackass. Rusty wipes his mouth with the back of his hand and asks, What the hell was that? Vodka and hot sauce. Gotta get those loins moving, boys. Big things are ahead of us. We don't need any loins moving, I say, looking at the clock in the oven. We don't need to be vying for the bathroom while we throw our last party of the year. Nah, you'll be good. He waves his hand at us just as the door opens and Indy pops through it with a bottle of Sprite for the jungle juice. Asher forgot to pick up some at the store for us. He's had a lot on his mind lately. Hey, boys, Indy says while handing the Sprite to Hutton. Rusty picks her up and spins her around, only to toss her over to Deacon, who does the same. Why don't you greet me like this? Indy asks me as Deacon sets her down on the ground. Because I fail at life. She chuckles and taps my crotch. Not all aspects. Oh, damn, look at that, giving our boy some confidence in his bedroom skills. Well done, Rusty says. He has to know there's more to life than just baseball if that doesn't work out. She winks. He could be a gigolo. I'd hire him for a lap dance, Hutton says, walking back into the living room. Always wanted to know what it would be like to have that ass grind on me. You're fucked up, I say, taking Indy in by the shoulders. I press a kiss to the side of her head and whisper, Want to go out back? She nods. People will be arriving soon, and even though I know it's our end-of-the-year party and probably the last time I'll see everyone, besides my guys, I want some time with Indy. The last few months have been simple. My routine has stayed the same. Sunday nights, we hang and bang like crazy when the team isn't on an away trip. Mondays, I spend the morning training with Indy, with some intermittent hangouts throughout the week. I practice, train, attend a few classes, and then on the weekends, we play games. The team is undefeated going into playoffs, and the draft is only a few weeks away. Feels like everything is perfect. Because we've learned lessons from previous teams, we don't have a fire pit in our backyard. Fire and drunks don't really make a great combination, but we do have lawn chairs formed into a circle with a cooler in the middle full of beers and some of those hard seltzers that the girls who come to the party seem to like. My girl in particular. I lead her to the circle, open the cooler, and hand her a blackberry-flavored hard seltzer and grab a beer for me. I take a seat in a wide lawn chair and pull Indy onto my lap. At this point, she knows better than to try to sit anywhere else. "Did you get these drinks just for me?" she asks, popping open her can. "You know I got you covered," I say, rubbing my hand over her thigh. She takes a sip and then laughs. "Oh, Lincoln, you have sex eyes." "What? No, I don't." Yeah, you do. Big time sex eyes." She motions to my eyes. Shrugging, I say, "Is it a shame I want my girl?" "Your girl, huh?" she asks, taking another sip of her drink, and this time it's a longer pull. "You know what I mean." I pop open my beer and take a drink as well. Even though things have been incredibly easy these past few months, I keep wondering in the back of my head about what's going to happen after I'm called down to train by whatever team picks me up. Do I shake hands with Indy and thank her for a great year? Do I ask to see her whenever I'm in town? Do I just end all communication? Ending all communication seems like a terrible idea, but I honestly have no idea where her head is at, and I'm too damn scared to ask. I'm so out of my element. I'm confused. It feels like she's my girlfriend, but we've never put labels out there other than fuck buddies. And we don't see each other every day like other boyfriends and girlfriends do, nor do I take her on dates. When I do see her, we're usually naked within minutes. Afterwards, we hang out, play games, just have fun. But we never dive into anything too deep. The last deep conversation we had was before Christmas break, when she broke down in her bed and I held her all night. Ever since, it's like she's put up an emotional wall around herself and hasn't even given me a chance to peek in. And I've been fine with that. But for some reason, since hanging out with the boys earlier, sharing shit about our years together, and this being our last party together, I want to peek over that wall. Feel her out. Thankfully, she leads into the conversation perfectly. "Are you excited about the draft coming up? I saw an article online talking about how you're a top 20 prospect." "Top 20, Link? That's incredible." "Thanks, babe," I say, squeezing her thigh. "Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Hitting 95 this season boosted me to the next level. Coach Dizzik said it's opened a lot more doors, and I really have you to thank for it." "You would have hit it on your own," she says, pressing a kiss to my cheek. "Just would have taken you longer." "Well, it means a lot to me, you working with me on everything." "What are friends for?" She winks, and my stomach drops. Friends. Okay, I don't know why I was expecting more. Maybe because it feels like so much more than just friends. Plastering on a smile, I say, "Yeah, you've been one hell of a friend." "I don't know if we should thank our moms or our professor who teamed us up." Chuckling, I say, "I still can't believe we got a B in that class." "Don't even talk to me about it. I'm still bitter. He had an agenda and it was to make us feel less than perfect." The nerve. She tangles her fingers through the short strands on the back of my head, leaning against me. "I'm sad we didn't have another class together. We didn't plan that well." "For the best. I was too distracting for you." "Please." She rolls her eyes as her fingers work magic on my scalp. "I saw the doodles in your notebook, the many attempts to draw me naked. Don't worry. Your secret's safe with me." "Aw, you thought those were naked pictures of you? That's cute. They were of Rusty." I nearly choke on my beer laughing. She pats my back. "Did you picture it in your head?" "I did, and I did not like it." I take another sip of beer and say, "Did he tell you that he's proposing to Chrissy? This summer?" "He did." She sips her drink. "Good for them." "Wow, hold back your excitement," I tease. "You know how I feel about marriage, Link." "Yeah, I do. She could write a skeptic's guide to marriage now. especially given her parents' divorce was done 3 months after they filed for divorce. 3 months. That's good old Michigan for you. After 22 years of marriage, 3 months. Property and debt division finalized amicably. A neat fucking package. And Indy's fucking mom had the audacity to send her a text with a smiley emoji announcing just that. Needless to say, Indy got wasted that night. I heard her tears in the shower the next morning, but she didn't let me see those. Nope. Those tears are well and truly hidden behind her wall, never to be comforted. Much like her heart. Anyway, are you sure you want me to come to the draft watching party? I don't want to step on a family gathering. Hey, you're family, I say. Of course we want you there. Okay. A small sigh escapes, and I want to break down that sigh and figure out the meaning behind it. I still can't believe they're having the championships at Brentwood this year. They're usually held in Omaha, Nebraska, but a terrible storm hit the city this year, leaving the field unusable. Brentwood was nominated to hold the tournament, the college stadium hosting most of the games, with some being optioned out to fields in the area. It isn't ideal, but it will get the job done, which means we can have a gathering at Indy's during the tournament. It's crazy, but it's also kind of cool being able to play in our stadium again. I can feel that. I'm dreading the fall when I have to say farewell to my field. Yeah, I wish I could be there for that, I say, already knowing my life will be so different this coming fall. But you'll be on to bigger and better things. It sounds like a throwaway comment, and that makes me worry. Worry about our future and what's to come. So when you're a big-time soccer player, think you'll still talk to me? I ask, feeling her out. Not going pro, she says, downing a big gulp of her drink. Wait, what? I ask, pulling her drink down. What do you mean you're not going pro? When did you decide that? A few months ago, she says casually. And you didn't tell me? I didn't think I needed to tell you everything, Lincoln. Anyway, it's no big deal, just focusing on other things. Indy, soccer is your life. This has been your dream forever. Why are you giving up on it? I pause, remembering something. Is this about your mom? No, she says, looking away. I don't believe her. It's just not smart. The pay is shit, and what happens when my career is over? It's not like I'll have millions to fall back on like you. Hey, when has it ever been about the money? It's always about the game for you. There's no use talking about it, Lincoln. I've made my decision. Well, I think it's a shitty decision, I say, unable to hold my tongue. Wow. Tell me what you really think. She laughs sarcastically and tries to get off my lap, but I hold her in place. You want to know what I really think? I think you're hiding behind someone you're not. You're hurting because of your parents' choices, and instead of facing that hurt, you're turning into someone nowhere near the Indy I know. I don't think this is the time to have this conversation, Lincoln. It's your last party. Let's not fight. She leans in and presses a kiss to my lips. It's sweet, and it stirs feelings inside me. Feelings I shouldn't be having. Gripping my cheek, she looks me in the eye. Can you drop it, please? Let's enjoy these last few weeks, okay? Remember when my heart sank? Well, it just flopped onto the floor, and I'm pretty sure Indy carelessly kicked it across the lawn with that last statement. I want to ask her what she means, but I can sense the tension building between us, and the last thing I want is to ruin tonight. So I drop it and nod. Yeah, sure. Thank you. She tilts my head back and swipes her tongue over my lips. Open, she demands, and because I'm desperate for anything from this girl, I open my mouth and get lost in her for the rest of the night, reveling in her sweetness the only way I know how. Fuck. I'm going to miss her. June. Indy? I motion for her to come sit with me. Mom and Mama are holding hands on my right when Indy comes over. I pull her down to sit at my left. Rusty and Deacon are pacing in front of me, hands in their hair, looking more stressed than I am. Hunton is sitting in a chair by the living room window, holding a beer between both of his hands, and Hartley, well, he's sitting on the stairs, one leg bouncing up and down. Me, I've surrounded myself by those I trust. My people. My tribe. I've done the work. Followed the rule book to success. A draft spot should be mine, so I don't doubt that. What I'm not sure about is what that will look like without these people by my side. But I can't think about that. Not now. Onwards and upwards. Working toward the goal. That's what my parents have taught me. I take a deep breath. You can do this, Castle. You've got this. The phone rings and a collective silence falls over the room. I glance at my phone, a Chicago number lighting it up. Mama squeezes my shoulder and Indy grips my thigh in encouragement. I pick up the phone as all the boys gather around the coffee table. Clearing my throat, I answer, "This is Lincoln Castle." "Lincoln, this is Harold with the Chicago Rebels. Congratulations, son, you're going to play for the Black and Red." Tears well in my eyes, my skin prickles with excitement, relief, and nerves, which makes me want to puke and cheer, simultaneously. Shit. Wow, thank you so much. This means the world to me. Well, we're very excited to have you as part of our organization. Congratulations. We'll be in touch. I hang up, and everyone waits in anticipation. The Rebels. I'm going to be a rebel. The room erupts in cheers. My moms pull me into a hug, both crying into my shoulders while the boys all fist bump and chant my name. It's ridiculous and obnoxious, but it also feels good. Really fucking good. I did it. All that hard work, the extra time, the special events I missed because of training, it all came down to this moment, where it paid off. A rebel. I never expected to be picked up by a Chicago organization, but I couldn't be happier. My moms release me from their loving embrace and then hug each other. I turn to Indy, who has tears in her eyes. She clasps me by the cheeks and brings her lips softly to mine, where she presses a gentle kiss, only to pull away and caress her thumbs over my cheeks. "I'm so proud of you, Castle," she whispers. "So freaking proud." Tears spill over my eyes. "Thank you," I say, choked up. Champagne pops in the distance, and I hear Rusty gathering glasses for everyone. But I ignore it all and stare at Indy, excitement pouring through me, as well as dread. Because this means it's coming to an end. And from the tears falling onto her face and the tremble in her lips, I think she's seeing the same thing. Yet, she's kept herself hidden emotionally, and sometimes I wonder if she ever became as invested as I have. Was I wrong? Was this year's success possibly due to being in a relationship with Indy, and not despite it? And if that's true, what happens next?
Chapter 19. Indy. June. Knock, knock. "Who is it?" I ask, mumbling into my pillow. "Who do you think it is?" Scarlett says, opening my door. "Not in the mood," I say, not bothering to look back at her. She shuts the door behind her. "If you lifted your head right now, would your face be covered in mascara?" "Maybe," I answer. "Want to talk about it?" "Not really." "Too bad." She flops on my bed and drapes her legs over the back of mine. "So, Lincoln is with the rebels. That's pretty badass." "He is. He's really excited to have a chance to play in Chicago still." "Must be exciting for you, too. Means he'll be here still." I shake my head. "Scarlett, you're smarter than that. You know their AAA and AA teams aren't located here." AA, I think, is in Massachusetts for God knows what reason, and AAA is in Kansas. I think Lincoln is amazing, but it will be a few years before he's actually playing in Chicago. And that's if they even keep him in the organization. Minor league players are used as bargaining chips for trades constantly. So what you're saying is that his future is full of uncertainty. Yep. And that makes you sad because... I'm not sad, I mutter. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Can you lift your face off your pillow and repeat that? No. Indy, lift your head or I'm going to do it myself. Sighing, I roll to face her and give her a top-notch view of my drenched eyes and black-stained cheeks. Jesus, mother, she says, moving back, hand to her heart. Your face is what nightmares are made of. A snot bubble pops out of my nose as I snort. It's not that bad. Have you looked in a mirror? No. Then your opinion has no legs to stand on. Bury your face back in that pillow. You're going to terrify the children. Scarlett, stop making me laugh. Oh, that's right. Sorry. We're pretending that you're not sad when, in fact, you really are sad. Yeah, keep it straight, I say, staring at the ceiling. Okay, so even though we're pretending you're not sad when you really are sad, let's talk about why you're sad, even though you're not sad. I barely followed that. I'm surprised it made sense at all, she says, her smile easing my tattered soul. I don't answer right away, but try to catch my breath as I think about the goodbye. The one I've been dreading ever since he came barging into my room before Christmas break, demanding I tell him what was going on. In that moment, I knew. I knew deep in my bones that he's the best thing that's ever happened to me, and life without him is going to be impossible. It's going to be painful. It's going to be tangible pain I won't be able to get over for a long time. And that thought sent me into a deep depression, a debilitating depression, one that I'm still fighting. I spent the entire winter break seeing a therapist, learning to identify my true fears and pain, and using the library as my place of healing, desperately trying to gain control of the downward spiral that was my life. It was so bad, I almost called up Coach Wilson and told her I was quitting. I couldn't even conceive of playing soccer, not when nothing felt right. The only thing that felt right, Lincoln, would leave me at the end of the school year. And now that we're here, I can feel the darkness creeping in on me again. Finally, on a deep breath, I say, I'm going to miss him, Scar. I honestly don't know what I'm going to do when he's gone. I've relied on him so much this year that I can't imagine going through another year at school and not seeing him bright and early Monday morning, showering together in the locker room, spending Sundays together lounging or catching him around campus for a spontaneous coffee date. I don't know how to be here without him. I don't know how to play without him in the stands, screaming like a fool. It's all too painful. Nothing has ever torn me apart like this. Not my father's absence, nor my mother's negligence. Lincoln has provided the much-needed salve for the damage my parents' decisions and actions caused in my heart. And soon he'll be gone. Forever. And just like I did to my mom last December, I'll pretend I'm dauntless and unbreakable, even though the truth is, I'm cowardly and weak. Scarlett presses her hand to my leg. Is he why you're not going pro? Because I still don't get that. I shake my head. No, he's not the entire reason. I mean, he's not a reason because it's a combo of everything. Did your mom say something to you over winter break about it? I look away and Scarlett nudges my leg. I freaking knew it. What did she say? Doesn't matter. I know she didn't mean it to crush my dreams, but to gain perspective. Perspective? What's that bullshit? Listen, your mom is a nice lady and all, but she wouldn't know what a goal was if it slapped her big old boob around. She's never understood you, and I'm not sure she ever will. So yeah, she might say things in a nice tone and it might seem like she cares about your future, but she doesn't see your future the way we do. Soccer is life. Soccer is everything and so much more. You and I live and breathe the sport. So why are you going to give it up because of someone else? I don't know. I drape my arm over my eyes. I don't know anything anymore. I feel lost. She quiets. And although that's rare for Scarlett, this is one of the things I valued most in our friendship. Even in silence, I know she's present. I don't even want to think about the end of next year when we possibly go our separate ways. More denial. When does he leave? And there it is, the question I hate. 5 days, I say, nearly choking on my own words. What are you going to do during those 5 days? Avoid breaking down when he's around? Or you can tell him you love him, she says with such confidence that it makes me feel even sicker. I don't love him. I beg to differ, Scarlett says with a hint of cockiness. I don't even know what love is, Scarlett. I thought I did. I thought I had a general idea, but then my parents blew up that concept this past year. It's a clusterfuck, and to be honest, even if I told Lincoln I want to keep in touch or try to make this fuck buddies thing last, I honestly don't think I'm mentally there. I would be more of a burden than anything. You wouldn't be a burden to him, and you know that. He'd never consider you a burden. And that right there is the problem. He would be blind to it, and the last thing he needs is for me to drag him down. I shake my head. We said it was friends with benefits, and that's how we're going to keep it. We'll stay in touch, but that's as far as it goes. Nothing more. He'll move on. I know he will. But what does that mean for you? It means I'll have a lot of lonely nights to think about what the hell I want to do with my life. You'll have me. Scarlett pats my leg. I'm not going anywhere. I can play Mario Kart with you and share calzones. I chuckle. Yeah, and how are you when it comes to oral? She winces. Vaginas aren't my thing, but I'll get you a play toy. How does that sound? I can even make it the size and girth of Lincoln. Wow, then all my worries would be gone. See? Scarlett chuckles. Told you I'd be here for you. Deep breaths. You've got this. Smiles and fun. That's all this is going to be. Smiles and fun. Lincoln comes bounding up the stairs and throws the door open to his packed-up room. He's here for 2 more nights. His moms are picking up his car and belongings, and he'll be headed to Massachusetts, where he's going to be thrown right into the minor league season. I can tell he's excited. He's been bouncing off the walls ever since he got the call. We spent a few more days working on his strength and conditioning. I even watched him practice with one of the catchers he knows that lives locally, and all I kept thinking about was how I was going to miss everything about him. Watching his strong form perform physically daunting workouts, how I'm going to miss his heartwarming smile and the way he winks at me when he's teasing. I'm going to miss his voice, how it gets sultry and deep when he's turned on and means naughty business. I'm going to miss his cuddles, the way he stays wrapped against my back, solid, so I never feel alone. I'm going to miss his heart, how he can read me so well, and how he doesn't let me get away with shutting down on him. I'm going to miss his friendship, the freedom to rely on him for pretty much anything at any time of the day. I'm going to miss my rock. Calzones, babe, he says, holding up a box of our signature calzones that we split in half. 2 drinks, and a cannoli. A post-season treat we've partaken in lately. I should have known, I say, not feeling very hungry. He sets the box on the bed and asks, "Should we watch a movie while we eat, or do you want to talk deep and dark secrets?" God, no talking. Talking will make me lose it. I'm too scared to dive deep and dark into your unknown. Might get scary. Let's stick to a movie. A flash of disappointment crosses his face before he says, "Sure thing. How about we watch an animated movie?" Neutral. Probably won't make me cry, so it's definitely a good idea. Sounds good to me. He flips on Disney Plus, because his moms, although they work on porn sites, love themselves a good Pixar movie. At least, that's what they told me. "Oh, let's watch Coco. Mama said it was really good." "Okay, yeah, haven't seen that one yet." "Perfect." He turns on the movie and then sits back against the headboard with me. He hands me my plate and then leans over and presses a kiss to my lips. "Glad you're here, babe." "Me too," I say as a lump forms in my throat. With a shaky hand, I cut into my calzone and try to act as normal as possible. But as the movie plays, my emotions get the best of me and I start crying. When I see Lincoln wipe at his eyes, he says, "I forgot they said it was sad. Damn you, Disney. Why do they always have to pull out our heartstrings? Give us movies like The Emperor's New Groove. Funny, clever, no heartbreak. It's like they're trying to break all the adults around the world." Our plates were set aside long ago, and that's when Lincoln pulled me up against his chest. When he hears me sniffle, he asks, "It's the grandma that gets you, right?" "Yeah," I say, thankful for the horrendous children's movie that was formed to rip you apart in the movie theater so you can embarrass yourself in front of strangers. He doesn't say anything, just keeps his arm around me and kisses the side of my cheek. More tears spill over, and I try to contain my pain, not wanting to turn into full-on sobs because, yes, the movie hits you in the feels, but not sobbing feels. By the time the movie is over, I've pulled it together enough to not seem like I'm completely losing it. Just in time for Lincoln to peel off my clothes slowly, to lay me on his bed and touch every part of my body with his tongue. It's languid, intimate, and he's slowly arousing me to a point where all I can think about is the pleasure pumping through me, rather than the misery clogging my throat. But once we're both tucked in bed, naked, holding each other, Lincoln fast asleep, I allow myself to feel again, to suffer the heartbreak bubbling up inside. Because after tonight, I only have one more night with him. And one more night is definitely not enough. Because only forever would be. And I know love, forever, doesn't exist. Indy. Scar, I can't do this. I can't go there. Scarlet. Where are you? Indy. A street away from his house? Scarlet. Indy. I know it's going to be painful, but you have to go. You don't have a choice. Indy. I can't say goodbye. I just can't. Scarlet. Then don't let it be a goodbye. Let it be a see you later. Indy. I think we both know it's not going to be a see you later. This is it. Scarlet. Well, if you're not going to allow yourself to continue whatever this is with Lincoln, then you at least owe it to him to say goodbye. After everything you two have been through, if you don't say goodbye, I don't think he'll ever forgive you. Indy. Maybe that's for the best. Leaving angry is better than leaving sad. Scarlet. Where the hell did you hear that from? That's not true. Indy, listen to me. You have to say goodbye. He's counting on it. Scarlet. Indy. Scarlett. Indy, I swear to God, do not run on him. Not today, not now. Scarlett. Indy!
Chapter 20. Lincoln. Lincoln. Hey babe, just wondering where you are. I need to head out soon. I stare at my phone, my stomach twisting in knots, wondering where the hell Indy is. She's 10 minutes late. My moms have already gone after saying a tear-filled goodbye. I gave them each a hug, promised to call at least once a week, and then thank them for everything they've done for me. It was hard to say goodbye to them, especially since they've been a little over 2 hours away whenever I've needed them. But I know this is the next step in my life. Now saying goodbye to Indy, this is what I've been dreading, what I've been trying to prepare myself for all week. And even though I've mentally prepped, the fact that she's late and not responding has me thinking she's going to skip out on the goodbye, which would be fucking shitty. Last night, when I was deep inside her, pulsing in and out, I swear I heard her gasp in sorrow. And when I looked into her eyes in the moonlight, I think I saw a tear. Before I could decipher it, she turned her head away and pulled on my backside to move quicker. I wanted to ask her about it, but by the time I came back from the bathroom, she was curled into the pillow, eyes closed. And when I woke up this morning, there was a note on the nightstand from her, claiming she had some things to do and she'd catch me later. Catch me later. As if we're not going to say goodbye to each other today. As if my entire thought process is being thrown into a mixer and being scrambled. Besides, despite the maybe tear I saw last night, she seems unaffected. And that's more concerning than anything, because all I can wonder is, will she miss me? Growing impatient, I open my contacts and call Scarlett. She answers on the second ring. Hey, Lincoln. That doesn't sound like a very good greeting. Is she coming? Link, man. My heart falls and I sit down on the front steps of my house. You've got to be fucking kidding me. After everything we've been through, all the ups and downs, she's not going to fucking show up? She's not going to say bye to me? I push my hand through my hair, my anger spiking, just as I see a bright red Mazda come around the corner. Christ. Never mind, she just pulled up, I say, keeping my eyes on her the entire time. Thank God, Scarlett mutters, and I hang up, not bothering to dive into her response. I stay seated on the steps and watch as Indy puts the car in park and then sits there for a few moments, staring out the windshield. Eventually, her car door opens and she steps out. I watch her wipe at her eyes, and when she turns to face me, I see it. The same agony I'm feeling. The air seems to still as time passes by us, our eyes connected, our collective sorrow coming together. Finally, I stand, meet her by the passenger's side and pull her into a hug. A sob escapes her as she clutches my shirt. I bury my head in her hair, trying to commit the subtle scent to memory. Her body shudders against mine as her tears seep through my shirt. I suck in a deep breath, tears of my own form. Hartley was right. Or, more to the point, I was wrong. Very wrong. This isn't just painful, like he suggested all those months ago. I had no idea that hugging Indy this last time would feel as though I'm ripping my heart out of my chest. I said goodbye to my parents knowing it was simply a natural part of life, but this, it doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel natural at all. Shh, I say on a shaky breath. I don't know how to say bye to you, Lincoln. I don't know how to let you go. She pulls away and looks up at me. I don't know if I can. Then don't, I say out of desperation. Don't say it. We can work this out, Indy. We can figure it out. She shakes her head. I think we both know that's a lie, Lincoln. And even though I don't want to believe it, I'm pretty sure she's right. I haven't known of many guys who have been able to work things out with their girls after college. When I was a freshman, I heard about the brutal breakups that Knox Gentry and Carson Stone went through. Do I want to do that with Indy? Go through something so devastating that there's no possible chance we can make things right? Or do I want to savor this moment? End things on a good note where the door might always be open? Looking down at her, I realize I think that's the only option. Even though I don't want to admit it, I don't think Indy is ready for anything long distance. I could see it falling apart quickly, and that's not a risk I'm willing to take. Not where she's concerned. Which means I have to say goodbye with a hope in the back of my head that our paths will connect again. Fuck. I breathe out heavily as her hands climb up my chest and then grip my cheeks. When I meet her gaze, my heart shatters right there in the gravel of the driveway. You're going to do great things, Mayhem, I say, feeling the finality of this moment. You're bound to do amazing things. I can feel it in my bones. Her lip trembles. And I know one day, despite what you say, I'm going to turn on SportsCenter, and you're going to be on the screen looking hot as shit in a white shirt and white shorts, playing for Team USA. I can feel it, babe. More tears spill down her cheeks, but she doesn't say anything. I'm not sure if it's because she can't or if because she won't. But I need to hear her voice. I need to know she's going to be okay. Say something, Indy. She opens her mouth, and her voice catches in her throat. Looking away, she wipes at her tear-stained cheeks and then takes a deep breath. Meeting my eyes again, she says, "Thank you for everything, Lincoln. You made this last year at school feel easy. You made it fun. You showed me what true friendship is, and I'll never forget it." "Indy," I say, choking back my emotions, which hit me harder after her last sentence. "This isn't goodbye forever." She softly smiles and then takes a step back. "Indy," I grab her hand. "This isn't a forever goodbye." "Then what is it, Lincoln? A promise to see each other later when? You and I both know this is not a catch you later. This is where our road splits. Where you go one way and I go the other." "Are you saying you're never going to call me? Answer my texts? Come to one of my games when I make the big leagues? Are you saying you're never going to see me again? Because that's bullshit." Anger bubbles out of me before I can stop it. "And you were 10 minutes late. Is that because you weren't going to show up at all?" She shakes her head. "Don't do this, Lincoln. Don't fight with me. Not right now." "Well, fuck, Indy." I pull on my hair. "What the hell do you expect me to do? You're my goddamn best friend, and you're just going to cut all ties as if I don't matter?" "But you do matter." She pokes me in the chest. "You matter too much. I don't know how to do this, to give you up without cutting all ties with you." "You don't give me up. That's what you're not getting. You don't give up on us. You make promises to meet up in the future. You make promises to call me. You text me back. You don't just cut me off. That's not what friends do." She bites her bottom lip. "I'm not sure I'd be strong enough to say goodbye to you again, Lincoln. To see you, talk to you, know that you're so far away and there's nothing I can do about it." "Well, this isn't just about you, Indy," I yell. "This isn't just about your feelings. Ever consider that I might need you? That I'll need to hear your voice? To watch movies with you through FaceTime? To text you when I need a second to take a breath? I'm about to embark on one of the hardest journeys of my life, and I'll never make it if you cut me off. If you take away my best friend." I choke on a sob and bury my hand in my hair. "Please don't fucking do that to me. Please." Her chest rises and falls. Her eyes search mine, and even though they're full of vulnerability, they're also laced with understanding. Taking a step forward, she smooths her hands up my chest and says, "I'm sorry." Waves of nausea hit me. This is it. What I say doesn't matter. She's still going to cut me off. But then, she stands on her toes and places a soft kiss to my lips. "I'm so sorry, Lincoln. I was thinking about myself, not you." Her hand grips the back of my neck, and she connects our foreheads. "I won't let you go." A harsh exhale comes out of me. "Promise me, Indy. Promise me you won't let me go." Her teary eyes look into mine. "I promise you, Lincoln. As long as you want me as a friend, I'm yours." "Thanks for letting me stay here," I say, setting my bags down in a small living room. "Had the extra room," my new roommate says as he lounges on the tiniest couch I've ever seen with a sketchbook on his lap, his hand scribbling across the paper. "Is this place close to the field?" "Pretty close, yeah." Maddox pauses his drawing and looks up at me. "Coach thinks we're going to be friends because we're both pitchers. He's a dumbass. We're both vying for a spot in the big leagues and only a few pitching spots open up on a team, if any. You're telling me this will be a very uncomfortable living situation and that I should watch my back and not attempt to talk to you because you've been here longer and have better things to do than play Mario Kart with your competition?" He sits up on the couch, sets his book down and clasps his hands together. The guy screams rebel with his tattooed sleeves, intense gaze, and messy hair that dips over his forehead. When I heard I could stay with Maddox Page, I was relieved I'd have a roommate. Now I'm second-guessing that. "You're telling me you have a Nintendo Wii in your bags? Not an Xbox or PlayStation?" I shrug. "Guilty. I have two moms and they were obsessed with Mario, which transferred over to me." He stands and walks over to me, inches away from my face, his intimidating persona making me wilt. He looks me up and down, and then, in a low voice, he says, "Set it up. You're going down, Castle." With a smirk, he continues, "Want some Cheetos?" I take a deep breath. Jesus Christ. When I look over at him, he's smiling, leaning against the counter. "Dude, relax. I was only kidding. It's cool you're here. I'll show you the ropes. Now, Cheetos?" I chuckle. Yeah, Cheetos. Cool." Relieved and still slightly frightened, I start setting up the Wii. I hand Maddox a remote with a wheel and then sit next to him. Our shoulders bump from the lack of size of the couch, and Maddox says, "No accidentally bumping someone's shoulder while driving. I play fair." Surprising, given the way you greeted me. "Did you want a hug and a kiss?" "Wouldn't have hurt. That's how my moms greet me. You would have made it feel like home." "Two moms, huh? Would that make you adopted?" "Yep," I say as the Wii warms up. "Badass, man. Your mom's cool?" "Well," I push my hand through my hair. "They become famous for their website design for two porn sites and just started on their third. Revolutionizing the industry." "No shit." Maddox laughs. "Does that make it hard to look at porn, knowing your mom's had a hand, no pun intended, in creating it?" "Up until yesterday, I didn't have to worry about seeking porn." "Ah, you leave a girl behind?" "Something like that," I say, working my way through the menu of Mario Kart. When Maddox picks Princess Peach as his driver, I look at him, questions written all over my face. "What?" "I like to pretend her tits jiggle when driving." I let out a roar of a laugh and nod. "Okay, fair. I don't mention that Peach is who Indy drives. It sends a jolt of sadness through me." "So, were you dating?" And here I thought this guy wasn't much of a talker. I guess I should never judge a book by its cover. "Best friends, with benefits." I see. I feel his eyes on me, but I don't turn to look at him. I select the mushroom cup and lean back on the couch, my intention entirely on the TV. Later that night, when Maddox and I separate to our rooms, I lie down on my twin-size bed and pick up my phone. I debate not calling her, giving her time after I left, but before I know it, the phone's pressed to my ear. She answers on the third ring, and I relax into my bed. "Hey, you," she says, her voice sleepy but also aware. "Hey, Mayhem." I sigh into the phone. "Met my roommate." "Yeah? I did some internet stalking on Maddox's page. Seems funny that the real-life Ken doll is rooming with a true rebel. You two could not look any more different." I chuckle. I thought the same thing when I walked into the apartment. And frankly, he was intimidating at first, but he's actually a really nice guy. But I have a confession to make. "Oh, so early on. You just got there." Her voice is laced with humor and it puts me at ease. "I move fast." "Apparently. Laid on me, Castle." I make a dramatic sigh and then quickly say, "We played Mario Kart together, and he was Princess Peach, and every time Peach squeaked, my cock tightened thinking of you." I wince, waiting. And then Indy bursts into laughter. The sound is so perfect and just what I needed. "Oh my God, what is wrong with you?" "I honestly couldn't tell you," I chuckle. "So you had a halfie while playing Mario Kart with your new roommate?" "I mean, it was half a halfie." "Don't try to make it sound better. You were turned on. Did you take care of it in the shower, your half a halfie?" Her teasing makes me smile. "Why do I tell you things?" "Because you can't seem to help it." I hear her shift around. "If you're looking for forgiveness, I'm afraid I can't give that to you. Sorry." "Are you saying I cheated on you?" She chuckles. "Yep, and that hurts, Lincoln. You couldn't even keep the Wii remote off for one day before your relationship ran cold." "The dude made me nervous. I panicked and gave in to his intense stare." "You're weak, Castle. That is not the boy I raised with the suckling of my breasts and the milking of my vagina." "Oh my God!" I laugh too loud, hopefully not disturbing Maddox. "Now look who's the demented one." "Are you telling me that my vagina and breasts didn't assist in helping you reach 95 on the gun?" "I mean," I scratched the side of my face. "Kind of believed it was all those squats, but if you want to say it was your tits and pussy, sure." "It was." I can hear the smile in her voice. "Then you have some magical tits and pussy, babe." "Don't I know it? Maybe I should put them on Craigslist as a service." I know she's joking, but a bolt of jealousy still hits me hard. "Try it. See what happens," I answer. "Too lazy to take naked pictures of myself." I perk up. "I can do it. FaceTime me and I'll take some screenshots." "In your dreams, Castle." She laughs. "Nice try." "Guess I'll just have to live with my memories." "So you didn't take any secret naked pictures of me while I was sleeping? I have at least 12 of you. 5 of them are close-ups of your penis." "Do you pretend to stick your phone in your mouth, acting as if you're sucking me off?" And it just got weird. "And your comment about creepy naked pics while I'm sleeping didn't take it too far?" I laugh. "Nope." I chuckle. Unbelievable, Mayhem. "Even from far away, I can still rock your world." Pretty sure she's going to rock my world for a very long time. "Indy, how did you do?" Lincoln. "You already know if you're texting me rather than calling." Indy winces. "I saw the scores online. I'm sorry, Link." Lincoln. "First game as a professional baseball player, and I'm taken out in the 4th inning after allowing 5 earned runs. Not how I envision things." Indy, I know you expected more, but you're still adjusting. Lincoln. "Everything felt wrong. I wasn't comfortable on the mound. I kept forgetting the signs. I was lobbing shit in there. I was a goddamn mess. and I'm pretty sure the organization is regretting putting so much faith in me. Indy. Or they realize it was your first game and there's a learning curve. You're just getting settled. I know you, Lincoln. From now until your next game, you're going to make sure you find your equilibrium. Lincoln. You're right. Indy. Now is not the time to sulk. Now is the time to address what went wrong and make those adjustments. People who sulk are the people who continue to fail, and you didn't work this hard to fail. Lincoln. Damn, Mayhem. You're pumping me up. Indy. Good. Now get to work. I've just placed my pre-cooked meal in the microwave to heat up as my phone rings, and Indy's face comes through on FaceTime. God, she's beautiful. There he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. 7-inning shutout. She cups her hands around her mouth and speaks loudly. Laughing, I say, Hey, babe. Hey to you. How pumped are you right now? Is your dick hard? Whoa, she gets right to the point, Maddox says, coming up behind me. Is that the intimidating roommate? Indy asks, getting closer to the phone. Maddox puts himself in view and says, He said I'm intimidating? Good to know. Can you not blow me up? I ask Indy, who's laughing at my expense. She waves and says, Hey, Maddox, I'm Indy. Maddox looks at me and shakes his head. She's too hot for you, man. Then he turns back to the phone and says, What's up, Indy? This guy talks about you all the time. He better. She moves a little closer and says, I have a bone to pick with you, Paige. Are you driving my girl Peach? Yeah. What's it to you? She's mine? He shrugs. You're not here to claim her, therefore, she's mine. Maddox winks and then takes off while Indy shouts to him, Stay away! Peach is my bitch! But Maddox's door shuts behind him, closing off the conversation. He went to his room, didn't he? Afraid so. The microwave beeps and I pull out my food. Are you having a microwave meal after the amazing game you pitched? I move my fork around the chicken and almond pasta dish that's packed with protein. Yeah, we don't make a ton of money, so going out to eat isn't an option like it was at Brentwood. To be honest, it's fucking weird going from Brentwood Athletics with state-of-the-art facilities to AA, where they use soup cans as hand weights. Do they really? Indy asks, shocked. Chuckling, I shake my head. Nah, but pretty close to it. Are you trying to tell me you're slumming it while I'm in athletic glory? Yep. I blow on my pasta. It was a quick fall from stardom. A peon once again, she jokes. Hopefully it's a quick rise. Hopefully. Chapter 21. Lincoln. August. I should have known you were going to call today, Indy says, answering the phone. Mayhem, I yell. Let's go, babe, kill it today. She laughs. I think you just broke my eardrum. Wait until you see the video I recorded for you last night. Maddox was less than pleased to help me. Aw, he wouldn't join you? I think it was a hell no from him. She chuckles and I say, Last first game at Brentwood. How do you feel? Excited? Ready? Worked my ass off all summer as I didn't have the distraction of my mom setting me up, nor did I have a Ken doll trying to distract me either. Hey, I wouldn't have distracted you. I would have kicked balls at you. Helped. I would have loved to have seen that. You might be a powerhouse on the mound, but I don't think you have a foot to stand on when it comes to the soccer field. You could not be more right about that. How's Kansas? Pretty good. The accommodations are better, that's for damn sure. I'm not sharing a tiny couch with Maddox, but have a 3-seater and it's leather. Old leather, but leather. Look at you moving up in the world. And you graduated from soup cans? Barely. At least that's something. Making it to AAA in the same year you were drafted is pretty awesome, Lincoln. Yeah, glad Maddox came along with me. He's been working really hard, keeps up with my workouts, says I'm pushing him. When I first met him, he seemed like he was in a funk, but now we're hitting the gym together every day and sharing spin techniques. He feels like a brother more than a teammate. That's good. I'm glad. We're silent for a second, and it feels awkward. I hate that. We've both been so busy that I think the last time we talked on the phone was 2 weeks ago. It pains me to think that maybe she's pulling away. I hope that's not the case. We've still been texting, and that's been the usual crazy sparring, but I need to hear her voice. Well, I just wanted to wish you good luck today. Tear them apart, Mayhem. Planned on it. And, hey, thanks for calling, Castle. It means a lot to me. Anything for you, babe. Text me after. I want to know how it goes. I will. Bye, Lincoln. Bye, Indy. October. I leave for a few months and you guys all turn flabby on me, I say, walking up to my football boys. They spin around and yell, picking me up and practically tossing me around. Dude, you made it, Rusty shouts. Hell, I might cry. Does Indy know? I shake my head. Didn't tell her. Oh, fuck, this is gonna be the best surprise ever. Rusty gives me another hug and I push him away. You're going to ruin our body paint. Shit, sorry, I'm just so excited. Deacon and Hutton both give me a hug too, while Hartley pats me on the back. He's the only one who knew I was coming and the one who helped paint me up for Indy's last game of the season. Unfortunately, they haven't had the best season. The team has been riddled with injuries, so they weren't able to pull it together in time to make it to the playoffs. So this is Indy's last game in green and black. Hopefully not her last game ever. Still waiting to hear about that. Together, we walk into the stands, our bodies painted, Indy and Scarlett's numbers written on our faces. We don't bother taking a seat, but instead hold up signs declaring our undying love for the women's soccer team, chanting as the girls come out of the tunnel. I spot her immediately. Her long brown ponytail swaying back and forth, the snug fit of her jersey around her top half, her sexy as hell legs. Fuck. I've missed her so damn much. Let's go, Mayhem, I shout, cupping my hands around my mouth. Her head snaps up to the crowd. She stops, and her hand lifts to her chest while we stare at one another. Tear them apart, babe, I yell. Her chest rises and falls faster, and the look of shock and joy in her face will last me a long time. This is the moment I've been thinking about for a while, but nothing prepared me for seeing her again. God, so gorgeous. We crash through her door, lips desperate, hands clawing at our clothes. While Indy was taking a shower, the boys got me into the locker room, and I took the quickest shower of my life, and then met Indy by her car. She ran up to me, leapt into my arms, and it's been pretty hard to take our lips off each other since. I can't get close enough to you, she says, lifting my shirt up and over my head. I do the same to hers and remove her bra as well. I lift her up to my waist where she clings to me, as I use the door to help keep her in place. You're stronger, she says as I move my mouth down her neck. Bigger, she gasps when I take her breast into my mouth. Broader. I grind my cock against her, and she digs her fingers into my back as she moans against me. I want to see you. All of you, she says. I pull away and look her in the eyes, pressing a desperate kiss against her lips as I move her back to the bed and lay her down. I grab the waist of her leggings and peel them off her body, followed by her thong, leaving her in nothing. I've been starved of this sexy sight for nearly 5 months. I won't last long. Touch yourself, I command. Touch yourself, and I'll take the rest of my clothes off. Her hand falls between her legs, which she props up on the mattress. Her mouth parts as her fingers play with her clit. I stiffen to full mast in my jeans as I watch her work herself expertly. How often do you do that? I ask, reaching to my jeans and unbuckling them. Enough, she says on a gasp. Do you think of me? She bites her bottom lip and nods. I do. Damn. I push my pants and briefs down and step out of them. and her eyes fall to my cock. Her fingers speed up, and I take my cock in hand, pumping up and down, feeling my arousal already start to spike. The last time I had sex was with her, the night before I left, and seeing her here right now, beautiful and naked for me, as my dick growing exponentially. You're so fucking hot, Indy. You're massive, she says. Her eyes seem unable to fall from my torso and cock. God, Link, I need you. Still gripping my cock, I grab condoms out of my jeans pocket, ripping one open and toss the others on the nightstand while I sheathe myself. Ready, I climb on top of the bed where I position myself at her entrance. Her eyes well with tears and her hands loop around my neck. I missed you so much. I missed you too, babe, I say, pushing inside her. I missed this. Us. God, you feel amazing. Don't stop, she says, gasping while I push in harder. Please tell me you're here for a while. Please tell me I don't have to say goodbye right away. Here until spring training, babe. Really? She asks on a moan, her head falling back. My jaw clenches as I feel the early signs of her orgasm closing around my cock. Yes, working with the guys during the off-season. I'm all yours, babe. Oh, God, Lincoln, she cries out, her grip tightening. I'm going to come. Me, too. Everything around me turns to black, and all I do is feel. Feel her. Feel us. New Year's Eve. Would you like any more wieners? Mom asks Indy, holding out a platter of pigs in a blanket to her. Indy holds up her hand with a smile. Good on the wieners, thank you, though. I might have another one of these penis cookies. Indy picks up a colorful cookie that Mom spent a lot of time decorating this morning. Aren't they delicious? Really good. Indy takes a bite and then says, I wish our New Year's Eve was a celebration of penises growing up. Not everyone can be like my mom's, I say on a sigh. Yep, you heard that right. A celebration of penises. Growing up, every New Year's Eve had been dedicated to the male phallus. My mom's felt bad that it was a 2-to-1 ratio when it came to vaginas and penises in the house. So to make me feel included, I really didn't need this. They dedicated New Year's Eve to the penis and said even though they didn't prefer them, they still think they're a great addition to society that we should celebrate. Hence the 10-year-old penis garland strung around the house and the phallic-shaped food my mom's prepared for tonight. So have you made a decision about what you're doing after college? Mama asks, sucking on a cock pop. Truly, nothing phases me anymore. Indy looks at me and smiles. I've spent the past few months with the boys at Brentwood. Deacon's room has been free since he's been staying with his girl, so that worked out perfectly. I didn't want to fall into a deep hole with Indy, knowing I was leaving again, and so was she, and staying at her place would have done that. I've driven back and forth to my mom's home, spending time with them as well, but at least once a week, I've spent a few hours between Indy's legs, listening to the sweet sounds of her pleasure. It's been perfect. Just what both of us needed. A refresher, especially after it felt like she was pulling away. But we haven't talked about anything of substance. I haven't mentioned her parents or what she's doing after college, and she hasn't asked me how I'm doing with my pursuit of the majors. It's as if we've both put up an emotional wall to avoid another tearful goodbye, and I've just been working out and fucking. That's it. I don't even stay the night at her place. It's too much, and we both realize that because even though it would be easy to fall back into old habits, our situation is still the same. We're going down different paths. I actually, signed with the Texas Comets the other day, she answers. What? I ask, pulling away to look her in the eyes. As in, you're going pro? She nods. Indy, why the fuck didn't you tell me? That's amazing. She shrugs. It's not a big moment like you had, it's just don't ever compare your accomplishments to someone else's. What you achieve truly matters, and this is huge, Indy. Massive. Don't make a big deal out of it, she says, looking down at her cookie. Ah, fuck that, Mom. Let's open the champagne early. We have things to celebrate. Lincoln, I grip her chin and force her to look at me. Indy, this is a huge accomplishment. Let's celebrate. Sighing, she leans back and then smiles at me. Fine, you can celebrate. I clap my hands and then pull her into a hug. With my lips against her ear, I say, and tomorrow, when we're back at Brentwood, I'm going to eat that sweet pussy of yours as a congratulations, too. She pokes my side when I pull away, but I see the desire in her eyes. That's a future promise. February. Oh my God! Oh my God! Lincoln! Indy stiffens and then screams my name while her hands fall into my hair. Her hips ride against my tongue and she spasms beneath me. Her hand falls over her eyes, spent, and I spend the next couple seconds pressing my tongue against her clit, extracting every ounce of pleasure until she's completely done. Lifting up, I smile at her, loving how flushed and exhausted her body is. I leave for spring training tomorrow, and we decided to have a fuckfest before I left. She's on orgasm number 5 for the night. I don't think I can go any longer, she breathes out. That last one nearly killed me. You're still breathing. Not dead yet, babe. I move up her body and press a kiss to her jaw, and then lie next to her naked, my dick half hard, still recuperating from taking her about 5 minutes ago from behind. This was a great idea, she says, looking over at me. She rolls to her side and places her hand on my chest. We should have done this the last time you had to leave, just kept fucking. We fucked last time, I say. Not like this. Last time felt sad. This feels more like a celebration, she says, sounding completely normal. Even though I feel sick to my stomach, knowing I have to say goodbye again. Yeah, I wish she'd have opened up more with me, but I also get it. I've only seen Indy truly cry twice, when she told me about her parents' divorce and when she said goodbye to me. She's not one to be emotional and she keeps her feelings at bay, so knowing I was in and out of Brentwood, she kept me at a distance. I wasn't super happy about it, but I can't be mad because she's simply making sure she doesn't get too attached. Hell, I should have done the same thing. But here I am, the night before I leave again, and I'm trying to soak up as much of her as I can. I don't feel unaffected by this time together. The connection we had before is even stronger, as if the time apart made it clearer that we're a good fit. Not that Indy seems to think so. So, your first spring training. Are you nervous? Nah, I'm cool. It'll be pretty fucking awesome to play with the big league guys. I don't think I have a shot at being called up yet, but the experience will be great. Maddox, though, hell. He might be ready. He fits the description of a rebel, that's for sure. Are you crushing on him, Indy? And if I was? She says with a sly smile. Uh, we'd have a big issue, I say, climbing on top of her and moving my lips over hers. She sighs into my kiss and strokes my hair. Can I ask you something? I don't know. Is it going to piss me off? Maybe, she says, but I really want to know. Okay, hit me. Her fingers play with the back of my neck when she asks, Did you have sex with anyone while we were apart? No, I answer quickly. Didn't even think about it, honestly. Why? Did you? She shakes her head. No, didn't think about it either. Fuck, that's a relief. I go to kiss her, but she stops me. But I don't want that to be the expectation moving forward, Lincoln. Uh, what? I ask as my dick presses against the warmth between her legs. I mean, if you want to have sex with someone, feel free. I'm not going to be mad about it. We're going in different directions, and I don't want you to think you need to be loyal to me. I chew on the inside of my cheek, trying not to get pissed because, honestly, there's no reason to be pissed. We never made a promise to each other after we said goodbye. We never said we'd be exclusive after we parted. But still, as she says that after everything we did tonight, it rubs me the wrong way. I push off the bed and sit up, feeling anger boiling in the pit of my stomach. Lincoln, don't be mad. I'm not. I mean, Jesus, Indy. You surprised me. I know. I'm sorry, but I didn't want you holding out. These last few months have been amazing, but we're not going to have the same access during the coming year. We're going to be in different states, starting new lives. Who knows when we'll see each other again? I don't want you thinking you owe me anything, because you don't. We're going to see each other, Indy. She looks away and then says, I mean, don't you think maybe we should just cut things off? What? I push my hand through my hair trying to comprehend this conversation. We talked about this, Indy. You're my best friend. I still need you to talk to me. I know, but I don't want there to be expectations, you know? You don't owe it to me to be celibate. Have fun, Lincoln. I'm not celibate on purpose, I say. I just didn't want to fuck anyone just to fuck. Okay, she says, looking down. Christ, Indy, you're making this too complicated. No, I'm not, she shoots back. I'm trying to uncomplicate things. I'm trying to make sure you know that if you fuck someone else, that's cool. Great, thanks for letting me know, Indy. I push off the bed and grab my pants from the floor. Lincoln, don't be mad. How can I not be mad? You're ruining our last fucking night together. I'm not trying to, Lincoln. I'm trying to be honest here. I really don't know when we'll see each other again. We said from the beginning this was friends with benefits because we're going opposite directions. I don't see how you can be mad about me saying you can fuck whoever you want. Clearly, she's not invested in us like I am. Clearly, she wants other guys. Fuck. Timing, Indy. Maybe wait until my dick is dry from your pussy before you start talking about fucking other guys. Lincoln, I don't want to fuck other guys. I'm just saying it's okay to do what you want to do. Do you really think I'm that desperate to get my dick wet? I put my pants on, quickly shrug my shirt over my head, then pick up my shoes. Indy wraps herself in a blanket and says, Don't do this. Don't leave like this, please. I finish tying my shoes and grab my phone off her desk. Don't leave like this. What? Pissed off? Like I cannot be here another minute while I still have her taste and scent on my lips? And she wants to free me up to fuck other girls. Just great. I've got to go. Early flight. Lincoln, she calls out on a sob, and when I turn to see tears streaming down her face, I block it off and grip her doorknob. I'll talk to you later, Indy. Please, she cries out. Please don't leave, Lincoln. I trot down her stairs and walk out the front door, the sound of her desperate voice playing on replay in my head, but I'm too angry to pause. The entire drive back to the boys' house, I tried to dissect why I'm so angry, why I shot off like a rocket from her suggestion. She wasn't wrong. Everything she said was completely accurate, and yet it stung like a motherfucker and put me in a mental headspace I don't want to be in. One that is not settling easily. One that I know I'll regret later on down the road. Chapter 22. Lincoln. 1 year after Indy's senior year. Think this is your year? One of the rookies on the AAA team asks as he swings his arm back and forth. Not sure, I say, stretching my right leg with a band. I think I have a good chance. Okay, buddy. The average time a player spends in the minors is 3 years. I'm starting year 3 right now, so if anyone has a chance of getting the call, it will be me. But the way I pitched last year, I'll be lucky to even get looked at. Honestly, at this point, I know my time with the rebels is going to be short. Guaranteed by the trade deadline this year, I'll be used as a pawn to make a move. I can feel it in my bones. I spent the entire off-season working out at home and training with my pitching coach from high school. I went back to the basics, focused on my mental fitness, and made sure to block out all distractions, which meant when the holidays rolled around, I didn't contact Indy to see her, even though she sent me a few texts. I spent the entire last season trying to get my head on straight. After I left her place, I texted her the next morning, apologizing, asking her to forgive me for walking out like that. She met me at the airport, gave me a kiss goodbye, and then we went our own ways. Things haven't been the same since. I maybe talked to her once a month. I checked up on her when her season started, wanting to make sure she had a good first game, but other than that, I follow her more on social media than actually talking to her. And the whole fuck someone else debacle? Yeah, I've taken a few girls home, and it's felt wrong every goddamn time. It's never truly satisfied me, and there was always something missing. So I haven't had sex since September. I'm fucking blue-ballsing it so hard, I'm tense, and I just want to fucking see her. Although I do not want to know if she's fucked other guys. It's been a goddamn year, and I haven't seen her. No FaceTime, no visits, just phone calls and texts, and it's driven me to a breaking point. All right, boys, that's it for the day, our coach says. Get some sleep, and don't get yourself into any trouble. I finish stretching and then hand off the band to one of the trainers. I take a quick shower, give the guys a few fist bumps, and then head to my hotel room that I thankfully have to myself this year. With the to-go box on my lap, I pull up my phone and look at her name on my contact list. I debate turning on the TV to avoid falling into a pit of should I or shouldn't I, but when I click on the button for FaceTime, I realize my heart needs something else right now, apparently. I hold my breath as I stare at myself in the screen waiting for her to pick up. It rings far too long, and I'm just about to cancel the call when she answers. Lincoln, hey. I nearly choke on my words when I see her. Her hair is swept to the side and has a wave to it. Her makeup is done, and from what I can see, she's wearing a low-cut shirt, showing off a good portion of her cleavage. Cleavage I've buried my mouth in on multiple occasions. Jealousy pricks at the back of my neck, and I instantly regret calling her, but it's not like I can hang up now. Hey, Indy. There's some cheering in the background, but it quickly fades as Indy shuts a door behind her. She turns on a light. Is everything okay? Yeah. I grip the back of my neck. Sorry, I can go if you're busy. No, we're just getting ready to go out. Waiting on a few girls to meet up at the house. Yeah. Okay. I look to the side and then back at her. I like your hair. Oh, thanks, she replies, biting the corner of her lip and looking so uncomfortable that it's painful. Sorry about not meeting up over the holidays. Things were hectic. It's fine, she shrugs. Not a big deal. Did you have a good holiday? It was okay. Mom and Joe got married. Taught Priscilla a few soccer tricks. My mom's worst nightmare. I chuckle. And your dad? Broke up with Rochelle, but he started seeing someone he knew back in high school. Of course, my mom felt spiteful about it because it's a girl my mom never got along with. She seems to be over it, especially since Joe gave her a vacation to Hawaii for the new year. Joe in a Speedo. Not the type of pictures you want from your mom. Yeah, I guess not. I rub the side of my cheek. Hairy? So much hair. She laughs and I let out a sigh of relief. Is Mama still working on her porn sites? Nah, she graduated, I say. They're now working with a company that makes compost bins. Well, that's a change. Porn to compost? Mama seems to enjoy it, and she's now fascinated by the worms. I think she just likes long, wiggly things. Indy tilts her head back and laughs out loud. Only your mom's. Yeah, there's something special. She stares at me for a few seconds, a smile on her face. I've missed you, Link. I've missed you too, Mayhem. Maybe we don't go so long next time not seeing each other? Yeah, I'm sorry, that's on me. It's okay. I hear someone in the background and she says, Be right there. Turning back to me, she gives me a sad smile. I have to go. Call me some other time. I want to catch up. Yeah, I'd like that. Bye, Lincoln. She cutely waves. Bye, Indy. 2 years after Indy's senior year. I'm so proud of you, Mom says, grabbing me by the cheeks and planting a kiss right on my lips. My big boy is a star. Settle down, I chuckle. It was one game. We have an entire season to go. It wasn't just one game. It was your major league debut, Mama says. And you won. It's your first win, one of many. Well, I wouldn't be here without you two, I say, as I put my arms around both my moms and walk them out to my car in the players' parking lot. Just as I predicted last year, I was traded during the All-Star break to Pittsburgh, and then was called up after spring training this year and added to the starting rotation. In the 5 slot, but hell, better than riding the bench or being back in the minors. My contract isn't huge, but it's enough to be comfortable. I have free agency after this year, which means I could go anywhere if I'm not happy in Pittsburgh. When I felt depressed about being traded from the Rebels, I talked to my moms, and they told me to use it as an experience, to work hard, and when my free agency comes up, maybe I'll have some pull in where I go. And that's what I've been doing. After a debut like that, I think I'm on the right track. Thanks for flying out here, by the way. It means a lot to me. Are you kidding? No compost bin would hold me back from seeing our boy play today, Mama says. Did your mom tell you we started a veggie garden in the backyard? Not just flowers anymore, we're composting and loving it, all because of the website. Well, I'm glad you were inspired by this website and not the porn ones. I can only imagine you two wanting to shoot your own porn flick. Who's to say we haven't? Mom says, wiggling her eyebrows just as my phone rings in my pocket. I pull it out to silence it, but when I see Indy's name come across the screen, I answer, excusing myself for a second. Hey, Indy. Is this the star pitcher for the Pittsburgh Steel? Not you too. I chuckle. First things first, your mom's being interviewed on TV while you pitched has got to be the best thing I've ever seen. Mama standing in the stands, pelvic thrusting when you struck someone out literally made my year. Oh, Jesus. She didn't, I say, looking over at my moms who are holding hands and talking quietly. She did, and I took a boomerang of it. I'll text it. Also, wearing your socks high is a good look on you. Yeah, the team requires it. Felt weird, but I think it might be good luck, you know? Superstitions and all. Naturally. And thirdly, you killed it, Lincoln. Oh my God, at one point I was crying. I was so happy for you. You watched the whole game? Of course I did. I'm just sad I wasn't there in person. She sighs. You did it, Castle. You made it. I'm proud of you. Thanks, Indy. That means a lot. I toe the ground and ask, how are you? I saw that you led your team in goals last season. That's pretty badass. Have we not talked since then? Yeah. I pull on the back of my neck. Things keep seeming to get crazy between us. As long as you still pick up the phone when I call, that's all that matters. Always. I glance over at my moms as they wait. Hey, my moms are here waiting on me. Sure, yeah, I'll let you go. Just wanted to congratulate you. I'm really proud of you, Lincoln. All that hard work is paying off. Yours too, Mayhem. Keep hustling, babe. Always. I'll talk to you later. Bye, Lincoln. Bye. I hang up and stare at the phone for a few seconds, my mind starting to wander down memory lane. Her face flashes through my mind, her smile, her throaty laugh. Hell, I miss her. It would have been fucking amazing if she was here today. I considered calling her, seeing if she could fly in quickly and fly back out. I would have paid for everything, but I knew that would be asking too much, so I didn't, especially since I haven't spoken to her in months. Different lives. Separate lives. That's what we're living. I pocket my phone and walk back to my mom's, who welcomed me with open arms, and we head out to a celebratory dinner. 3.5 years after Indy's senior year. Bzz, bzz, bzz. My eyes flit open and I look at the clock on my nightstand. 2 a.m. What the hell? I glance at my phone that's buzzing and see Indy's face cross the screen. Rubbing my eye with my palm, I sit up and answer, my voice sounding groggy. Hello? Link? Indy's voice sounds meek, scared. Indy, is everything okay? Link, I need you. What's up? What's going on? Can you come back home? Is there anything I can do for you? I ask Indy as I place the last of the dishes in the sink of her dad's house. She shakes her head as she sits on the counter, dressed in all black, staring at the ground. No. I walk up to her, grateful my manager gave me the day off so I could fly to Michigan to be with Indy. When she told me that her dad had died suddenly of a heart attack, alone, I knew I had to be here. Her sobs. I haven't seen her in a few years, so when I walked into her dad's house this morning, seeing her sunken eyes full of despair, my heart broke. I walk up to her and place one hand on her thigh, push her hair back from her face with the other, and then cup her cheek. Come on. It's been a long day. Let's get you into bed. She doesn't say anything, so I pull her off the counter and walk her back to the guest room, where she let me change when I arrived straight from the airport. I fly out early tomorrow morning to make my game. I wish I could stay longer, but unfortunately, it's the life of a professional athlete. When we reach the room, I set her on the bed and say, "What are you going to sleep in, an old tea?" She shakes her head and then connects her eyes with me. Please, would you just hold me, Lincoln? Hold me like you used to back in college. Unable to deny her anything, I lie down on the bed and pull her into my chest. She rests her head and grips the fabric of my shirt. She sniffs, and my shirt grows wet from her tears. I grip her tighter, letting her know I'm here for her. I'm so sorry, I say quietly. I know you had a rough relationship with him, but... Indy tilts her head up and kisses my jaw. I still. She kisses me again and then sits up and moves her mouth to mine, pressing a kiss against my lips. Indy, I'm not sure. I need to get lost. I need to forget. Please help me do that. Her hand travels down my stomach to the waistband of my dress pants. She unbuckles my belt and pants as I try to determine what the right decision in this situation is. Please, she says again, as her hand slips inside my pants and cups me. Fuck. Fucking hell. Even if I tried, I don't think I could deny this girl. Not when she's happy, and especially when she's sad. If she wants me, I want her. It's as simple as that. This might be stupid, and she might be using me, but I do still crave her. After all this time, no sexual experience has come close to the ecstasy of sex with Indy. The way she knows my body. The way I know hers. Her heart. Her soul. Even seeing her lost in grief, the minute I walked through the door, that burning need for her erupted. Please, she repeats, pressing another light kiss across my lips. I groan and move her to her back. I unbutton my shirt and toss it to the floor. Her eyes widen, taking me in, and then she smiles very lightly. Jesus, Lincoln. Her eyes roam my body, running over each contour, taking in every difference from the last time she saw me. The intensity of my workouts has changed drastically since I last saw her, and from her heated, dizzying perusal, she's impressed by the difference. I lift her cotton dress up and over her head and peel off her bra, while she kicks off her underwear. I stare down at her naked body, a million flashbacks racing through my head, followed by an onslaught of emotions. Happiness, weariness, guilt. Are you sure? I ask her, feeling like a tool who's taking advantage of her. I need this, please, Lincoln. Her hands travel up my chest to the back of my neck, where she brings my mouth down to hers. She places a light kiss across my lips, and then another. They're little pecks that make me grow harder each time. Just having a taste of her mouth again twists my stomach in knots, and before I can stop myself, those knots turn into heated yearning, and my mouth crashes down on hers. She groans against me. Her back arches, and she pushes me to my back, climbing on top of me, taking charge. And I let her, because even though I want this, want her, probably always will, she needs this more than me. Indy, thank you for last night. I'm really thankful you came. Lincoln, you don't need to thank me, Indy. I'm glad I was there for you. Indy, in more ways than one. Thank you. Lincoln, if you need anything, don't be hesitant to call. Indy, I won't. Have a safe trip. 4 years after Indy's senior year. Dude, are there two of you? I ask Maddox, patting his face. Just one, man. He laughs while unlocking the door to my apartment. My apartment that doesn't have any furniture in it but a bed. Nice place, man. Thanks, I say, stumbling behind him. I sit on the floor and then lie across it where I make snow angels against the freshly waxed floors. Join me, just like old times. We never did that, Maddox says, and then picks up my feet and drags me across the floor to my bedroom. Whee! I call out, letting my arms float above my head. Again, Daddy, again! Dude, there are so many things wrong with what's happening right now, you calling me Daddy being one of them. I know you're excited to be a rebel again and one hell of an epic trait, but this is your third night celebrating. We need to calm it down. Aren't you excited? I ask as he saddles me up next to my bed. I am, but we also have games to play, so get it together. Yeah. I sit up and take a deep breath. I can handle it from here. Are you sure? I nod. I'm not blackout drunk. I know what that feels like. I'm just silly drunk, and if you're not going to be silly with me, then what's the point? You're dismissed. Okay, he says hesitantly. I kick at his feet, and he laughs, scooting away. I'm coming by in the morning with breakfast. Penny pancakes, please. Yeah, silly drunk, all right, Maddox mumbles as he walks away. I hear the door to my apartment shut, and I strip down right there at the base of my bed. When my phone falls out of my jeans, I pick it up and stare at the screen. Who wants to be called? I sit on my bed completely naked and consider calling my moms just to give them a heart attack. But it's not New Year's, so they probably don't want to celebrate penises, I think, looking at my dick. Who likes my dick? Who likes... I smile to myself, scroll through my contacts, and press the FaceTime button. It rings a few times, and then she answers. Hello? Naked party, I say out loud, shaking the phone. I stand up, point the phone at my crotch, and then dance. Naked party! Oh my God, Lincoln, is that your dick? I move the phone to my face and say, who else's dick would it be? And you should know you've had your mouth on it enough. I give her a big grin and her sleepy eyes roll. You're drunk. Not just drunk. Silly drunk, she says, sitting up in her bed. Her covers are cut right above her breasts, exposing her bare shoulders. Indy, are you naked?
What do you think, Lincoln?
She presses her palm to her forehead. I think you need to drop the comforter and join the party.
I haven't talked to you in months. Do you really think I'm going to join your naked party?
I don't think you are. I know you are. Come on, drop the blankets. Let's see if those boobs are sagging yet.
Oh my God, what is wrong with you?
Tequila. Tequila's what's wrong with me. I set the phone on the bed, propping it against the headboard, and then step away so she can get the full view. Look, I got my balls waxed. She laughs louder and then shakes her head, mumbling,
I'm not getting naked for you, but congratulations on getting your balls waxed. Are they smooth?
Very. I bet you would like rubbing your cheeks against them if you were here.
Why are you like this?
Probably because my mom's designed porn sites for a living. A boy doesn't recover from that.
Fair.
She laughs and then yawns.
As much fun as this is, I need to get to bed, and I think you should too.
But I miss you, I say. The filter's gone.
I miss you too, Lincoln. You're back in Chicago, right? Maybe we can meet up when I get back.
I step closer to the phone so it's just my torso and up. Promise? You'll really meet up with me?
Promise. Okay?
Okay. I flop on the bed, taking the phone with me. I miss you so much, Indy. I can't wait to see you. She smiles softly.
Can't wait to see you either.
Dude, you brought pancakes? I say, rubbing the sleep from my eyes and letting Maddox into my place. Don't get too excited. They're protein-packed pancakes, no syrup, just peanut butter for topping. Still, you love me. Are you still drunk? I bring my hand to my mouth and huff on it before taking a sniff. Mint and tequila. I think so. Figured. Maddox brings the takeout boxes to the dining area and looks around. I forgot you don't have furniture. Floors are clean, I say, flopping onto the ground. Maddox rolls his eyes and joins me, but leans against a wall. Did you make any drunk phone calls? Ah, you remembered that I do that. Hard to forget when I used to be the recipient. Maddox hands me a box and I pop open the top. The smell of pancakes and protein powder wafts toward me. I'll take it. Yeah, I called Indy. Pretty sure I shook my dick in front of her. Indy? Maddox's brow raises. Really? Yeah, I shrug. Care to elaborate on that decision? I pierce the pancakes with my fork and take a large bite. Miss her, that's all. Plus, I know she likes my penis, and I had to show my waxed balls to someone. Obviously, can't let that go unnoticed. Maddox chuckles. So how was it? Good. She laughed. I shrug. Kinda made me nostalgic. I could see that. You gonna follow up? I take another bite. Yeah, I think I am. We're both in different places now. She's coming back to Chicago after her season. It would be cool to meet up with her. Maybe see where her head's at. Oh, shit. Like, start things up again? I shrug. So, when are we training? Today, which means eat up. You're going to need it to keep up with me. I laugh. Please, you're going to be the one struggling to keep up with me. Fine old machine over here, man. He smirks. We'll see about that. Lincoln. Remember the time Rusty walked in on us?
Indy. OMG, why did you bring that up?
Lincoln. He just texted me and that's what he opened with. Figured it was a good opening text and wanted to try it out on you.
Indy, I'm still mortified.
Lincoln. Because you were deep-throating my cock?
Indy. Yeah?
Lincoln. I mean, I wasn't mad about it.
Indy. Because you've always been a pervert.
Lincoln. Rusty's high-pitched scream is branded in my head.
Indy. I wish it was my ringtone.
Lincoln. Hat trick today. Damn, Mayhem.
Indy. You looking me up, Castle?
Lincoln. Just need to make sure you're not making an embarrassment of our friendship. Indy. Speaking of embarrassment, heard you had a 50-cent pitch off the mound the other day. Lincoln. Wow, I congratulate you and you bring that up? For your information, my ankle twisted, and I'm fine, thanks for asking. Indy. I watched it on replay for at least 10 minutes, crying, laughing. Lincoln. I'm craving banana bread. Indy. Is this going to lead you to saying how I fucked up the banana bread I tried to make for you? Lincoln. Isn't it fun to reminisce? Indy. Sure is. Remember the time a pea snorted out of your nose because you laughed too hard, and then you ate it off the counter? Lincoln. I did not fucking eat it, and you know that. Indy. It just happened to disappear so quickly? Lincoln. In the trash can. Indy. Sure. Lincoln. Thoughts on a cronut? Indy. Are you speaking of a croissant donut combination? Lincoln. Precisely. Indy. I had one at this small place in Austin, and it was as if angels were floating around in my mouth. Lincoln. It's a special at Frankie Donuts right now. Indy. Stop it. Are you serious? Have you had one? Lincoln. Yep. Indy. And? Lincoln. I wept like a goddamn baby after I finished. Indy. I could not be more jealous right now. Lincoln. So, that picture you posted on your Instagram? Indy. What about it, Castle? Lincoln. It was Clear's throat. Nice. That bikini suits you. Indy. Might have posted it with you in mind. Lincoln. Really? Indy. No, but glad you liked it. Winks. Lincoln. Cruel woman. Lincoln. Did you happen to catch my new Under Armour ad campaign? Indy. Boasting. Really, Castle? Lincoln. No, just checking in. I was shirtless in them. Indy. I know. Lincoln. Thoughts? Indy. You're hot? Lincoln. Damn, you're just gonna come out and say it. Indy. Facts are facts. You're hot, Castle. Lincoln. You're making me blush. Indy. Don't let it get to your head. Lincoln. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Sexiest girl I've ever known says I'm hot. Yeah, that's going straight to my head. Both of them. Indy. You're impossible. Lincoln. Shrugs. Now tell me you're coming back to Chicago soon. I want to see you. Indy. 2 weeks. Lincoln. Meet up with me? Indy. Do I have a choice in the matter? Lincoln. Always, Mayhem. Indy. You know I want to see you. Lincoln. Good. Lincoln. Still on for tonight? Indy. Yep. Can't wait. Lincoln. So excited to see you. Indy. Same, Castle. Same. I tap the top of the table, my nerves taking over as I wait for Indy to show up. Now that I'm back in Chicago and she's home for the holidays, it will make meeting up easy. I've texted her now and again since my naked party, feeling like our connection, which has faded away, has started to resurrect itself. And that made the end of the year that much better, especially since we won the World Series this year. Hell, I can still feel the euphoria from that win and sprinting from the bullpen to celebrate. It felt like fucking magic. The crowd erupting, the lights, the cold October air shocking our warm, excited breath as we cheered, puts a guy on cloud nine. It's also made me start wondering if I could have more with Indy. She's still playing soccer in Texas, but she doesn't travel as much as I do, and maybe, now that we're older, we could make it work. I'm not the 20-year-old college kid fixated on making it to the majors with no option for a distraction. And I sense that Indy's softened since her mom married Joe and has been so happy. Maybe. Maybe not. What I do know is that I can't wait to taste her again. Pleasure her. Make her scream. Be inside her. For hours. The door to the restaurant opens and I spot her. Hell. A wave of longing hits me. She's wearing a pair of dark wash skinny jeans, brown ankle boots, and a green sweater that makes her tits look amazing. We're meeting in Grand Rapids. There are more restaurant choices and, because I secured a hotel room for the next couple of nights, wanting some privacy from my moms for obvious reasons. She looks around, and when I stand, she sees me, and a large smile crosses her face. She comes up to me, and I capture her into a hug. Her sweet perfume infuses my nose as I commit the feel of her in my arms to memory. Perfect. This is absolutely perfect. She pulls away and touches my cheek. Oh my God, I'm so glad to see you. You too, I say, giving her one more hug before pulling out her chair. How are you, Mayhem? I ask once situated in my seat. I'm great. Congrats again on the big World Series win. She smiles, shaking her head. I would like to say I can't believe it, but that would be a bold-faced lie. I knew you were bound for greatness. Thank you. My proudest moment, besides hitting 95, of course. Of course. She chuckles. Never forget the pursuit for 95. Never. I sip my water and set the glass down. I'm at 98 now. Cocky. She chuckles, and I swear my heart nearly beats out of my chest. Being here with her, seeing her again, seeing her familiar facial expressions, experiencing her teasing, takes me back to one of the best years of my life, which was spent with her by my side. Have you seen your mom yet? I ask. We haven't made it there yet. You were our first stop. We? I ask, laughing, just as I notice a dark figure come up behind Indy. I glance up to see a man with tan skin, slicked back, peppered hair, and a charming smile. In horror, I watch as he leans forward and presses a kiss to Indy's cheek. With an Italian accent, he says, "Car is parked." He then looks at me and holds out his hand. This must be the famous Lincoln Castle. Such a pleasure. I take the man's hand as Indy says, Yes, Anthony, this is Lincoln. I release his hand. Lincoln, this is Anthony, my fiancé. Dude, are you going to talk or just sit on my couch and drink? This is Anthony, my fiancé. Sighing, I set my beer down and say, She's engaged. Who? Indy? Yeah. Seriously? I nod and drape my hands over my eyes, still reliving the painful dinner from 2 nights ago. The dinner that I paid for. The dinner where I pretended everything was totally cool and I was so excited to meet Indy's fiancé, even though I felt like I was slowly dying the most horrendous and torturous death inside. Engaged. I still can't believe it. She doesn't even believe in fucking marriage. She told me that many fucking times. So what's she doing engaged to some Italian loafer sweater vest? Did he wear a sweater vest? Maddox asks, confused. No, he was fucking sharp-looking in a button-up shirt and dress pants, intimidating as fuck. I felt like a boy next to him, which I probably was because the dude had gray in his hair. Some men gray early, Maddox says. I give him a look and he holds his hands up. Sorry, so she's engaged to an old fart of a sweater vest? Yeah. I grip my hair. Fuck, man, I had this whole weekend planned for us. Romantic type bullshit. I hoped that after all the communication we've swapped lately, that maybe she wanted to be fuck buddies again. I shrug. Wishful thinking? Yeah, you moron. You really think the girl is going to hold out for fuck buddies? She doesn't believe in marriage, I shout. She never believed in relationships either. Christ, trying to get her to commit to being friends was a task in itself. But she can commit to a guy I've never even heard about? What the hell is that? We're talking and she doesn't think to mention that she's in a relationship? A little heads up would have been nice rather than shocking the shit out of me. Maybe she was nervous to tell you? Why are you here? I ask. It's my apartment, you asshole. I roll my eyes. Semantics. I lean forward and press my forearms into my thighs and clasp my hands together. Dude, I don't know what to do. What is there to do? I mean, you've only said you were fuck buddies unless, you know, you love her. I shake my head, not quite sure if I believe it or not. Nah, nothing like that. But it doesn't feel right. Well, I guess you're going to have to get used to it. Because unless you love her, you really don't have any other options, other than trying to find a new fuck buddy. God, you're useless. Really feels good when you say things like that. He chuckles and then hands me back my beer. Drink up, man. I'll allow you to get wasted and sleep here tonight. Now that's the kind of friend I need.
Chapter 23. Indy. 5 years after Indy's senior year. Thanks for helping me move, I say to my mom, who sets a box down on the secondhand table I just bought. Of course. We're just so glad you're close to us again. She comes up to me and gives me a hug as Joe and Priscilla bring in the last of the boxes. It's a nice place, Joe says, hands on his hips, his dad bod looking nice these days. It took a while for me to get used to having Joe around. And Priscilla, for that matter. But they took it slowly with me. Joe is a pretty understanding and perceptive guy who knew I wasn't happy when he first moved into my mom's house, so he didn't push himself on me. Nor did he force me to have a relationship with Priscilla. That developed over time. The way Joe handled things when my dad passed away gained him a lot of respect in my book, especially when my mom was grieving over the loss of her first husband. Joe was there for her and nurtured her through mourning her loss. He was there for me too, and even though I don't want to admit it, because I was against it at first, Priscilla is pretty cool and we get along. It doesn't hurt that she started playing soccer and is pretty good at it. What especially helped, though, was when my mom realized how much she'd hurt me, how I'd felt so replaceable, abandoned. I took a chance and spoke honestly with her after Dad died. She simply hadn't seen how Dad's and her relationship issues affected me so miserably. I didn't get the chance to reconcile with Dad, and I was determined not to repeat that mistake with Mom. She's a different woman with Joe. Brighter. She apologized. It was heartfelt, there were tears, and then there was alcohol. And a shocking hangover for both of us the next day. And now I'm back in my old stomping ground, ready to make new choices. Better choices. Thanks, Joe. It will do for now until I can save up a little more. I would like to move closer to Brentwood at some point to cut down on the commute. But unless you're in student housing and splitting the rent, it's pretty expensive. You'll get there, Mom says. But look at all the natural light in here. And there's a park across the street, which is nice. You're not staring at a bunch of buildings. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I moved here. Joe takes a kitchen box and says, "Should I start unpacking, or do you have a certain way you want to put things away?" "There's like 2 drawers in the kitchen," I laugh. "I think I'll be able to find whatever you put away. Plus, I don't have a lot." "Which reminds me," my mom says, holding up a package I saw her bring in from her car. "We got you a housewarming gift. We know you've been sharing apartments with girls on your team and then, Anthony." "We don't need to mention him," I say, pressing my hand to my stomach. My heart still cracked because of him. "Well, anyway, here's something from us." "You didn't have to do this," I say, sitting next to the box and opening it up. We wanted to. You've been through a lot this past year, and this is a fresh new start. We're excited for you. And assistant coach for the men's soccer team at Brentwood. The first female coach of a men's team at Brentwood. We are so proud. I smile softly. Thanks, Mom. When I got a call from Coach Wilson about a coaching position opening up at Brentwood, I thought she was referring to the women's soccer team. But when she said men's, I was completely shocked. We'd been shooting emails back and forth, keeping in touch as I made my way through a professional career that had its highlights and definite downfalls. When I told her I was taking a year off, she told me she'd look out for a coaching job for me, keep her ears open. A year later, I never expected to be offered a coaching job at Brentwood, especially with the men's team. But she highly recommended me. I interviewed well, and I was called the next day, letting me know I had the job. For a few years, Brentwood had been my home. So being here again feels like a better fit. I loved being in Texas, but this place is healthy for me. Restorative. I open the box and it's full of little apartment things like hand towels, soap containers, oven mitts, toilet paper, which makes me laugh, a can opener, and some frames. I pull out the first frame, which is a picture of me and my dad when I was in middle school. It was right after a game, and he has his arm around me, standing proudly. Tears well in my eyes as I smooth my hand over the picture. He loved you so much, sweetie, even if he had a hard time connecting with you sometimes. I give her a shaky smile. Thanks, Mom. The next picture is of me, my mom, Joe, and Priscilla in Chicago during Christmas last year. We're in front of a large tree, bundled up and smiling together. I love this picture. Me too. I have it up on the mantle, Mom says. I reach for the last picture and my heart stops in my chest when it comes into view. I found the picture on your Instagram, my mom says. I love this picture of you too, and he's been such an important person in your life. It feels right that he would be here. Lincoln's gorgeous smile is beaming at the camera. I'm snuggled into his neck, happy as can be. I can't quite place when we took the picture, or where since it's just our faces. But what I do know is that it was during a time when I was happiest. It was during a time where I felt safe and protected. When I could have called Lincoln at any time of the day and he would have been there for me. And I would have been there for him. Because that's what he asked of me on that painful day when he left Brentwood the first time. It's what I promised. I'm about to embark on one of the hardest journeys of my life, and I'll never make it if you cut me off. If you take away my best friend. Promise me, Indy. Promise me you won't let me go. God, the expression in his eyes had gutted me. And looking back now, I feel guilty I didn't keep my promise to him. As long as you want me as a friend, I'm yours. Words of an emotional 21-year-old? Fanciful? Why don't you give him a call, sweetie? My mom suggests, placing her hand on my arm. You're both in Chicago again, so it makes sense. I hold up the picture and say, thank you. I set it down and start moving boxes around. Not really sure to where, but I need to busy myself. Indy. My mom comes up to me, pressing her hand to my back. When was the last time you talked to him? A year ago, I say, still remembering the most awkward dinner of my life. I didn't want to bring Anthony. I wanted to have a private conversation with Lincoln where I told him everything, but Anthony wouldn't have it. He was a jealous man and hated my relationship with Lincoln, so as he said it, there was no way in hell he was letting me go to dinner with Lincoln alone. After the dinner was done, Anthony demanded I not talk to Link anymore, and I foolishly listened, trying to appease him, to make things easier. Well, it only made things worse. And now I don't have a relationship with Lincoln. Indy, that's far too long. You should reach out to him. I shake my head. He wouldn't want to hear from me. Not after the last time I saw him. Trust me. Is that when he met Anthony? I nod. You should have seen the look in his eyes when I said fiancé. It was as if I'd betrayed him. The rest of the evening was awful. Anthony talked the entire time, filling in the silence. And then we awkwardly shook hands when we left because Anthony wouldn't let me go long enough to give Lincoln a hug. You shook hands? I cringe, remembering the confused and hurt look on Lincoln's face. Yeah, it was awful. Trust me, calling him would not be the best idea. I think we just need to go our separate ways. But, Mom, please, not right now, okay? Let's just enjoy the rest of the day together. I can see it's painful for her to not push me. But thankfully, she nods and then reaches into the box, pulling out the oven mitts. These silicone ones are the absolute best, and they make great puppets when you're waiting for your food to cook. She moves one in front of me and opens it and closes it. I love you, Indy. Rolling my eyes, I take the oven mitts from her. Love you too, Mom. And here's your office. Tyler Morrison, the head coach of the men's soccer team, says. I know him as Coach Morrison, so calling him Tyler feels strange. But he thinks it's weird if I call him Coach Morrison. Guess who won? I sigh, looking out the window, still in disbelief that this is where I ended up. The field looks amazing, I say. We're midway through the season, but the old assistant coach had to move because his wife was transferred to North Carolina. It worked out great for me. Attendance has increased over the last few years and sponsors have picked up, so we've been able to add to the stadium. We're very proud of it. I can imagine. Sighing, I say, do the guys know? You mean, do they know that Indy Mayhem, one of the top soccer players in the country, is going to be their assistant coach? Yeah, they know. And they're terrified. Why is that? I ask on a chuckle. Because they're nervous you're going to make them do the physical test that the women's soccer team has to do. A sly smile crosses his face. Then they should be terrified. He laughs and says, I knew you were the perfect hire. One of the sole reasons Tyler hired me is because he wanted my knowledge in building strength and endurance that's geared to our sport. During my interview, I discussed the many different training techniques I'd bring to their program, with my strength and conditioning knowledge, and how I had no problem showing the guys what it took to perform each workout. In other words, I was going to make them hurt. Tyler liked that a lot. We spent an hour going over strategic workouts on the whiteboard in his office, and when I was done, I could see it in his eyes. He was impressed. I always knew I wanted to teach, but I just didn't realize it was going to be soccer. 2 college-aged men. Let's get you to the admin office. I think there were a few more papers you had to sign, and then we'll head to the equipment room so we can get you fitted with some gear. We'll be ordering clothes for you since all we have is men's fit, and I have a feeling that's not going to work for you. I mean, I'll take what I can, but if you want to order the women's cut, that would be appreciated. He winks at me and pats me on the shoulder. Trust me, we want our coaches looking professional, and you drowning in a man's shirt is not going to do the job. He leads me through the coaches' hall and up 1 floor to the admin building where I meet up with Soraya, a lovely lady who remembers me from when I used to play at Brentwood. We reminisced for a few moments. She had me sign papers, and before I knew it, I was being escorted to the equipment room. I think the best thing to do is circle whatever you want out of this catalog, and then we'll have everything screen printed, Nolan in the equipment room says. That works, Tyler says, taking the catalog. I have about a $1,000 budget you can use, including screen printing, so time to go shopping. He hands me the catalog and I smile. You don't have to ask me twice. He looks at his watch and says, shoot, I have a meeting with the athletic director I have to get to. Head to your office and start picking things out, and I'll meet you there. Sure, I say as he takes off. I thank Nolan and then take the long way to the offices, walking past the weight room where I used to work out almost every day. Fresh faces are lined up with the equipment. Trainers are walking around spotting athletes, and the dull beat of techno music is playing through the speakers. Nostalgia washes over me. The smell of the weights, the feel of a completed workout with your team, the fighting over what music we're going to play. All of it. I've missed all of it. Indy? Oh, God. The hairs on the back of my neck stand straight and apprehension crawls down my spine as I turn to see Lincoln standing in the hallway, hands in his pockets, a baseball hat sitting low on his brow. What the hell is he doing here? He's probably thinking the same thing about me. Lincoln, hey, I wave awkwardly. His brows pull together in confusion. What are you doing here? An athlete moves by us, completely oblivious that he just pushed past Lincoln Castle. Noticing that we're standing smack dab in the middle of the hallway, I pull off into a corridor with him, but the minute I do, I realize it's the same corridor he once confronted me in. That moment hits me hard, the emotion of it all. 6 years later, here we are again. It's too much. Especially since I wasn't ever expecting to see Lincoln here. If he's in Brentwood, he'd be at the stadium, right? I know he's waiting for a response and lying won't get me anywhere, so I say, I was just hired. As a coach. His brows shoot up to the brim of his hat. Seriously? You're coaching with Coach Wilson? I shake my head. No, Coach Morrison hired me. For the men's team? Hell, that's pretty awesome. He shifts and I take that second to observe him, soak him all in. He's not much bigger than when I last saw him. Maybe his biceps are a little thicker, but that could be me imagining things too. Same handsome face, though. Scruff lining his jaw and killer eyes that to this day still make me dream of comfort. Congrats. He looks off to the side and asks, were you going to tell me you were back in Chicago? I glance at the catalog I'm clutching to my chest and shake my head. Wasn't planning on it. I see. I feel his eyes on me as he says, how are things with Anthony? Not wanting to have this conversation here, I say, you know, I should really get to my office. It was good seeing you. I try to move past him, but he grabs me by my upper arm and holds me in place. You owe me explanations, Indy. I glance up at him, and his face is as hard as stone. For what? You really weren't going to let me know you were back here. We haven't talked in a year, Lincoln. What's the point? The point is I thought we were friends. Even when we had periods of not talking, we still met up. How is this any different? Things have changed. Because of Anthony, he asks, an irritated look on his face. I really should go. I start to walk away when he calls out, where's your engagement ring, Indy? I pause and squeeze my eyes shut. Nothing gets past him. Ever. That's what I thought, he says, coming up next to my ear. You have some explaining to do. Text me your address. I'm coming over tonight. Lincoln, that's not... It's not a question. It's a request. He says in such a stern tone that for a second, I don't recognize him at all. Text me, Indy. And then he walks off. And I watch as he takes large strides, eating up the hallway and pushing through the doors that lead to the parking lot. Text him. Yeah, there will be no texting him. I'm not ready to answer his questions, especially when I'm still filing through the hurt, the desolation Anthony left me with. Fresh out of the shower, I dry off and wrap a towel around my torso. That's exactly what I needed. A nice hot shower to wash the day away. After Lincoln left, I went back to my new office and tried not to hyperventilate. By the time Tyler got back from his meeting, I was level-headed and had a few articles of clothing circled. When he asked why I didn't pick more, I just said I felt bad, when, in reality, I wasn't mentally checked in to think about clothing. He told me to take the catalog home and figure out the rest of my selection so we could order tomorrow. So I did just that. I enjoyed a nice Mediterranean salad, circled the rest of the clothes I wanted, and then took a much-needed hot shower. Once I lotion up, I plan on crawling into bed naked and then spending the rest of the evening watching mindless TV to clear my head of the day. I brush my teeth and floss. Then I hang up my towel, lotion my entire body with this amazing lavender bedtime lotion my mom got me for my birthday. And just as I finish brushing my hair, there's a knock at my door. I set the brush down and peer around my bathroom door. Did I hear that right, or was it a neighbor? I stand there, holding my breath for some reason as I listen closely and then a pound to my door. Indy, open up. Lincoln? How on earth does he... My mom. Damn that woman and her meddling. I pull my dark purple silk robe from the back of my door, slip it on, tie a tight knot, and then go to the entryway where I peek through the peephole. A very irritated Lincoln stands on the other side. There goes my peaceful night. I unlock the door and open it. He doesn't even bother to say anything. He just charges in. Come on in, I joke, shutting the door behind me. He's wearing sweatpants. His hand is pushing through his hair, and his shirt is rising high, giving me a brief glimpse of the waistband of his boxer briefs from his raised arm. What the fuck, Indy? I told you to text me. Looks like I didn't need to, I say, leaning against my door. Blowing out a frustrated breath, he glances around my tiny apartment and scans every corner. Are you here alone? Does it look like I could share this closet with another human being? Not answering, he walks over to my two-person couch and takes a seat, draping his arm over the back like he always does. It's how he's the most comfortable, and it's how he's gotten away with playing with my hair so many times. Sit, Indy. Do you really think I'm going to fall in line to your barking at me? I can force you to sit if that's better. Insufferable. I walk over to the living room, and I watch his eyes carefully as they roam my body, starting at my legs and then traveling up to my breasts, where they stay until I sit in the chair next to the couch. No way am I sitting next to him, not when he'd be that close on my tiny couch. I cross one leg over the other, and my robe exposes more thigh than appropriate, so I quickly try to cover it. I've buried my head in your pussy on multiple occasions, so there's nothing to be modest about. I run my tongue over my teeth and know he's right, so I let the robe do its thing but make sure it's secure up top. What do you want, Lincoln? A lot of things. He looks me dead in the eyes. But how about we start with why the hell you didn't text me? Because I wish I could leave, even though this is my apartment. Anything to get me out of this incredibly painful conversation. Because why? If that's how you're going to be answering questions, you might as well show me the bedroom, because I'll be here all night. I don't doubt him. I didn't text you because, frankly, I was too nervous to have this conversation. And that's why you didn't call me either, to tell me you moved here? Yeah, part of it. What's the other part? I sigh and say, we haven't talked or seen each other in a year, Lincoln. It didn't seem appropriate. Last time we spoke, it wasn't the greatest get-together, and since I didn't hear from you, I thought, well, that was it. The phone goes both ways, Indy. I know, but it wasn't easy back then. Because of Anthony? I look at my lap. Yeah, because of Anthony. He, wasn't very keen on our friendship. So you let some fuckhead control you? I've been your best friend for years, Indy. Best fucking friend. And because some guy I never heard about decides to pop into your life and tell you not to talk to me, you listened to him? Where's the goddamn loyalty, Indy? I would never do that. I was pregnant with his baby. Fuck. I really didn't want to say that. I can't look at Lincoln, but I know what he'd look like. Stunned. Perhaps angry. Confused. Pregnant? He whispers, now looking around the apartment for baby items, I assume. Where, is the baby with him? I shake my head, tears welling in my eyes. I look to the ceiling and take a deep breath. Shortly after our dinner, Anthony and I got into a fight. He hated the relationship I had with you. He was incredibly jealous. He deleted you out of my phone, and when I tried to grab the phone away, he pushed me. A tear falls down my cheek, and I quickly wipe it away. I was off balance and crashed into the coffee table. It was a bad fall. I was bruised up and down my back, and then a few days later, I had a miscarriage. Jesus, he says, leaning forward now. The doctor wasn't sure if it was from the fall or not, but I had to have surgery to remove the fetus. I suck in a harsh breath, and Lincoln quickly moves to the coffee table where he takes a seat in front of me and grabs my hand. His thumbs rub over my knuckles and he grips me tightly. You're breaking my goddamn heart, Indy. Why didn't you tell me? Because I was embarrassed. I was dealing with a lot of shame. Anthony proposed to me when I told him I was pregnant. It was his quick fix to everything. I said yes because it felt like the right thing to do. I quickly realized it wasn't. He was controlling, and for some reason, I let him control me. I was missing you, trying to forget you, and once I found out I was pregnant, I put in my resignation for the team. I lost everything at once and was clinging to the one thing that I was familiar with. I wipe another tear. Once Anthony and I broke up, I stayed in Texas for a while until I got the job with Brentwood. You could have told me, he says. I shake my head. No, I saw your face at that dinner. The disappointment. It wasn't disappointment, Indy. Then what was it? I ask. Because you sure as hell shut down the minute Anthony stepped into the picture. You shut down quickly. I thought maybe, just maybe you'd reach out again. But you never did, and I knew. You'd finally moved on. Because I thought you were moving on. Hell, you did. You were engaged. What was I supposed to do? Try to fuck you while your fiancé watched? He asks, his voice full of irritation. Removing my hand from his, I say, no, you could have been a friend. Our relationship didn't start with fucking. It was a friendship. One I treasured. A lifeline at times. I always wanted to fuck you, Indy, he says, and for a second, I don't recognize the guy sitting in front of me. Anger billows off him in waves. His brow is pulled together, and when his hand pushes through his hair, his forearms fire off with tension. I can't be near him. Not like this. I stand and walk away as he calls out, "Indy, stop." I go to my door and I hold it open. "I think you should leave." Without a word, he stands, walks over to me and shuts the door. He then leans against it, arms crossed, and says, "I'm not going anywhere." "Lincoln, that's not your choice to make. This is my apartment and I don't want you here." "Well, that's too damn bad. I'm not leaving. Not when we are like this." He motions between us. "Like what?" "Angry at each other. Yelling. Clearly not in a good place. Saying that our relationship was all about fucking puts us in a horrible place," I say, pulling my robe closed tighter. "I didn't mean that." He pulls the back of his neck and pushes off the door. "I'm just irritated. Frustrated. Jesus Christ, Indy, you're here in Chicago. We should be celebrating. We should be hanging out. We should be fucking?" I ask with a shake of my head. "No," he says, walking toward me. He cups my chin with his fingers, forcing me to look at him. "We should be there for each other, and you're not letting me be. Because you dropped out of my life, Lincoln. When has distance ever been a hindrance to what we have?" I step away and walk to my bedroom, tired and over this conversation. When I needed you the most, and you weren't there. I go to shut the door, but he's too quick and slips into my bedroom. "How the fuck was I supposed to know you were going through a miscarriage? Last time I saw you, you were happy with your fiancé." "Was I happy, Lincoln? Did I look happy to you? Think about it. Did you truly think I was the same Indy that night, or were you blinded by your disappointment or whatever it was to notice? You can't be fucking serious. You're mad at me because I couldn't read you that night. Are you hearing yourself?" I sigh. "You're right. I shouldn't have assumed you'd be able to read me, not after all the years of you knowing exactly when something was wrong with one glance. You're not being fair. You have no idea what I was dealing with that night." "What were you dealing with?" I ask, brows flying up. "I had plans," he shouts. "I was so fucking excited to see you, Indy. To pick up where we left off. I had an entire weekend planned for us. And leading up to that dinner, our conversations, our playful texts, Jesus Christ. My hopes were so high that the minute I saw Anthony, it was like you picked up the knife from the table and stabbed me in the chest. Yeah, I shut down. But not because I was disappointed." He pounds his chest with his fist. "I was fucking hurt. My girl was engaged. My girl, who didn't believe in marriage. My girl, who I thought—" He blows out a frustrated breath and pulls on the back of his neck again while looking at the ground. "Well, it doesn't matter what I thought. All that matters is that I was there for us, and you showed up with someone else. A heads up would have been appreciated, so I didn't have to walk away with my tail tucked between my legs." "So your pride was broken?" I say, trying to make sense of this, of what he's trying to tell me. After he FaceTimed me naked, I started feeling differently toward him, desperate for him, for more. Our conversations after that made me wonder what life could be like if there was more between us. If we broke the seal of fuck buddies and grew our relationship into something with so much more substance. The floodgate opened, and the jumbled feelings I'd suppressed for years crashed over me again. He came to me when my dad died. He drunk called me and told me he missed me with so much sincerity. I'd wondered, could there have been more? There was never a scenario in my head where I actually thought Lincoln could want more prior to that night. But then I said yes to dating Anthony, got pregnant, and had gotten lost in that shock as I continued to grieve the loss of my dad. Lincoln hadn't known that his texts had held me together. I hadn't told him that in my confused state, I'd said yes to marrying a man I barely knew, one who treated me woefully, hurt me. And that night in the restaurant, when I saw the unmistakable joy in Lincoln's handsome face when he saw me, it had momentarily stripped the confusion from my mind. I was making a mistake, marrying Anthony, but I was trapped. And Lincoln's pride had been dented. "You gave up because of your pride," I whispered. "No, Indy. It wasn't my pride that was broken. It was my fucking heart." He stops and takes a deep breath. "You're right. I should go." He starts to walk away when I stop him, pulling on his arm. "Don't leave." His arm tenses and he says, "Indy, I'm holding on by a thread here."
Chapter 24. Lincoln. The minute her small, soft hand touches me, it's like a match to a flame. My entire body ignites with heat and a war rages inside me. Emotions I've never allowed myself to feel take over. Indy, I'm holding on by a thread here. But instead of backing away, Indy grips me tighter, and that's all I need. I spin around and face her. Both our breaths are heavy, our eyes flitting back and forth at each other as the air grows thick around us. I count to 5, slowly, waiting. But when she doesn't move, when she doesn't back down, I say, "I'm going to give you 3 seconds to let me walk away. I'm not here to fuck you, Indy. But I want you. I want this. I want you." Keeping her eyes on me, she brings her hand to the knot of her robe, and I watch as she pulls on it. Her robe parts, revealing the middle of her body, and that's my undoing. In a flash, my hand cups the back of her head, and I crash my mouth down on hers, reclaiming her lips. Lips that have always been mine. Lips that I've never stopped craving. For a second, I release her and tear my shirt over my head, leaving my torso bare. Her hands immediately find my skin, and then she kisses me with hunger, her fingers driving into my hair, her heated body pressed against mine. I loop my arm around her waist, and with our mouths still connected, I lay her on her bed. Her robe falls completely open, and I hover above her, remembering every curve, every place I used to spend time kissing and licking. Every place I want to explore tonight. But right now, I need to be inside her. "Lose the robe," I say, while I pull my wallet from my back pocket and take out a condom. Clutched between my teeth, I hold the packet while I strip down the rest of the way. She removes the robe, and while she watches me, I sheathe myself, my cock already hard as stone, ready to bury itself so far deep into Indy, it's anticipating her sweet warmth. She scoots back on the bed and slips under the bedding, and I join her as she parts her legs. I run the tip of my cock up her slit, sliding with ease. She bites her bottom lip and arches her back from the feel of my cock against her. Even though I want to be inside her, I spend a few moments rubbing, gliding, watching how she reacts. In the haze of the light, I can see her cheeks redden, her chest rising and falling quicker, and then I hear the moans falling past her lips. It's all there. Everything I love when it comes to being with this woman, everything that makes her the best I've ever had. The only woman I'll ever want. And that realization is what fuels me to bring my lips to hers, to part them with my tongue, and show her how much she means to me, how much I want her in my life despite everything we've been through. My tongue tangles with hers, her hands pressed into my shoulders, her pelvis seeks me out, and I can't hold back any longer. I reach down, position my cock at her entrance, and I push inside. Immediately, I feel my eyes roll to the back of my head as her warmth squeezes around me. God, I've missed this feeling, being so connected with her. Nothing has ever felt this amazing. Nothing. Fucking perfect, I mutter as I push into her and pull out. So good, Indy, so fucking good. She moans into my ear. Her warm breath sends chills down my legs as her hands move down my back to my ass, where she grips my cheeks tightly and pulls when I thrust in, causing me to bottom out every time. Shit, I groan, feeling my orgasm already building, swirling and circling, adding pressure to my lower torso. Faster, she says breathlessly. I need more. She sounds desperate, on edge. I pick up my pace while my mouth pulls away from hers and falls to her breasts. God, yes, she cries out when I pluck one of her nipples with my teeth. Again? I repeat the sensation for her over and over again, until her fingers dig so deep into my skin that I feel like she's going to draw blood soon. It feels amazing. So goddamn amazing. I roll my hips against her and my mouth goes everywhere. Her breasts, her collarbone, up her neck, across her jaw, over her mouth, tangling and dancing with her tongue. Her breaths grow deeper. Her moans become louder so my pace picks up. She bites down on my lip. I claw onto her. She matches my thrusts with her own. I roll her nipples between my fingers. She cries out my name. I mutter hers as my orgasm builds to a crescendo, pulling and tugging on my balls, getting ready, sitting there just waiting for that final push. Fuck, babe, I mutter, so close that I can taste it. Oh, God, she says, tensing around me, and then convulsing in my arms as she falls over into her orgasm. I fall right with her, my hips stilling and my cock swelling inside her with a final blow. Fuck! I yell into her shoulders, everything in my groin tightens, dragging out her orgasm. Jesus, I say as we both slow our breathing and fall from a euphoric high. Lincoln, she says on a sigh, and then lets go of me, her body sated. I roll off her, take care of the condom, and then pull her into my chest. She comes easily, taking up the spot she's so familiar with, tucked into my shoulder and nestled right where she belongs. I draw my fingers over her back, and it's not long before she passes out. For the first time in years, I feel like I can breathe again. Indy Mayhem is in my arms. Finally. It's finally our time. The clanging of mugs wakes me up, followed by a muttered curse word. I sit up in Indy's bed and look around, rubbing my left eye with my finger. Bed's empty. Noise is coming from the kitchen. I reach to the floor where my discarded pants are, slip them on and don't even bother buttoning them up. Scratching my chest, I walk out into the living room and kitchen area, spotting Indy by the coffee maker, soaking up water with a towel. Morning, I say. She startles and then takes a deep breath. Looking up, she smiles and shyly says, Good morning. Unsure where her head is at, I cautiously walk over to the door of the kitchen and lean against the wall, hands stuffed in the front of my jeans pockets. How are you? I ask, feeling like it's a stupid question, but unsure what to say at this point.
Fine.
She finishes with a cleanup and then turns to face me.
Listen, about last night.
Fuck. Regret. I see it, written all over her beautiful face. How the fuck is that possible? How can she not see that we finally found our right time?
I didn't mean to pressure you into doing anything with me. I got lost in the moment. I'm sorry,
she says, and I can feel my heart cracking right in front of her. You don't need to apologize, Indy. Last night was
a mistake. I know.
She sighs and presses her hand to her forehead.
God, I can't seem to get my head on straight.
Her coffee machine beeps, and she caps the travel mug with a lid.
I have to go. I need to get a workout in before I head into the office.
She walks up to me and places her hand on my chest. On her toes, she lifts up and kisses the side of my jaw.
Sorry about everything, Link. Truly, I am.
She walks toward the front door and lifts a bag over her shoulder. Indy. She gives me a sad smile.
Could you lock the door on your way out?
Say something. Anything. But I can't form words over the deafening sound of my hammering heart. I want to tell her to stop. Let's talk about this. Figure it out, but the only thing playing in my head over and over again is the word mistake. How could she think what happened last night was a mistake? It was anything but a mistake. Hell, to me it felt like the start of something new, as if every moment in my life led to last night, where Indy finally became my girl.
I didn't mean to pressure you into doing anything with me. I got lost in the moment. I'm sorry.
What the fuck do I do now? Care to talk? Corey, my teammate and first baseman, asks. He's the resident dad in the clubhouse, the guy everyone seems to go to when they need the proverbial pat on the back. I lean back on the leather couch in the locker room and say, Not really, but I don't think you're going to let me get away with that answer, are you? He opens a bag of shelled seeds and says, I'm feeling particularly annoying today, so probably not. Figured. I sigh and tangle my hands together on my lap. Remember my friend Indy I told you about? Yeah, the soccer player, right? You guys met in college? That's her. Well, I just found out yesterday that she's back in Chicago. Got a coaching job at Brentwood. Oh, shit. Were you guys an item? No, not really, I say, hating the words that are about to come out of my mouth, because it feels like it cheapens what we have. We were best friends. And exclusive fuck buddies. Romantic, Corey says with a teasing tone. Yeah, not really. We've always been off and on, almost like we were stringing each other along until last year, when she showed up to a dinner with a fiancé. Oh, fuck. Really? Corey asks, leaning in. So, is she married? I shake my head. No, she wasn't even in love with the guy. They were engaged because she was pregnant. I grip the arm of the chair, remembering what she said last night. She had a miscarriage. The fuckhead pushed her and she flew into a coffee table, lost the baby a few days later. Are you fucking kidding me? Corey asks, his anger spiking just like mine. Honestly, I can't talk about that part because I'll black out in rage. I take a deep breath, taking a second to center myself. They broke up. Her career was over and she got a job at Brentwood coaching the men's soccer team. Damn, good for her. Let me guess. You saw her? Last night. I nod. I was pissed she didn't tell me she was in Chicago, and even more pissed when she didn't text me her address after I told her we needed to talk. I messaged her mom and got her address. Let's just say the evening didn't start off great. But then it ended in... I shake my head. Hell, it ended in the best way possible. You got some. I chuckle. We reconnected. And judging by the sour look on your face, she freaked out this morning. Yup, I say with a pop. Big time. Left before we could even talk. I barely had my eyes open. She apologized, said it was a mistake, and took off. A mistake? Damn, that's rough, man. Yep. I'm a man of many words today. And that's where you left things? Yeah. I prop my legs up on the coffee table in front of me, slinking into my seat. Now I have this empty ache in the middle of my chest, and I'm feeling depressed, man. Even though Maddox knows more about our relationship, I don't want to tell him. You and I both know he's going through his own shit with Kinsley, and is currently unstable. I don't know what to fucking do. You said you have this ache in the middle of your chest. He looks to the side and then finds my eyes again. Dude, are you in love with her? I look at my hands, noticing the calluses on my left hand from the seams of the ball I've rubbed against for years. Am I in love? I blow out a long breath. I think I've been in love with her for a very long time, but couldn't admit it to myself. My eyes find Corey's as I say, she's all I fucking want. All I've ever wanted. Then what are you waiting for? Tell her how you feel. It's not that easy. Ow. You only have everything to gain by telling her you love her. Trust me. I know. I blew up on Natalie, broke up with her for no reason, and I fucking groveled my way back into her life by telling her how I felt. But Natalie was never afraid of commitment. Indy is terrified of it. Is she? Corey raises an eyebrow. Because from where I'm sitting, she's committed to having a lifelong relationship with you. And she committed to marrying someone on the premise of having a baby together. I don't think she fears commitment. I think she might fear the magnitude of the love she harbors for you. Man, you don't know that. I don't. He picks up his water bottle and takes a drink. But from what you told me about her, I would wager that she has some pretty strong feelings for you and has no idea how to face them head on. He smiles at me. Time not to take no for an answer, Link. Fight for what you want. If you don't, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I wouldn't take long to think about it. She's a female coach for a men's team. She's going to get a lot of press and there will be people knocking on her door. Don't miss your opportunity to finally make your move. I drag both of my hands down my face. I think I'm going to throw up. Then that means you're about to do the right thing. Isn't love fun? He tosses more seeds into his mouth and smiles. Hopping on my feet a few times, I rub my hands over my knuckles and then wrap them on the wood door in front of me. Christ, am I really going to do this? The door unlocks and I don't bolt. I guess I'm doing this. The door opens and I'm greeted by red, bloodshot, and teary eyes. There's no denying what she was doing right before answering the door. Lincoln, it's late. I couldn't wait, I say, knowing damn well it's late. I couldn't come visit her until after our game. Can we talk? I don't know if that's a good idea. I press my hand against the wood of the door. Do not shut this door on me. After everything we've been through, do not shut this door on me. Her lip trembles and she nods, opening the door for me to step in. I shut it behind me and she makes her way over to the living room where she curls up on the couch and brings her knees in close to her chest. A tear falls down her cheek and she quickly wipes it away, her oversized sweater acting as a tissue. Why are you crying, Indy? She leans her head against the couch and looks past my shoulder, her lip trembling again. I can see that she's trying to compose herself, so I give her time. I have all the goddamn time in the world to make this right. I'm in no rush now that I'm here. Finally, she says, "I've made some mistakes in my life. Mistakes that have shaped me to be the person I am today. But I think my biggest mistake, one I can never take back, is you." Talk about a motherfucking gut punch. Maybe this was a bad idea. A really bad fucking idea by the way nausea rises up my throat. I press my forearms to my thighs and clasp my hands together in front of me. I'm not finished, she says, her eyes cast down. Okay. I watch as her breath evens out and finally, her gaze meets mine. I should have known being just friends with you would never work out. She shakes her head. I thought keeping you in my life as my friend would be enough because I'd always have you, no matter what. I'd always have you. But then I didn't. More tears fall down her cheeks. And if this last year has taught me anything, or last night for that matter, it's that I can't be friends with you, Lincoln. Christ. I suck in a sharp breath, taking blow after blow. Corey was so fucking wrong. It feels impossible to be friends with you when I'm in love with you, she says, and my eyes shoot to hers. Did I just hear her correctly? Love? She's in love with me. And I know that's not what we said this relationship was about. We put rules and limits on what we're supposed to be, but I can't have you coming over here visiting with me, fucking me, and then leaving. She catches a tear on her finger. It's too hard to walk away when all I want is to have you all to myself. She sucks in a sob and steadies her breath. I'm sorry, but I thought I should be honest with you. When she's done, I move over to the couch and slide her legs over mine so I'm sitting right next to her, my arm draped over the back of the couch. Indy. She doesn't look at me, but buries her head in her hands. I reach out and lift her chin. Tears stream down her face, and I lean in closer, keeping her eyes on mine so she hears me loud and clear. I am so in love with you, it's painful. So fucking in love with you. She shakes her head, almost as if she can't quite comprehend what I'm telling her. You don't have to say that, Lincoln. Hey, I listened to you, now it's your turn to listen to me. And now I know why I'm here. I know exactly what words need to be said. If we're talking about mistakes, I have a few. First, never pushing for more when I first met you. Then when I left after the draft, never asking if you would do long distance with me. And every time we met up after that, never finding it within me to assess how I honestly felt about you. And when we met up for dinner a year ago, never calling you and begging you to reconsider, to give me your heart instead. And then this morning allowing you to walk out that door without telling you how much I love you. How much I don't want to go through another goddamn day as only your friend. I want to be your man, your person, your goddamn everything. You already are, she says on a sniff. You're everything to me, Lincoln, and I'm so mad it took me this long to figure it out, to admit it. I grip her cheek, brush a tear away with my thumb. Babe, it took me just as long. I can feel my uneven breathing as I hold her close, our foreheads touching. I'm so fucking in love with you, Mayhem. Will you please, after all these years, go on a date with me? A bubble of a laugh falls past her lips as she lightly nods. I don't think I could ever say no to that. Gently, slowly, I lower my mouth to hers and capture her mouth with mine. Sweet and innocent, we move our mouths, finally closing our friendship chapter and turning us into so much more. What started out as two meddling moms attempting to find love for their children turned into the longest but most brilliant love affair. And even though I hate to admit it, my mom picked right. She picked so fucking right. Indy is it for me. My one and only. My forever setup. Epilogue. Lincoln. 3 orders of potato skins? Mom asks. Are you insane? I lean back in my booth, looking at my 2 moms who I met at Boondoggles for dinner. Mom, I can afford it. She rolls her eyes. I know you can afford it, but you know they don't reheat well despite what your mama might think. Mama stuffs her napkin into her rebel shirt and says, I am more than happy to take these down with my son. I haven't had these potato skins in a really long time and didn't eat lunch. I'm ready. Self-respect, Michelle, Mom says while fluffing her napkin on her lap. So, to what do we owe? Hey, I didn't know you were going to be here. I call out to a very unsurprised but rather smirking Indy, whose mom is trailing behind her, hands over her ears. Beth hates boondoggles, so it was a feat for Indy to get her to come. Lincoln, is that you? She asks, pointing her finger at me. Wow, look at you. Indy and her mom come up to our high-rise table. We give each other a quick side hug, and then she pulls away. Beth, you remember my mom, Laura, right? And this is my mama, Michelle. Confused and possibly a little scared, the meddling moms all exchange timid hellos. Crazy running into you here, I say. Yeah, I was just telling my mom who started her own salon that she needs a website. No way, well, my mom's just finished up a job. Maybe, I point to the 3 of them. Maybe you guys should, talk or something. Oh, honey, that's not necessary, Indy's mom says, looking startled and very unsure. It takes everything in me not to bust out in laughter. Don't be silly, my moms wouldn't mind helping. Here, take my seat. We just ordered potato skins, so you can talk over spuds. My mom smiles. Lincoln, honey, I thought you were just here for the night. But Mom, it's not every day you see an old friend. I move out of my seat, and Indy forces her mom to sit down. All 3 pairs of eyes look at us, confused, and that's when I wrap my arm around Indy's shoulder and say, I think I'm going to take my girlfriend to the arcade and play some games. What do you say, babe? She looks up at me with a sweet smile. Kicking my boyfriend's ass at air hockey seems like a perfect night. I bend down and kiss her, totally not sick of her calling me her boyfriend. We turn to walk away when all 3 moms call out, Hold on a second. Indy and I laugh as we turn around. Mom has her hand clutched to her chest as she asks, You 2 are dating? I nod. For a few months now. I kiss the side of Indy's head. Head over cleats in love with this girl. Oh, dear Jesus, Beth says, fanning herself with a drink menu. Seriously? Indy nods at her mom. Yeah, really, truly in love with this guy. She squeezes me tightly and our moms all stare up at us, tears in their eyes. Even Mama. Looks like for the first time your meddling actually paid off. I wink and say, Call us when the potato skins get here. We'll celebrate after I beat this girl in air hockey. Beth claps her hands together. Mama holds up her drink to me and then takes a sip. And Mom? Well, she just gives me a tearful smile and watches us walk away. Who knew a setup by 2 nosy moms would end up in a happily ever after? I didn't. But I'm so fucking glad it did. The end.
This recording of The Setup was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC, narrated by Kelsey Navarro and Connor Crace, and produced by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2020 by Meghan Quinn. Sound recording copyright 2020 Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.